Chapter 627. Breakthrough. Ancient arrays were a technique that ancient martial artists were good at. They could borrow the power of heaven and earth to enter the array. It was extremely terrifying. The origin of the array was an 8 trigrams array from a long time ago. Later on, countless ancient martial artists had deduced and created many other ancient arrays. However, the path of arrays was too difficult. It had a strict requirement on soul power. Many martial artists did not have the opportunity to come into contact with arrays. Moreover, it took up a lot of time, so no one studied it. Most people used it on weapons to increase the power of their weapons. However, Lin Ling actually used an ancient array? Reverse 5 elements yin yang palm. At this moment, Lin Ling's forehead was covered in sweat. He clapped his hands again. This was the first time he used an ancient array. It came from the memories of the limitless sword saint. This array seemed simple, but it consumed a lot of soul power. One wrong step and the ancient array would collapse. He could not be careless. If not for Lin Ling's powerful soul power, he would not have been able to set up this array. However, although this array looked troublesome, it did not have much power. Its only use was to open the spiritual roots and borrow the power of the ancient tree. Rumble. The reverse 5 elements yin-yang palm was even more complicated. A large number of tadpole-like flame words flew out and landed on the huge circular seal. Ouyang Feiyang was so shocked that he could not speak. Lin Ling was indeed mysterious. Soon after, the earth began to shake. The soil rolled and a huge golden tree root quietly appeared. This root was like a human's arm, but it was rich in spiritual energy. It was like a dragon, emitting an ancient and majestic aura. This was one of the roots of the giant tree. It was a separate root, but the spiritual energy was already terrifying. It was hard to imagine how terrifying and mysterious the spiritual energy of the giant tree was. Lin Ling was also shocked. The path of martial arts was broad and profound. How did the ancient martial artists cultivate? How did they create so many mysterious methods? After a long time, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. He'd merely set up a simple ancient formation, yet the exhaustion of his mental strength was almost comparable to a battle with an expert at the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, this ancient formation was the simplest in the end, so Lin Ling was lucky enough to succeed. 3 days later, everything in the mountain river valley will be different. Lin Ling lightly nodded. His face, which was no longer childish, was now filled with a brilliant smile. This was his first home in the rainforest Holy Land. In the future, his family and friends would live here and witness his rise in the rainforest Holy Land. On the side, Ouyang Feiyang shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for Lin Ling's youthful appearance, he would have thought that there was an old monster hiding within this young man's body. Pervert! In the end, Ouyang Feiyang could not help but say. Lin Ling smiled and stood up. Let's go out and take a look. Ouyang Feiyang nodded his head excitedly. He had also noticed that the valley was beginning to change. The spirit root was no longer absorbing nutrients, but was instead feeding back spirit chi. However, it seemed to be suppressed by the ancient array, so the spirit chi could only stay in the valley. In the future, he would also cultivate here, and his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Outside the valley, Elder Mu Ba sat cross-legged. His body was trembling slightly, but when the dense spiritual energy surged from the valley, his face turned red. The spiritual energy was extremely moist. It was the spiritual energy of life. He felt that it was the ancient spiritual energy of the ancient trees. With a roar, with the help of the endless spiritual energy, he finally broke through the bottleneck of 10 years and stepped into the Saint's spirit realm. Boom! A terrifying aura shook the valley. In the distance, Su Fan and the others' eyes widened. Elder Mu Ba had finally broken through. One had to know that Elder Mu Ba was already very strong before. With his Emperor Spirit Realm cultivation, he could fight those above him. Now that he had broken through, his battle strength would be even more terrifying. Congratulations, Elder, you've finally broken through. Congratulations. At this moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared, causing Elder Mu Ba to hurriedly stand up and kneel before Lin Ling. To a cultivator, The most important thing was not money, but cultivation. When one's cultivation reached a new level, it would be of great help. Therefore, he knew the value of Lin Ling's previous words. In other words, if Lin Ling wanted him to slaughter all his enemies, he would do it. Thank you. Thank you, Elder Mu Ba said gratefully. That kind of reverence came from the bottom of his heart. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was very weak, he gave him a very mysterious feeling. This is your own effort. I'm just pushing the boat with the current. Lin Ling smiled faintly and did not take the credit. However, Ouyang Feiyang beside him rolled his eyes. Pushing the boat with the current allowed an expert to break through? When will you help me push the boat with the current? Lin Ling also saw this and smiled helplessly. However, when he looked into the distance, his eyes also turned cold. It was indeed Su Fan. This old dog was indeed always thinking of making things difficult for him. He also wanted to find his weakness and give him a fatal blow. However, this old dog wanted him to die. It was wishful thinking, but it was still lacking. Su Fan, old dog, you still have the face to come here? Lin Ling sneered in his heart and shouted disdainfully. In the distance, Su Fan's face was extremely cold. Lin Ling was very arrogant and dared to call him an old dog in front of him. He did not give him any face at all. If I were you, I would have retired long ago and found a peaceful place to spend my old age. Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out again, causing the expressions of the people who were watching from afar to change slightly. Lin Ling was disdainful of Su Fan's apprentice? However, did Lin Ling have the right to do so? Although Lin Ling had created many miracles, he was only a disciple. However, Su Fan was a former apprentice. Even if he was demoted to an elder, he was more arrogant and more qualified than Lin Ling. Huh, you have the right to talk about me. Su Fan laughed. Su Fan, you are extremely arrogant, and condescending. You only dare to bully disciples like us. In front of Elder Xian, who is stronger, you are like a dog wagging its tail. If you are not convinced, then let me ask you, do you dare to face Elder Xian head-on? Do you dare to not fear the martial house master? If you can't say it, then you don't dare. You only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. As the icy voice sounded out, Su Fan's complexion turned ugly. Indeed, he did not dare. He only knew how to bully the weak and find a sense of accomplishment in the bodies of weak martial artists. Then you dare. Su Fan angrily said. However, after his words fell, his complexion instantly turned ferocious. Lin Ling, you don't dare? Everyone's pupils shrank. Su Fan's rhetorical question was simply slapping himself in the face. Lin Ling didn't dare? In the Dragon Coiling Lake Grand Tournament, Lin Ling did not fear Great Sunchild, did not fear the Justice Duan bloodline, and did not fear the martial house master. Lin Ling was not someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If you were strong, he would be even stronger. This is a dignified apprentice. If you still had any face left, then you would have already left the 7 profound martial house. Also, do you regret it? In the past, during the apprenticeship ceremony, because I killed your disciple and nephew, you didn't ask me what was right or wrong. You framed me, thinking that if I didn't become your disciple, I would inevitably decline and be toyed with in the palm of your hand. However, what was the result? Lin Ling sneered again. Chapter 628. Seeking his own humiliation. To be honest, Su Fan was a bit regretful. He had never thought that such a small and insignificant youth would bring about such a great response. His name had shaken the entire 7 profound martial house, and he had shamed himself to become an elder. If history could be reversed, then he would have chosen to receive Lin Ling as his disciple. At that time, his situation would have been the opposite. He would have borrowed Lin Ling's glory to make his status as an apprentice even more dazzling. However, he did not regret anything. When he thought that Lin Ling had killed his nephew and disciple, he had taken a wrong step. He had misjudged Lin Ling's potential. Lin Ling is really fierce. Although the surrounding youths were all former disciples of Su Fan, it was undeniable that Lin Ling had done a lot. They were convinced and even felt inferior. What was laughable was that because of their inferiority complex and jealousy, they had followed Su Fan to see Lin Ling's good show. You little beast, shut up for me. Su Fan was unable to refute. He angrily roared in shame. Su Fan, you are an ancient apprentice of the Seven Profound Martial House. But you use your status as an apprentice to make things difficult for a small disciple like me, and yet you have failed time and time again. Don't you feel ashamed? You have failed several times and brought shame upon yourself. This time you want to borrow the hands of others to humiliate me, but you have still failed. I do not understand why your face is so thick. Lin Ling's every word was like a sword, deeply piercing into Su Fan's heart. After becoming a proud son of heaven on the Seven Profound Heavens chosen list, Lin Ling did not want to provoke anyone for the time being. He only wanted to quietly grow. But that did not mean that he was a soft persimmon that Su Fan could play with in his hands. No matter what you say, because you have no respect for your elders, today I will clean up the house. Su Fan's eyes were red. Lin Ling's words had obviously hit his sore spot, and also pierced into his heart. Therefore, no matter what the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House were, he had to obliterate Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven, and he was an elder. Unless Lin Ling made a great mistake, he had no right to move against Lin Ling. After all, the Seven Profound Martial House was an orthodox hall of martial arts, and not the cruel outside world. But this time he was ready to risk it all. Old dog, I knew that you would always be shameless. However, Lin Ling was still fearless. The crowd in the distance gasped. Su Fan had obviously shed all pretenses of cordiality, but Lin Ling was still fearless. Lin Ling was really a ferocious young man. Elder Mu Lin, Elder Lin Ling's elder. Lin Ling looked to the side, but his finger was pointing at a mountain peak in the distance. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. Lin Ling was actually warning Elder Mu Ba. All right, I'll test that dog's strength. However, Elder Mu Lin nodded without hesitation. He and Su Fan did not have any friendship, it was only a transaction of money. But compared to money, Lin Ling's help was obviously greater. He naturally would not give face to Su Fan. Old ghost Su Fan, let's fight. A loud shout sounded out, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth in the distance. No wonder Lin Ling was so fearless. Elder Mu Lin was already on Lin Ling's side. Moreover, he was the one who had invited Elder Mu Ba. But in the end, Lin Ling had used some kind of trick to make Elder Mu Ba make things difficult for him. This sharp contrast made him wish that he could grind Lin Ling's bones to dust. Mu Lin, I gave you spirit crystals, but you took the money and didn't do anything. Don't tell me you don't keep your word? Lin Ling is only a junior. For him, you dare to offend me. On the mountain peak, Su Fan's angry voice sounded out. Shwa. A large number of spirit crystals were thrown over. These were the spirit crystals that Su Fan had given to Mu Lin. Mu Lin had already broken through, and these spirit crystals were nothing to him. Don't you know that I don't care about status? Lin Ling is my benefactor. Not to mention that you are only an elder now. Even if you were Elder Xian, I would still fight you. Elder Mu Lin's disdainful voice sounded out, causing Su Fan's hair to stand on end. What kind of magic potion did Lin Ling feed Mu Lin? Fight. Mu Ba obviously would not answer him. Su Fan's pupils constricted as his crazy fighting spirit erupted. Mu Ba was a martial arts fanatic, and once he decided to fight, he would fight until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. He did not dare to face such a madman. Most importantly, Elder Mu Ba had broken through to the next realm. Lin Ling, relying on others to help you, what kind of martial artist are you? Su Fan roared loudly. He realized that he had failed to make things difficult for Lin Ling today. You are indeed shameless. I am just a disciple, yet you use your status as an elder to make things difficult for me. Are you a martial artist? Moreover, since you are so arrogant, don't leave if you dare. Lin Ling shouted coldly at the bottom of the valley. You! Su Fan said in a low voice. He looked at Mu Ba with fear, and finally strode away. His anxious look made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble violently. Master Su Fan was afraid, and he was so embarrassed. You want to leave without a fight? Dog, don't run. However, Elder Mu Ba still chased after him, causing Su Fan's heart to tremble violently. Rumble. The battle between the two spread far and wide. Elder Muba is indeed a martial arts fanatic. How terrifying! Many people were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. They had come to watch Lin Ling's show, but now, Master Su Fan seemed to have shot himself in the foot. He was being chased by Elder Muba like a stray dog. Then, many people looked at the young man in the blue and white robe in the valley, and their hearts were filled with fear. Lin Ling seemed to have noticed the crowd's gaze. His right hand waved on a huge rock in front of the mountain river valley, and a few words appeared: "Miscellaneous people and dogs are not allowed to enter." What? He is calling us dogs. The crowd's gaze froze. Lin Ling was still as frivolous as before, and he had scolded many people. Go! Go! They did not dare to stay any longer. At this moment, who would dare to watch a good show? You are asking for humiliation. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. How people treat me is how I treat them. If those people want to watch a good show, then let's see if they are qualified. After chasing Su Fan away, Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang once again returned to the mountain river valley. Not long after, Elder Muba also returned, but after noticing the changes in the valley, he was shocked again. Then, he thickened his face and did not leave. After all, cultivating in the valley was twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, he could absorb the ancient spiritual energy from the ancient trees. Such a treasure land could not be missed. Lin Ling was also helpless towards Elder Muba's thick face. However, with Elder Muba, he could be considered to have one more bodyguard. In the next few days, Sakura, Long Xiaochen and the others came. After noticing the rich spiritual energy in the mountain river valley, they did not leave. Among them, Elder Sword also came. Hee, old people like to be lively. I will stay with you juniors. Elder Sword's face was obviously thicker than Muba's, which made Sakura laugh helplessly. Chapter 629. Snow Peak. The years of cultivation had always passed very quickly. 10 days had passed, and Lin Ling's cultivation had taken another step forward. The power of the mountain river valley spiritual root had been revealed. He knew that if he used spirit crystals to cultivate, he would have to spend even more time. However, Lin Ling had not touched upon the peak of the king's spirit realm. This made Lin Ling feel some regret. Although not long ago he had made a name for himself in the 7 profound martial house, he was not the least bit arrogant or complacent. He knew that he was nothing. After all, the rainforest Holy Land was extremely vast. There were 7 great martial halls, 5 great ancient countries, and even 7 profound heaven's chosen talents. At present, he was only at the beginning. Take Su Fan for example. If he was strong enough, why would he fear him? Letting out a long breath, Lin Ling did not dwell on his cultivation. Just as he stood up, a voice sounded out. It was Ouyang Feiyang. Lin Ling, Gu Sushue is giving a martial arts lecture. She has invited you. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. The 7 profound martial house had 36 academies, and each of the 36 academies were responsible for teaching martial arts. Every time there was a martial arts lecture, there would be a massive number of geniuses that would go. He had no friendship with Gu Sushue, so why would she invite him? On this point, Ouyang Feiyang was also very puzzled. But he guessed, the 7 profound martial house is a place to train geniuses. Generally speaking, the great ancient countries of the 100 domains often recruit geniuses from their martial halls. Perhaps this invitation also has this meaning. I just don't know which influence Gu Sushue represents. Lin Ling frowned. The rainforest Holy Land was a place where there were many great influences, and powerhouses were as common as clouds. However, he was still very weak. Sometimes it was better to have a friend than an enemy. So he wanted to see what this apprentice wanted. Then let's go take a look. The 2 people left the mountain valley side by side. The 7 profound martial house had 36 academies, and each of them was a place where the 36 academies would give martial arts lectures. This time's lecture was held at the Snow Peak. The Snow Peak was a strange sight. It was said that it was a cold corner of the rainforest Holy Land, and thus caused the climate to change. The entire mountain peak was covered in ice and snow. However, for martial artists who cultivated water or ice attribute, it was a pretty good place to cultivate. After arriving at the snow-capped peak, Lin Ling looked at the towering steps, his eyes twinkling. The peak of the mountain was covered in white snow. It was magnificent. Have you heard? Lu Xian's strength has increased once again. His ranking on the 7 Profound Prodigy roll has risen by another rank. What's the big deal? I heard that Murong Qi, one of the top 100 geniuses, was badly beaten by the geniuses of the Xiaotian Academy 3 days ago. He returned with serious injuries and lost face. The rainforest's sacred land is too big. Every genius wants to rise, but the difficulty is harder than ascending to the heavens. There were many youths in the surroundings, chatting as they walked. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Geniuses from the 7 Profound Prodigy roll? Right now, he should be in last place. It said that the 7 Profound Prodigy ranking has recruited another genius. It's Tai Yuzhan. 10 days ago, he was lucky enough to break through to the Emperor's spirit realm. Another genius said, making the people around him envious. Entering the 7 Profound Prodigy list was the goal of every guard-level disciple. Unfortunately, the condition was too strict. One had to reach the Emperor's spirit realm before the age of 20. It said that he has a grudge against Lin Ling. Lin Ling has also entered the 7 Profound Prodigy roll. However, Tai Yuzhan is above Lin Ling. Tai Yuzhan will definitely challenge Lin Ling in order to advance his ranking. Someone said with anticipation. Lin Ling is dead meat. He entered the 7 Profound Prodigy roll with an exception. His combat strength is not up to par. Many people gloated. Most of them were jealous of Lin Ling, the dark horse. Therefore, they were looking forward to seeing Lin Ling lose face. Lin Ling had claimed first place in the Dragon Lake competition. It was said that he could fight against an initial stage Emperor's Spirit Realm cultivator. However, that was an ordinary initial stage Emperor's Spirit Realm cultivator. He was not a genius, let alone a genius. Lin Ling, these Moon Guard level disciples are all despicable. Ouyang Feiyang could not help but frown when he heard the conversation around him. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was as if the mansion master had allowed Lin Ling to become a genius, but he had harmed Lin Ling. No matter where you go, there will always be martial artists who deceive themselves. They think that if I lose, their status and strength will rise. They don't know that if you want to be respected, you have to become stronger, not by watching others fall. Lin Ling did not care. Moreover, he was not surprised by the current situation. The mansion master had allowed him to become a genius because he wanted to harm him. Soon, they arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking around, there was a white light flashing. It was a holy light. The snow here was different. In the distance, there was a crystal palace. This should be Master Gu Sushua's mansion. In front of the mansion, a large number of youths were entering. It was clear that a martial arts lecture by a master was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these geniuses who were stuck at a bottleneck. Even some of the geniuses on the 7 Profound Prodigy roll had come. Hey, Lin Ling. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Lin Ling turned around and found that it was the genius girl from his previous cohort, Tang Yu. The current Lin Ling was no longer a newcomer to the rainforest Holy Land. He also knew that there were 5 great ancient countries, and the Great Tang Empire was one of them. Moreover, Yu had gone to the Great Tang Empire. This meant that Tang Yu's background was not simple. Besides Tang Yu, there were also Zhua Mo and Lan Feng behind her. At this moment, the two of them had awkward expressions. In the past, they had come together on a dragon boat, and Lin Ling had been above them. They had thought that after becoming honorary disciples, they would definitely surpass Lin Ling. However, at the Dragon Pan Lake competition, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 Profound. Now, their hearts were like dead ashes. Especially when they thought of how smug they had been during the competition, the two of them felt even more embarrassed. Lin Ling, I hope you don't take the previous matter to heart. I was young and frivolous. Sometimes I was not convinced by others, so I offended you. Zhua Mo finally said. Beside him, Lan Feng also had a sincere gaze. They were convinced by Lin Ling. The previous matter? What matter? I'm a bit forgetful, so I forgot what it was. Lin Ling said with a smile, causing Zhuo Mo and Lan Feng to tremble. They apologized, but in reality, they were prepared to accept Lin Ling's mockery. After all, if it was someone else, they would definitely be proud and even slap their faces. However, Lin Ling did not. Instead, he gave them a way out, saying that he had forgotten the previous matter. At this moment, they suddenly became excited. They wanted to say something, but they could not say anything. No wonder Lin Ling could be above them. Such a broad mind was rare. We are all geniuses from the same cohort. How can there be so many things to remember? It's fine as long as we study together in the martial house. Tang Yu knew that Lan Feng were excited and could not help but smooth things over with a smile. However, she also admired Lin Ling's broad-mindedness. Little Princess Tang Yu, when did you like to be in the same company as these trash? Be careful not to be together too often. At that time, you will be implicated and forever be in the circle of trash. At this moment, a cunning and harsh voice came, causing everyone to look over. Chapter 630. Heavenly Dragon Empire. These three youths seemed to be 7 profound prodigies, and Lin Ling recognized one of them. It was Tai Yuzhan. What did you say? Zhuo Mo was always proud and arrogant, so he immediately replied coldly. After all, the other side had called them trash the moment they arrived. This was too humiliating. Even though they were just nominal disciples, they were not the weakest among the nominal disciples. Impudent, do you have the right to talk back to me? The young girl's face instantly turned cold. Tang Yu took a step forward and stood in front of Zhuo Mo. Long Ling, it's just a grudge between you and me. Why involve others? You lost to me last time, so by mocking the people around me this time, you can regain your lost face? Long Ling? The eyes of the surrounding youths flashed, and then they inhaled sharply. According to what they knew, there was only one place in the 100 territories that had the surname Long, and that was the Heavenly Dragon Empire of the 5 great ancient countries. Heavenly Dragon Empire, the second ancient country of the 100 territories. Like the Justice Duan family, they were ancient and had an ancient bloodline. Other than the Rainforest Holy Land, no other power dared to provoke them. Now, the young girl's surname was Long? Zhuo Mo's eyes narrowed. The dissatisfaction at the beginning was deeply buried in his heart. The other side was not someone he could provoke. However, the other side might not be willing to let him go. Tang Yu, I know you're strong, but that doesn't mean your friends are strong. They're just trash. Tai Yuzhan, slap their faces for me, 50 slaps each. The young girl shouted. She had a grudge with Tang Yu, but she did not dare to provoke Tang Yu directly, so she used Tang Yu's friends to vent her anger. I'll do it, 100 slaps each. On the side, Tai Yuzhan smiled and nodded. His gaze swept and suddenly landed on Lin Ling. There was joy and anger in his heart. He did not expect to meet Lin Ling here, and he was happy because he wanted Lin Ling to lose face here. 100 it is. It's best to slap their faces until they're swollen. The girl called Long Ling immediately nodded. Her unruly appearance made the hearts of the surrounding geniuses tremble. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire really couldn't be offended. Tang Yu's friend was in trouble. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a cold voice came from Tang Yu's side. Birds of a feather flock together. Like people make like friends. Those with cheap mouths make friends with cheap people. What's funny is that this kind of person actually has the nerve to call other people's friends trash. Silence. In front of the gate, everyone's eyes widened. The bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon Empire was noble and proud. However, there was someone who dared to insult the Dragon Bell Princess. Did this person think that because he was at the 7 profound martial house, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would not dare to move against him? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that the speaker was a young boy, who was also the youngest among Tang Yu's group. However, who was this boy? Zhuo Mo's body shook. Before, he had been discontent at being insulted, so he had retaliated. But after learning of the other's origins, he could only swallow his anger. Yet he hadn't thought that the person beside him would dare to vent for him. That person was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. If it was just a small insult, He wouldn't have had the time to pay attention to it. But this dragon belle had gone too far. Not only had she insulted him, but she had also slapped him in the face. He couldn't ignore her. Not to mention, the one who had been slapped in the face included him, and it was the extreme moon beheader who had slapped him. You insulted me? Dragon Belle's pretty face was covered with frost. She couldn't believe her ears. In the 7 profound martial house, there was actually someone who dared to insult her? It had to be known that she was one of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's princesses. She was aloof and remote. Even some of the elders of the 7 profound martial house had to treat her with respect. Yet this unknown youth dared to insult her? Extreme moon beheader, get back here, I'll do it. Come. Beside Dragon Belle, a young man in a gorgeous white robe stepped forward. This person was very tall, and his long hair was extremely soft. At first glance, one would think that he was a woman. He was handsome to the point of being feminine. However, this kind of handsomeness was a bit bewitching. Perhaps a woman would be attracted to him, but a man would have an uncomfortable feeling. In the 7 profound martial house, it has been a long time since anyone has dared to provoke my Heavenly Dragon Empire. Last year, all those who dared to provoke us died. This year, there is a newcomer who doesn't understand the rules. The young man's voice was very soft, but as it spread out, it gave people a sense of alarm and fear. His words were very clear. If anyone dared to speak ill of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, then they would be taught a lesson. Moreover, there would be no reason to teach them a lesson. So overbearing. Zuemo and the others' faces were gloomy. The other party was very overbearing. Only they could teach others a lesson, but they couldn't allow others to resist. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. This is the 7 profound martial house. Zuemo couldn't help but say. This matter was caused by him, but Lin Ling was speaking up for him. How could he be a coward? So what? The young man's face was indifferent. He stretched out his right hand, and a fierce spiritual energy erupted. On his arm, it formed a blue poisonous dragon. It bared its fangs and claws as it stared at Zuemo with a majestic aura. As this dragon appeared, an irresistible majesty filled the air. All around, everyone stepped back, their faces filled with fear. A powerhouse of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Not just any ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist, but a proud son of heaven. What a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. A genius of the Emperor Spirit Realm, even if he didn't use any martial arts, still gave off a suppressive feeling. This was the suppression of spiritual energy. If the King Spirit Realm was compared to a vast river, then the Emperor Spirit Realm was a vast sea. No matter how wild the river was, how could it compete with the sea? Remember, my name is Long Zhe. If I want to teach you a lesson, you can try and see if anyone dares to stop me. The young man said again, his arrogance like the clouds. His right hand was about to strike the several people, but at this time, a calm voice sounded out. Apprentice Gusu is teaching martial arts. You people are making a ruckus here, what a scandal. An old man wearing a long robe appeared at the door. It was an elder. Zuemo and the others were overjoyed. An elder had come. Before, Long Zhe had said that it didn't matter who came, he would still teach them a lesson. But now, would he dare to say such words? However, they were surprised. Long Zhe's face was still indifferent. It's just teaching some newcomers a lesson. There is no need to trouble Elder Lu. Long Zhe is not afraid of the elder. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Long Zhe was very arrogant. Even though the elder had come, he still wanted to attack. It could be said that he didn't care about anything. But, would the elder allow Long Zhe to do as he pleased? Long Zhe, you can teach them a lesson, but can you not do it now? The elder's face slightly changed. Although he was dissatisfied with Long Zhe's attitude, he was afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Empire behind Long Zhe. Long Zhe indifferently shook his head and directly refused. Hearing this, many people's faces changed drastically. Long Zhe was indeed powerful, he attacked without hesitation. No one could stop him. If you want to attack, I won't object. Some of the people here have been invited. If you attack them, Apprentice Gusu won't let you off. The elder reminded Long Zai again. Elder Lu, these are just lowly commoners. They came here to secretly learn some martial arts. They don't have the qualifications to be invited. Even we don't have the qualifications to be invited. Brother, don't give them face. Chapter 631. Muddling through, what martial arts are you talking about? The surrounding geniuses had ugly complexions. Long Ling was also disdainful of them, saying that they were lowly commoners. Coming here to listen to Apprentice Master Gusu's lecture was stealing martial arts. This was a humiliation. However, although they were angry in their hearts, they did not dare to speak back. I said that if I want to fight, no one can stop me. Even the elders are not surprised. Today, in front of the elders, I will teach you a lesson. Long Zai's complexion was calm from beginning to end. Even if the elders came, he was not moved. He was very arrogant, and also very overbearing. Just as he finished speaking, Elder Lu suddenly asked, "May I ask this disciple, are you Lin Ling?" Lin Ling? The crowd was stunned. They did not think that the Lin Ling who had recently shaken the 7 profound martial house would appear here. At this moment, Lin Ling's complexion was indifferent. Since Long Zai wanted to fight, he also wanted to test the strength of this proud son of heaven. But as he heard Elder Lu's polite voice, he nodded. "You are Lin Ling. Apprentice Master Gusu has been waiting for a long time. She thought you would not come." Elder Lu's attitude had clearly changed. He knew that Apprentice Master Gusu had personally invited Lin Ling. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be blocked here? If Apprentice Master Gusu knew this, then he would have been convicted. It had to be known that in the 7 profound martial house, the martial house master had the highest status. The second was Old Xian, then the apprentices, and finally the elders, proud sons of heaven, moon guard level disciples, and so on. Elder Lu, what is the meaning of this? You know that I want to teach someone a lesson, so you deliberately came to stop me? You have to think about it carefully. What do I represent? Seeing Elder Lu politely speak to Lin Ling, Long Zai frowned. I know that you are a proud descendant of an ancient country, so if you want to teach someone a lesson, I will not stop you. But if you want to attack Lin Ling, then I will not let you do as you wish. Elder Lu shook his head. His attitude was different from before. Lin Ling, you are nothing but a lowly commoner. Do you think you can compare to my noble dragon bloodline? Scram, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Long Zai said angrily. Not long ago, he arrogantly said that no one could stop him, but now Elder Lu stopped him. Was he trying to embarrass him? Lin Ling was personally invited by Scholar Gusu. In the entire martial arts lecture, he is the only one who was invited. If you dare to make a move, it will be the same as offending Scholar Gusu. Scholar Gusu will not be afraid of your background. Elder Lu snorted coldly, causing Long Zai's expression to change drastically. Lin Ling was invited? Even the noble people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire were not invited, but Lin Ling, this lowly commoner, was actually invited? How was this possible? Long Ling and Tang Yu's eyes also widened. They were obviously incomparably shocked, especially Long Ling. She was even more disgusted, as if she had eaten a fly. As a princess, she was not invited, but Lin Ling was. Did this mean that Lin Ling was more noble than her? If you touch a single hair on Lin Ling's head, I can't guarantee that you will be able to leave the snow peak. Elder Lu said in an overbearing manner. Before, he was enduring silently, but now, he was using Lin Ling's prestige to intimidate Long Zai. All right, I will endure this for now, but you lowly commoners must remember, never leave the snow peak, or you will regret it. Long Zai was so angry that he started laughing. Today, he had lost a bit of face, which made him very angry. Then, he wanted to take Long Ling and the others into the mansion. However, at that moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Ling walked out step by step. He was not a soft persimmon that would allow people to bully him. What do you want? Long Zai coldly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still walking forward step by step. Before, you were so arrogant, so awe-inspiring, you said that whoever came would teach us a lesson. Why are you running away like a stray dog? Are the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire all so shameless? How bold! Long Zai had not yet spoken when Long Ling shouted. However, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of her, looking down at her condescendingly. Opening your mouth a waste, closing your mouth a lowly commoner, I think you are even more lowly. But, as his words fell, Lin Ling simply slapped out, leaving a clear palm print on Long Ling's face. But Long Ling's eyes widened as if she could not react. You said before that I was the first to counterattack you, and that I was also the #1 person of the 7 profound martial house. Now, let me ask you, am I the first to slap your face? Lin Ling coldly said, leaving Long Ling speechless. This boy, he did not want to live anymore. You are just relying on the prestige of the ancient kingdom, that's all. You don't know that everyone respects you, but they respect the ancient kingdom behind you, not you. Without the ancient kingdom, you are nothing. Everyone here is more arrogant than you. At the very least, your strength came from your own efforts, not from your family or from others. Lin Ling's voice was indifferent. As he spoke, Long Ling fiercely clenched her teeth. Enough, I did not teach you a lesson. You should muddle through, not resist. Not too far away, Long Zai's voice was incomparably cold. He was also surprised. This Lin Ling actually dared to hit the princess? Was he crazy? However, after his words fell, another crisp slap sounded out, causing Long Zai's entire body to tremble. He had said enough, but Lin Ling had immediately given him another slap. This was ignoring his words and provoking his dignity. It is obviously this girl's mouth that is cheap, cursing everyone everywhere. But you are her brother. Not only do you not discipline her, but you indulge her. What qualifications do you have to speak? Lin Ling walked towards Long Zai, causing Long Zai's eyes to fill with murderous intent. This junior actually dared to hit his little sister, and even dare to ignore the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He wanted to see just how much of an idiot this junior's courage was. Lin Ling stopped in front of Long Zai, his eyes indifferently looking at Long Zai. Then, without saying anything, he also slapped out. A martial artist? Muddling through, what martial arts are you talking about? But Long Zai did not dodge this slap. In fact, he had been wondering how much more frivolous Lin Ling would be, but he did not expect that Lin Ling would even dare to hit him in front of everyone. He had not been slapped in the face for many years, and the other party was just a junior at the late stage of the King's spirit realm. Good. I have always been curious whether there will be a moment of weakness in you, but I was wrong. Since you even dare to hit me, then you can die. Roar! Long Zai roared in anger, and a terrifying aura erupted. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He also wanted to see how powerful a true 7 profound heavens chosen was. Perhaps this battle could help him break through. How dare you! Roar! However, as soon as Long Zai's aura erupted, Elder Lu's aura erupted in response. His strength was even stronger than Long Zai's. Furthermore, Elder Lu now had apprentice Gusu's support. He would no longer be afraid of Long Zai's identity. This was because Lin Ling was someone that Scholar Gusu had specially invited. Whoever dared to touch Lin Ling would be beaten up without hesitation. Scholar Gusu would hold up the sky even if the sky collapsed. Rumble! A terrifying aura rushed over, causing Long Zai's face to turn pale. He was a heavens chosen, and was not afraid of any genius of the same age, but he was clearly not a match for Elder Lu. Chapter 632. Stone Carving. I'm not crazy, I'm very clear-headed, so I know that I can offend the Heavenly Dragon Empire for him. Elder Lu's voice was as deep as thunder, making the crowd's heart tremble. Lin Ling's face was so big, not only was he invited by Master Gusu, but Master Gusu was also not afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Empire for Lin Ling. What did this Lin Ling do? Even Lin Ling was surprised. He had a vague feeling that Apprentice Gusu wanted to get to know him. Long Zai breathed heavily. The anger in his heart was restless, but in the end, he suppressed it. He could kill Lin Ling, but he could not guarantee that Master Gusu would not kill him. He did not dare to gamble. Moreover, Lin Ling was just a lowly commoner. It was not worth it to exchange his life for Lin Ling's life. You are very lucky. Stop. Long Zai coldly looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to leave. He would remember this slap. Can you stop farting? Stop. However, as soon as he took a step, Lin Ling's cold voice came out, making Long Zai's face stiffen. The anger in his body surged again. You said that no one can stop you. Why are you still running away? I slapped you. Why are you swallowing your anger like a stray dog? Aren't you a proud descendant of the heavenly dragon? I am just a lowly commoner. Why are you scared? Stop! Lin Ling did not even turn around to look at Long Zai. He disdainfully humphed and said, Do it. Why don't you dare? Trash. Trash. Long Zai's blood was boiling, his brain was buzzing. In the end he clenched his teeth and said, Go. Go. Ah, Lin Ling, good job. Praise. The crowd was full of praise. Before, Long Zai was arrogant. He even scolded them. But now Lin Ling was not afraid of power. He retaliated with a slap. It was very satisfying. Long Zai has the blood of a dragon? How shameful. How can a dragon be so lowly? After being slapped, he ran away. It must be a title he gave himself. Lin Ling is just like the rumors. He doesn't fear any power, he's fearless. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling. The figure in the blue and white robe gave them the feeling that he was an unsheathed sword that would never bend. Lin Ling, go in. Apprentice Gusu has been waiting for a long time. Elder Lu looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling bowed politely. Thank you, Elder Lu. The one who should be thanking you is me. Without you, I wouldn't have dared to provoke the 5 ancient kingdoms, so it was you who gave me the chance to hold my head high. Elder Lu waved his hand. This was also the first time he had seen Lin Ling, so he praised him in his heart. This young man was neither haughty nor humble, neither fearful nor fearful. He was indeed a good seedling. No wonder Master Gusu had personally invited him. After that, the crowd entered the mansion one after another. I'm sorry, I implicated you earlier. I've always had a grudge with Long Ling. Along the way, Tang Yu said apologetically. If it wasn't for her, Lin Ling and the others wouldn't have offended Long Ling. Those people are arrogant by nature. Even without you, they would still bully others. Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, he also knew that as long as the extreme moon slash was there would definitely be trouble. Lin Ling, thank you for earlier. Zhou Mo and the others were grateful. Lin Ling had stood up for them earlier. However, they were also worried for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling seemed to have offended the people of Heavenly Dragon Empire. As if he sensed their worry, Lin Ling smiled and said, Some things can be endured. Once, twice, but not more than 3 times. After all, on the martial path, you can be low-key and endure, but others won't give way. Since you have to face it in the end, it's better to fight calmly. The road of growth will never be smooth sailing. Listening to Lin Ling's words, Zhou Mo and the others' hearts trembled. As they looked at Lin Ling, they discovered that this youth's eyes were extremely clear, and his smile was filled with confidence. Lin Ling's mentality was much better than theirs. He knew that as a martial artist grew, there were some challenges that were unavoidable. A moment later, everyone arrived at the center of the mansion square. They saw that the square was covered in white snow, and a large number of talented youths had already gathered there. Their eyes were burning as they looked at the high stage in front of them. On the high stage, there was a woman quietly sitting there. This woman wore a white fur coat that was as pure as snow. The white fur coat was as white as a fox, and the collar was very low, revealing her full snow-white breasts. Her face was like a hibiscus, and her eyebrows were like willows. This was a beautiful woman with the charm of a mature woman. It had to be known that in the 7 profound martial house, most of them were young girls. But a woman like this that was full of womanly charm was extremely rare. Therefore, to some youths, this kind of woman was extremely lethal. Student Gusu is the most beautiful of the 36 students. She really is as gentle as water. Every time she teaches martial arts, I come just to see her. Her breasts are full and firm. Every time I see them, my blood boils. Be careful not to let Student Gusu know. Student Gusu looks gentle, but when she is serious, she is also very scary. In the square, many people were whispering. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they just happened to hear them. They could only helplessly shake their heads. When they looked at the high stage, they finally understood why this was happening. So beautiful, Ouyang Feiyang said with appreciation. Lin Ling smiled and said, listening to her lectures is also a kind of tempering of one's heart of martial arts. Look over there. As he finished speaking, he pointed in another direction. Several people followed Lin Ling's finger and saw that far away in the square, under an ancient pine tree, there was a youth who was looking at student Gusu. But his lower body was constantly moving. It was obvious that he was doing something embarrassing. Although geniuses made a living through martial arts, most of these geniuses were youths. They were young and full of vigor. For a beauty like student Gusu, it was naturally difficult for many to control themselves. Ugly! Tang Yu cursed, causing Zui Mo and the others to laugh. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling's eyes were already looking at the high stage. Not only that, but they were surprised. Although student Gusu had the charm of a mature woman, Lin Ling's heart of martial arts was firm and firm. He shouldn't be addicted to it. Lin Ling! Ouyang Feiyang shouted. Lin Ling came back to his senses. He gently smiled and didn't say anything. He walked towards the square with the others. In fact, he hadn't been looking at student Gusu. Instead, he had been looking at the giant stone sculpture behind the high stage. The stone sculpture was of a man holding a great sword. He was tall and sturdy, wise and heroic. Although there were no facial features, it gave Lin Ling an indescribable feeling. This was the feeling of a hero past his prime. And the owner of this stone sculpture was Di Wuji. This feeling was very clear. Lin Ling could even feel that the tyrannical song sword was exuding a sorrowful feeling, as if it was remembering its former master, remembering the number one genius of the 7 profound martial house who had a sword bone. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of such a talent. Di Wuji's talent had been stripped away by his senior apprentice brother. From a genius of his generation, he had become a waste, and he had even been driven out of the 7 profound martial house. No wonder that stone sculpture didn't have any facial features. I'm afraid it wasn't allowed. Lin Ling thought to himself. He could feel a familiar aura from the ancient stone sculpture, and that aura was extremely harmonious with the tyrannical song sword. Tang Yu, what is the origin of that stone sculpture? Chapter 633. Using the zither to teach martial arts, not many people know about that stone sculpture. It's said that it's a sword training stone used by the son of the previous mansion master. Later, it was collected by Master Gusu and was carved into the appearance of that senior. However, the mansion master didn't allow it, so the features of the stone sculpture were removed. However, I heard that the stone sculpture has a spirit of its own. Other than Master Gusu, no one is allowed to approach it. Tang Yu said in a low voice. Not many people knew about this secret. Then, she continued, in the past, when Scholar Gusu was still a prodigy, that senior had once guided Scholar Gusu. Although he didn't take Scholar Gusu as his disciple, Scholar Gusu had always regarded that senior as her master. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Unfortunately, even though Master Gusu respects that senior, because of the mansion master, Master Gusu can only remember him in secret. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This Master Gusu is also a person who values relationships. Ding! At this moment, a clear sound of a zither rang out. On the high platform, the beautiful woman gently played the zither. Her movements were as gentle as water. The faces of the surrounding geniuses turned solemn. They knew that the martial arts lesson had begun. Ding! The sound of the zither drifted into Lin Ling's ears, causing his expression to instantly change. In his mind, a large number of complex and mysterious martial arts appeared. Using zither music to guide martial arts? Then he looked around and found that all the geniuses were sitting cross-legged. They seemed to be immersed in the sound of the zither. In the next moment, Lin Ling couldn't help but be immersed in the sound of the zither as well. Boom! His mind was blank. A large number of blurry figures appeared. These figures were practicing all kinds of mysterious king stage martial arts, from the 1st grade to the 7th grade. Thumb step. Ding! Octave palm. Ding! Heaven's eye. Ding! The enormous amount of martial arts caused Lin Ling's mind to hurt. It seemed to be difficult to digest, but Lin Ling was delighted. He had been lacking a bit to break through to the late stage of the king spirit realm. Now, using the zither to teach martial arts could at least make his breakthrough a bit more vigorous. Moreover, these martial arts stimulated the memories left behind by Senior Limitless, allowing him to faintly understand many things. Starting from the first-grade king-tier martial arts, he absorbed them like a sponge, strengthening his foundation of king-tier martial arts. At the same time, all the young geniuses in the square were comprehending. This was Master Gusu's lecture, and it was a rare opportunity. Moreover, they knew that if they achieved the best results in this lecture, they would be rewarded by Master Gusu. Alas, I failed. I only saw 3 third-grade king-ranked martial arts. But soon, a genius youth withdrew from his comprehension. He couldn't digest too many martial arts. There were also some young geniuses who tried to forcefully absorb the martial arts, but they ended up suffering from chi deviation and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although there were many martial arts, to learn all of them was obviously a test of one's comprehension ability. Therefore, many of them failed. On the square, the sound of the guqin was still drifting in the air, but as time passed, the geniuses woke up one after another. Some were regretful because they had been eliminated, while others were happy because they had at least learned a few martial arts. 5th grade of the king stage, barely able to see through. Ouyang Feiyang also woke up. Then, Zue Mo and Lan Fengya also woke up one after another. They looked to their sides and immediately said in surprise, Tang Yu is so powerful. He's probably comprehending a 6th grade king level. Lin Ling hasn't woken up yet. As expected of a monster. They looked at Lin Ling again and gasped again. As time passed, there weren't many people in the square who were still in a state of comprehension. Only a few people remained, and they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Long Zhe is indeed a prodigy. He's probably comprehended a 6th grade king level martial art. His comprehension ability is so terrifying. The Great Moon Slash is also very powerful. It seems that he has the right to be arrogant since he was able to enter the 7 profound prodigy list. Many young geniuses said enviously. Although they were all geniuses in the 100 territories, at this moment, compared to the real geniuses, they were much more insignificant. And that young man over there is also very powerful. He seems to be Yufan who came with Long Zhe. A little Princess Tang Yu is also not bad. The young man next to her is Lin Ling. He's actually still comprehending. Someone looked again and immediately exclaimed. However, Lin Ling didn't attract much attention. Perhaps many people thought that Lin Ling would be eliminated soon. These little fellows are not bad. On the high stage, Apprentice Gusu's beautiful eyes swept over the square. Then, the melody of the zither began to speed up. This meant that what appeared next were all 6th grade king-level martial arts. An ordinary genius would need a very long time to comprehend a 6th grade king-level martial art. But all of them were 6th grade king-level martial arts. If one's soul force and perception were not strong enough, they would definitely be shocked, and even suffer from cultivation deviation. On the road of martial arts, the more powerful a martial art was, the better it was. It also depended on whether or not a person could digest that martial art. I can't. Before long, Tang Yu's face paled and she withdrew from her state of comprehension. She had failed. This is already very fierce. After all, you've only been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 months. Beside her, Zue Mo comforted her. Tang Yu smiled. She wasn't dispirited, but rather proud. Then, several people looked at the square and saw that the focus was on Long Zhe, Great Moon Slash, and Yufan. These 3 were all prodigies of the 7 profound prodigy list. They had the qualifications to be proud, and countless disciples looked up to them. These 3 have been in the 7 profound martial house for a very long time. Long Zhe has been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 years, Great Moon Slash for 2 years, and Yufan for 1 year. I wonder who will be the last. Many people were looking forward to it, and then sighed in their hearts. When would they be so strong? Ding! The sound of the zither changed again. It was like a raging storm in the sky. The 3 people's complexions changed. Then, one of them opened his eyes and shook his head. It was Great Moonslash. He had obviously failed. But as he looked around, he suddenly proudly stuck out his chest. The third person had a good result. Moreover, he had comprehended a 7th grade king-level martial art. He was waiting to go back and practice it to see how effective it was. Longzhe is worthy of being called Longzhe. Only he can compete with Yufan. The others are not geniuses, they are all mediocre. Great Moonslash lightly said. The crowd had no words to refute, but they were looking forward to it even more. This was a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Between the two of them, who would be the last? Then, they would be valued by Apprentice Gusu and be rewarded with treasures. Ding! The sound of the zither changed again. Longzhe's complexion slightly changed. In his mind, a massive number of 7th grade king-level martial arts appeared. However, this actually made him confident. He was at the early Emperor Spirit Realm. King-level martial arts were only practiced by King Spirit Realm martial artists. Therefore, he was confident that even if he couldn't fully comprehend them, he wouldn't be too far off. Moreover, although he was comprehending, he could hear the voices all around him. He knew that Yufan was competing with him, and this made him smile. Yufan was a man of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but a subordinate was a subordinate. How could he compete with his master? Sure enough, as soon as the 7th grade king-level martial arts appeared, Yufan withdrew from his state of comprehension. His mind was blank, and a massive number of martial arts flowed in his mind. He couldn't digest all of them. The 4th watch is over, please give me a few monthly votes. These monthly votes are so low-key. Chapter 634. The last person. Yufan was also at the initial stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He wanted to learn all the king-level martial arts to strengthen his foundation, but he failed at the last step. Then, he looked around and saw that Longzhe was still comprehending. He shook his head helplessly. Longzhe was ranked higher than him on the 7 profound prodigy list. He was convinced that Longzhe was stronger than him. Longzhe, Longzhe. Many people were cheering. Dazzling geniuses were always the center of attention, not to mention Longzhe's feminine and handsome appearance. Ding! Right at this moment, an even more terrifying martial technique concept appeared. An emperor rank martial technique had appeared. According to legend, the records of emperor rank martial techniques came from the ancient kingdoms of the 100 territories, and every single ancient kingdom's imperial family martial technique had the qualifications to be called an emperor rank martial technique. Thus, monarch rank martial techniques were also called inheritance martial techniques, and every single one of them was capable of dominating the world. I'm at the Emperor Spirit Realm. Emperor-level martial arts are my peak. It's good enough that I can understand one of them. This time I'll stop. Finally, Longzhe opened his eyes. Many people were stunned. Longzhe was terrifying. He had comprehended an emperor-level martial art. He was the genius with the strongest comprehension ability. Master, I've learned a lot. Longzhe patted his clothes and politely bowed to Scholar Gusu on the high platform. He had achieved his goal of coming to the snowy peak this time, which was to receive a reward from Scholar Gusu. Moreover, Scholar Gusu had a good impression of him. According to what he knew, Master Gusu's background wasn't simple. If he could establish a good relationship with her, his position in the Heavenly Dragon Empire would be more stable. Moreover, Master Gusu was such a beautiful woman. He had been secretly in love with her for a long time. If a teacher-student relationship happened, it wouldn't be a bad idea. However, after he spoke, the sound of the zither continued to reverberate from the high platform. Master Gusu hasn't stopped teaching? The crowd was stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Even Longzhe's pupils constricted. What was going on? The lecture isn't over yet. A voice as gentle as water drifted out from Apprentice Gusu's mouth, answering the doubts in everyone's hearts. How is that possible? Longzhe has already left. The lecture should be over. Could it be? There's another genius trying to comprehend martial arts? No way, a genius even more terrifying than Longzhe? The crowd was in an uproar as they looked around. Then, their eyes landed on a young man in a blue and white robe. Their hearts instantly stopped beating. At this moment, Tang Yu and the others were also puzzled, but when they saw everyone looking at them, their bodies trembled and they subconsciously looked to the side. It was Lin Ling. Beside her, Lin Ling was still comprehending. His handsome face was as calm as an ancient well, as if everything that happened in the square had nothing to do with him. Lin Ling, we forgot about him. A terrified voice rang out. Many years later, they forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling, although he hadn't been eliminated before, Lin Ling had only been at the Seven Profound Martial House for 3 months. Naturally, everyone had ignored him, and thought that the light would appear on Long Zhe or Lin Ling's body. But who would have thought that Lin Ling was actually still comprehending? This Lin Ling is amazing. And what was most terrifying was that the zither music was at the boundary of a King Step martial art. But Lin Ling was only at the King Spirit realm, and yet he hadn't experienced cultivation deviation. Compared to Lin Ling, Long Zhe was simply overshadowed. It's him again. Long Zhe's complexion was incomparably ugly. Lin Ling had once again stolen his limelight. At this time, he was proudly standing there, enjoying the admiring gazes of all the other geniuses. But this was incomparably ironic and funny. He hadn't reached the end, but he was already enjoying the limelight. Wasn't this shameful? I almost broke through that barrier. If I wanted to forcefully break through, I could, but that's not what I want to see. At this moment, Lin Ling withdrew from his state of enlightenment. His appearance was calm and relaxed, completely different from those geniuses who had forcefully comprehended before. In fact, he could have continued to comprehend, but he didn't think it would have much effect on him, so he chose to withdraw. He had used the zither music to comprehend 2 things. 1. To strengthen his foundation of a King Step martial art. 2. To ride the waves and break through to the next boundary. Unfortunately, his boundary was still a bit lacking. Then, he saw the gazes of everyone in the square turn towards him. This caused him to frown, not knowing what had happened. Lin Ling, your cultivation is at the late stage of the King Spirit realm, but you actually comprehended the martial arts to the end. Beside him, Tang Yue exclaimed in shock. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he helplessly shook his head. He didn't expect to become the center of attention. I'm speechless. His appearance caused Tang Yue to bitterly smile. Lin Ling didn't seem to know that he had shocked the entire square. As Lin Ling stood up, the zither music in the square also stopped. This caused many people to finally understand that Gusu's final zither was played for Lin Ling. Lin Ling really made people jealous. Impossible. Lin Ling, what sort of scheme did you use to deceive everyone? Screech. In the silence, Tai Yuezhan's angry roar came out. Long Zhe was stronger than him, he was convinced, but Lin Ling was also stronger than him. Why? Only his voice could be heard in the entire square. Lin Ling naturally heard him. He smiled disdainfully. Why do I meet a dog like you everywhere? You used to wag your tail at Su Fan, and now you're climbing the thigh of the heavenly dragon ancient kingdom. Other than being a dog, what else can you do? These words caused many people in the square to cover their mouths and laugh. Although Tai Yuezhan's strength was not bad, he was indeed very much like a dog who flattered everywhere. And that arrogant heavenly dragon over there, why are you standing so straight, standing so high? Do you want to prove that you've lost? Or do you want to tell everyone that your skin is very thick? Shifting his gaze, Lin Ling looked at Long Zhe and smiled. Long Zhe's eyes were cold, he wanted to say something, but he did not have the face to say it. After all, his results were not the best. However, he was a proud descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but he was repeatedly humiliated by Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was really hateful. As upright as a sword, but not without courage and wisdom. The rumored genius Lin Ling. Sure enough, hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. On the high platform, a gentle voice came. Master Gusu quietly looked at Lin Ling, as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. Only she knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Although his cultivation level was not high, but his martial arts comprehension was very deep. Even her Emperor Spirit Realm zither music did not seem to affect this young man. This young man was like a vast ocean, absorbing hundreds of rivers. Moreover, this young man gave her a very familiar feeling, which made her somewhat unable to see through him. "Greetings, Master Gusu." Lin Ling slightly bowed. "Ha, no need to be so polite. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Sister Gusu." Gusu Shui slightly smiled, then stood up. The billowing waves in front of her chest made countless people secretly lick their lips. Then they became even more envious of Lin Ling. After all, Master Gusu actually let Lin Ling call her big sister. This means that they are not disciples anymore, but friends. Chapter 635. Why wait? Seductress! Seductress! Lin Ling whispered in his heart. Then he smiled and said, "I want to see that stone sculpture." "What? Look at the stone sculpture?" Everyone was stunned for a moment before they burst into an uproar. Lin Ling could obtain any reward, but he didn't want it. Instead, he wanted to look at the forbidden stone sculpture. Was he an idiot? Even apprentice Master Gusu was surprised. What shameless boasting! Do you know what that stone sculpture is? At this moment, Long Zai's cold voice sounded out. Many people were puzzled. They knew that it was a forbidden stone sculpture, but as for why it was forbidden, no one knew. It is a stone sculpture. It is a sinner, a disgrace, a waste. It is not tolerated by the seven profound martial house. Anyone who dares to approach it will be beheaded. You Lin Ling are arrogant and ignorant. You actually dare to approach the stone sculpture. You simply don't understand yourself. Long Zai said with disdain. It's Di Wuji. Some people responded. If there was a disgrace and sinner, then it was the former martial house master's son, Di Wuji. That's right, you still want to look at the stone sculpture. Apprentice Master Gusu's voice was low and sad. In the past, that senior had guided her and allowed her to step onto the path of martial arts. However, under the slander of the current martial house master, that senior had become the laughingstock of tens of thousands of people. Sinner, disgrace, waste. Now, the stone sculpture had become a taboo. No one dared to approach it. It was like a monster being ridiculed by tens of thousands of people. He doesn't dare. He only knows that apprentice Master Gusu loves stone sculptures, so he played along with her. However, when he learned of the terror of the stone sculpture, he regretted it. This kind of person only wants to fish for fame. In order to approach apprentice Master Gusu, he is simply shameless. Long Zai's mocking voice sounded out again, causing many people to nod. In order to curry favor with apprentice Master Gusu, Lin Ling wanted to look at the stone sculpture? If so, then Lin Ling would lose face. After all, after learning of the terror of the stone sculpture, Lin Ling would not dare to look at the stone sculpture again. Forbidden stone sculpture, beheaded by tens of thousands. Lin Ling, if you have the courage, then go. Tai Yuzhan also coldly smiled. Lin Ling, don't go. Tang Yu said softly beside Lin Ling. She didn't know why Lin Ling wanted to look at the stone carvings. Was it really to please apprentice Gusu? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He looked at Tai Yuzhan and said, "Didn't you say that I cheated? All right then, now that everyone has proven themselves, we will walk towards the stone sculpture together. Do you dare?" And Long Zai, the proud descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, "Do you dare?" The two words "do you dare" shook the entire plaza, causing countless people to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was challenging Extreme Moon Beheader and Long Zai. Long Zai's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was questioning his pride, telling him to walk towards the stone sculpture as well. However, he didn't dare. The reason why the forbidden stone sculpture was terrifying was because it was a sword training stone. It was rumored that it already had a sword spirit. If a stranger approached, they would be killed without mercy. Therefore, he didn't dare. You only know how to talk and not do. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is only SOSO. Lin Ling said disdainfully. Long Zai's face turned gloomy. Soon after, Long Zai saw Lin Ling walk out. He sneered and said, "You only know how to talk and not do. Aren't you running away now?" "Did I say that I gave up?" Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He slowly walked towards the high platform. He was using his own actions to prove that even if the stone sculpture was forbidden, he would still go and look at it. Long Zai's eyes narrowed. He thought that Lin Ling was going to leave the plaza. He didn't expect that Lin Ling would still go and look at the stone sculpture despite knowing that it was forbidden. Wasn't he afraid of death? This guy is so brave. Many young geniuses admired Lin Ling. He knew that there were tigers in the mountain, but he still chose to go there. Why does he want to look at the stone sculpture? Apprentice Gusu murmured. At this moment, she couldn't see through this young man anymore. He will die under the stone sculpture. Tai Yuzhan said coldly. He was waiting for a good show. Countless eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. He ignored them and walked towards the stone sculpture step by step. His elegant blue and white robe made many people feel like they were dreaming. Soon after, they saw that Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the stone sculpture. Boom! A terrifying chi was released. That was a sword, countless swords. It was as if an ancient strong cultivator was holding the sword of heaven and earth, preventing Lin Ling from getting closer. You can't see clearly, you have to touch the forbidden area. You deserve to die. Long Zhe laughed gloatingly. But, however, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling took another step forward. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Long Zhe's eyes widened. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the sword spirit. A formless sword wind drifted out, sweeping across the square. Many young geniuses felt the terror of the stone sculpture. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling didn't hesitate and continued to move forward. The sword training stone is the essence of the senior's many years of sword practice. After a long time, a sword spirit has been born. Unless it's someone recognized by the senior, anyone who gets close to it will be killed. Why is he fine? Gusu Shui looked at Lin Ling's back. She breathed heavily, causing her plump buttocks to jump up and down. He's getting closer and closer. The square was incomparably silent. Everyone stared at the young man. Finally, at a certain moment, the young man finally reached the stone sculpture. The stone sculpture was ancient and tall, like a giant that supported the heavens. Compared to the young man seemed incomparably small. But for some reason, the young man at this moment was like a giant that supported the heavens. Why are you waiting? A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. Many people were puzzled. Lin Ling was talking to the stone sculpture? Was he stupid? Crazy. Tai Yuezhan coldly snorted. He didn't know why, but when he saw Lin Ling once again shocking the crowd, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. After all, he wanted to see Lin Ling lose face, to see Lin Ling overestimate himself and be killed by the stone sculpture. If you don't understand, then don't speak nonsense. He's communicating with the stone sculpture, talking to the sword spirit. At this moment, Gusu Shui's cold voice sounded, causing Tai Yuezhan's face to turn ugly. The apprentice was scolding him. But the stone sculpture had been there for so many years. Could Lin Ling communicate with the stone sculpture? What a fool's dream. Even Gusu Shui was puzzled. She was the only one who could get close to the stone sculpture, but she had never been able to communicate with it. However, she could feel that the stone sculpture had a soul, and the feeling it had towards her was the kindness of a senior. It was difficult for Lin Ling to communicate with the stone sculpture. To gain its recognition was even more difficult. At this moment, on the high stage, Lin Ling's face was sorrowful. The stone sculpture was lonely and desolate, like a hero past his prime. This was the sword spirit of Senior Wuji. In his eyes, ancient scenes appeared. In the past, Di Wuji's name had shaken the holy land of the rainforest. He had an outstanding talent, but unfortunately his talent had been stripped away by his senior apprentice brother, and he had been forced to wander the world. The pride of the Di bloodline had also declined. And the banner at the highest peak of the Seven Profound Martial House had changed from the surname Di to the surname Tian. Tian represented the current Martial House master, Tun Lin. Di represented the Di bloodline. However, their pride had been stripped away, and the banner had been torn down and trampled underfoot. This was not a fair fight, but a conspiracy. If Di Wuji's talent hadn't been taken away, if his father hadn't wasted half his cultivation to save Di Wuji, if his father hadn't been besieged in the final battle, how could the banner have been taken away? The stone sculpture was Di Wuji's sword spirit. It was also Di Wuji's only obsession in the Seven Profound Martial House. This was a belief. It was waiting day and night. It was waiting for the deep banner to be inserted into the clouds of the seven profound martial house once again. Chapter 636. I carry your pride on my shoulders. Senior Wuji has always been kind to others, but he ended up like this. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with tears. He had only met Di Wuji once, and Di Wuji had left everything to him, but had never asked him to do anything. Di Wuji had always been kind to others before his death because he liked Lin Ling, so he didn't want Lin Ling to carry his responsibilities. But now Lin Ling wanted to take on this battle. I carry your pride on my shoulders, and I will help you plant your banner. Exclamation point. Lin Ling said to himself resolutely. His goal of challenging the prefecture lord had become even more firm. Then, with a clang, he pulled out the tyrannical song from his back and pointed it at the sky. Rumble. The stone statue moved. Countless cracks appeared, and a large amount of light surged towards Lin Ling. It seemed that it had finally arrived. Boom. With a loud sound, the entire stone statue exploded, and dust flew everywhere. In the eyes of countless people, an indomitable figure quietly appeared with a sword pointing at the sky. The stone statue has acknowledged him. The sword spirit has finally arrived. Exclamation point. Gusu Shue's heart trembled violently. She bit her red lips so hard that blood flowed out, but she didn't feel it. Her beautiful eyes stared at the young man, and there was only one guess in her heart. That senior's successor had arrived. Rumble. On the high platform, the aftermath shook. Lin Ling stood upright, and the tyrannical song in his hand quietly changed. The two sword spirits seemed to have merged together, and a surge of joy and excitement was emitted. Only this sword sings hegemony song of the world. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He could sense that the tyrant song sword was emanating a terrifying sword will, which made him feel as if his entire body was filled with power. It was as if he could slash the heavens with his sword and sing the tyrant song for 1,000 years. This power came from the stone statue's sword spirit. It seemed to have waited for a long time, and it was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a terrifying sword intent. Of course, this sword intent would decrease as time passed, and it would eventually allow the tyrannical song to reach 60% sword intent. This was incomparably terrifying. After all, Lin Ling's hegemon sword art's final move was only half a step into 50% sword intent. But now it had reached 60% sword intent. Is this the final change? However, there is still a large amount of sword intent in the tyrannical song sword. These will disappear with the passage of time, so it's best not to waste them. Lin Ling gently stroked the tyrannical song sword before coldly laughing. He was confident that he would be able to kill any mid-stage or even late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Cultivator with this short amount of time. How could he possibly waste it? I'm sorry, I walked in front of the stone sculpture. A cold voice rang out in the air, causing the entire place to be silent. Numerous gazes were fixed on Lin Ling, after which a heroic voice rang out, Long Zhe, Taiyuan, you two pieces of trash. Before this, you didn't dare to challenge me. Do you dare to challenge me again? What? Lin Ling is challenging two geniuses? Many people's hearts trembled violently. Lin Ling was too arrogant. At this moment, Long Zhe and Taiyuan's faces were extremely gloomy. Before, when Lin Ling asked them to walk towards the stone sculpture, they didn't dare to do so. Now Lin Ling even dared to challenge them. This Lin Ling was courting death. Do you dare to let me test my sword? While the two of them were furious, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out again. You're too arrogant. I'll challenge you to a duel. After all, you're above me on the 7 profound genius list. I'll take your ranking in front of everyone. Taiyuan wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, so he naturally agreed. Duel? I'm sorry, I'm not your opponent. However, just as Taiyuan was about to jump onto the stage, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. The crowd was stunned. Lin Ling had challenged two geniuses to a duel, but now he admitted defeat and said that he wasn't Taiyuan's opponent. This was too embarrassing. Even if you're not my opponent, I'll still challenge you to take my ranking. Taiyuan didn't plan on letting Lin Ling go. In fact, he also knew that Lin Ling wasn't his opponent. After all, he was a genius of the Emperor Spirit realm. However, Lin Ling admitting defeat made him lose a lot of face. You've already challenged me to a duel. How can I not fight just because you admit defeat? You have to fight even if you don't want to. Tai Yuzhan shouted again with incomparable arrogance. However, Lin Ling disdainfully shook his head and said, I'm not your opponent in a duel, but in a battle to the death. Are you my opponent? What? A battle to the death? Lin Ling means that he admitted defeat in the duel, but in a battle to the death, Tai Yuzhan must win. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Tai Yuzhan was stunned and his eyes turned red. Lin Ling didn't admit defeat, he wanted to kill him. This made him angry and shouted, I accept your challenge to a battle to the death. Yes. In the 7 profound martial house, disciples couldn't casually kill each other. But if there were grievances that were difficult to resolve, then they could use a battle to the death. I've been waiting for you to say this. I'll cut you down with my sword. Lin Ling laughed, his voice shaking the heavens. The grudges between him and Tai Yuzhan should be resolved, but this wasn't enough. He looked at Long Zhe and said, What about you? After Tai Yuzhan dies, do you dare to come to a battle to the death? Since they were enemies, then he might as well kill them all in one fell swoop to avoid future troubles. I've already wanted to invite you to a battle to the death, but I was afraid that you wouldn't dare. Now that you've taken the initiative to invite me to a battle, you're just courting death. Long Zhe was incomparably surprised. Lin Ling was stupid. To invite him to a battle to the death, he was more than happy to do so. Lin Ling is crazy. In the blink of an eye, he's defeated 2 people, and they're both masters of the Emperor Spirit realm. Lin Ling is only at the late King Spirit realm. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They had already heard of Lin Ling's reputation, but seeing him in person today, it really was better than seeing him in person. Not only that, but Lin Ling had only been a 7 profound heavens chosen for a short period of time, and now he dared to challenge the older generation of heavens chosen. This courage was truly admirable. No longer paying attention to Long Zhe, Lin Ling looked at Tai Yuzhan, and then helplessly shook his head. Tai Yuzhan, I think you're very pitiful. In the past, in order to flatter Master Su Fan, you've suppressed me many times, and even had people assassinate me. The result was that you didn't die, but today, in order to flatter the Heavenly Dragon Empire, you've lost your life. I only hope that you won't be a dog in your next life. It's hard to say who's going to lose their life. The pitiful one is you. Although I flatter others, at least I'm constantly getting stronger. Although you're not afraid of power, you're still going to die. However, you've helped me achieve my goal. Before I die, you let me flatter Great Sun Elder and Su Fan again. Tai Yuzhan laughed. Lin Ling said that he liked to flatter others, then he would admit it. In any case, the one who died was Lin Ling. So what if Lin Ling laughed at him? He could only laugh at him in hell. In this world, the one who survived would be the one who had the last laugh. I'm at the early Emperor Spirit realm, and you're only at the late King Spirit realm. The gap between our realms can never be closed. Lin Ling died. Tai Yuzhan didn't give Lin Ling any more chances to speak. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom! The stage shook, and countless people's hearts trembled. Early Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses were indeed terrifying. In the 7 profound heavens chosen list, Tai Yuzhan's ranking was indeed higher than Lin Ling's. And Lin Ling challenged him to a battle. They couldn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Countless gazes fell on Lin Ling. Some were gloating, some were worried, but most of them were indifferent. They were wondering how many moves Lin Ling could block from Tai Yuzhan. But how many moves? Chapter 637. The flame of faith was not extinguished. My sword world dominates the world. Swish. A sharp sword light slashed out, wanting to cut the sun and moon in half. Countless people closed their eyes because it was too terrifying. It was like the sun in the sky, like a sword that did not exist in this world. Rumble. This sword shook the heavens and earth. It was Lin Ling's strongest sword attack so far. Because this was not Lin Ling's power, but the power of the stone statue's sword soul. It was a power that would fade with time, so it would be useless if it was not used now. No! Before the sword hit Tai Yuzhan sensed how terrifying it was. It should not exist in the king's spirit realm. Even a peak emperor spirit realm cultivator would not be able to do so. 80% sword intent. Gu Sushue stared at the sword. It was very familiar. She vaguely saw the elegance of that senior. How is this possible? Long Zai's expression changed. He thought Lin Ling was an ant, but after Lin Ling's sword attack, he realized how terrifying it was. Swish. He quickly rushed over to help Tai Yuzhan. If he did not help, Tai Yuzhan would be killed. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Do you regret it? That sword was like an emperor's sword. It carried a majestic voice that entered Tai Yuzhan's ears. Did he regret it? If he had known that Lin Ling's sword was so terrifying, he would not have agreed to the life and death battle. He was an emperor's spirit realm cultivator, but he could not block a single sword. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment he dared to assassinate Lin Ling, he was already on the road to hell. Swish. The sword passed and his head flew. Plop. Tai Yuzhan's body fell on the stage. The crowd was silent. A 7 profound genius died just like that. He could not block a single attack. When did Lin Ling's sword become so terrifying? Lin Ling, you dare to kill my man? That. Long Zai was still slow, but he charged at Lin Ling with murderous intent. His spiritual energy erupted at the same time, and 100 dragons roared. This was the true bloodline of a dragon. In fact, in the 100 regions, there were quite a number of martial artists who possessed dragon martial arts. Take the Crown Prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, for example. He possessed dragon martial arts, but it was a pity that it was just dragon aura, and it wasn't pure. However, Long Zai had the bloodline of a dragon. According to legend, the ancestors of this bloodline had once obtained the essence blood of a dragon and exchanged it for a new life. From then on, they possessed the divine might of a dragon. The effects of an ancient bloodline were obvious. It could easily kill an expert at the same cultivation realm. And now Lin Ling was only at the king's spirit realm. If Lin Ling fought Long Zai again, could he still kill him with one sword strike? Rumble. As Long Zai strode forward, a huge azure dragon swam behind him, looking down on all living beings. I will fight with you. If you have the ability, kill me with one sword strike. A majestic voice floated out from Long Zai's mouth. A terrifying aura swept out, allowing him to get closer to Lin Ling. The crowd saw as though an azure dragon was pouncing at Lin Ling. Slash as usual. However, what was even more terrifying was that the crowd heard Lin Ling's indifferent words. Slash as usual. Facing Long Zai, who possessed the bloodline of a dragon and had a higher cultivation realm, Lin Ling actually arrogantly said that he would slash as usual. Only this sword sings hegemony of the world. On the high platform, Lin Ling held the sword with both hands. An ancient aura was emitted, making him look like the king of swords. All the sword intent that he obtained from the stone sculpture sword soul was gushing out crazily at this moment. He wanted to use all his strength on that sword. He wanted to see how powerful that sword was. Hegemony of the world. Rumble. The sword slashed down, wanting to split the earth. This sword contained 100% of the true meaning of the sword. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the terrifying sword intent exploded, causing countless people to appear on the snowy peak. A large number of students looked at the young man holding the sword in fear. 100%? How is this possible? What kind of monster is this young man? Fake, this is all fake. How can 100% sword intent appear on your body? Long Zai maintained his charging posture, but he stopped abruptly. He was terrified. He did not expect that Lin Ling's previous sword strike was not the pinnacle, but this sword strike was the pinnacle. 100% sword intent, only those ancient powerhouses of the Heavenly Dragon Empire had it. That sword strike was enough to kill him. Wait, this battle, I admit defeat. Retreat. Long Zai anxiously retreated, his heart was incomparably panicked. His noble appearance of the Heavenly Dragon bloodline was nowhere to be seen. He stared at Lin Ling and found that on Lin Ling's indifferent face, there was a ruthless smile. That was the smile of the Sword Emperor. On the road to hell, with you accompanying Tai Yuzhan, he will not be lonely. Bang! Boom! Without any more nonsense, the sword slashed down. The brilliance of the sword was like the last sword strike of Di Wuji's life. How could Long Zhe block the sword strike? 100% sword intent cut through everything, turning Long Zhe's body into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. He, Long Zhe, the proud bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, came here with pride, looking down on everything. After Lin Ling offended him, he was still thinking about how to make Lin Ling suffer a fate worse than death. However, he did not expect that the snowy peak would be his doomsday. He did not even have the chance to fight back against Lin Ling. Everything turned into ashes. Rumble! Under that sword strike, the snow on the snowy peak melted, the snow clouds in the sky dispersed, and the snowy peak was actually covered by the sun for the first time. What a terrifying sword strike! Countless terrified eyes looked at the young man on the high platform. At this moment, they were so shocked that they could not speak. But the young man on the high platform stood tall like a mountain, the sword in his hand slanted. He calmly said, "This is the first time I have experienced 100% sword intent. Is this Senior Wuji's glorious sword strike? This sword also represents that the fires of Senior Wuji's faith have not been extinguished." With that tranquil voice, the blazing sun in the sky shined down on the young man's body, making him incomparably dazzling. Lin Ling, not long ago at the Dragon Coiling Lake competition, had awed all the heroes. But in just a few days, his name had once again shaken the 7 profound martial house. That is Senior's sword strike. Of all the people present, Gusu Shui was the most excited. She could faintly see the sword of the person who had shown her kindness. She anxiously asked, "Lin Ling, is this your 100% sword intent?" Her question was also the doubt in the hearts of countless people. After all, that sword strike had been too terrifying. And in the sky, the apprentices looked down at the young man with complex expressions. They also wanted to know whether or not that sword strike was Lin Ling's. Especially Su Fan. He had also come and witnessed Lin Ling's terrifying sword strike, so he was also curious. That is not the strength that I control, but the stone sculpture's sword soul. As time passes, that strength will disappear. So before that, I want to borrow it to deal with some people who have ill intentions. Lin Ling lightly said, not concealing anything. But as his eyes swept over them, all the genius disciples lowered their heads in horror. They could not afford to provoke the current Lin Ling. But many of the disciples also relaxed. Luckily, this was a borrowed strength. If Lin Ling really had this strength, then he would be the #1 monstrous talent in the history of the 7 profound martial house. But what they didn't know was that although Lin Ling did not have 100% sword intent, he had already reached 60%. Chapter 638. A long talk. This child is not simple. The Grand Masters solemnly looked at Lin Ling and finally left. Lin Ling's strength did not lie in his current strength, but in his potential. Moreover, in the 7 profound martial house, there were very few geniuses that could maintain their sharpness. But most of these geniuses were short-lived and would eventually be surpassed by other geniuses. There were very, very few geniuses like Lin Ling that could continue to shine. He must be killed, otherwise there will be no end to his troubles. Su Fan's face was cold and indifferent. He wanted to kill Lin Ling even more, but unfortunately he could not find the opportunity. He could only assassinate him. He did not dare to kill him in broad daylight. But at the same time, he sneered in his heart. Lin Ling was very arrogant. He did not fear anyone who dared to provoke him. Not long ago, he had beheaded a descendant of the Justice Duan bloodline, and now he had even beheaded a descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. In front of him, all the aristocratic bloodlines could not be arrogant. But because of this, Lin Ling had offended a terrifying enemy. As far as he knew, there were several people on the 7 profound heavens chosen list that came from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. And at this moment, above the ancient giant tree in the rainforest Holy Land, there was a giant leaf floating in the clouds. This leaf was as large as a mountain peak, and there were two figures quietly standing on it, both of them looking into the distance. Di Wuji's descendant, so you came here for this purpose. Good, I want to see if you can take back the glory that you have lost. You have accepted this belief, but can you bear it? The man lightly said, his eyes filled with a domineering aura. Behind him, on the ancient leaf, there was a colorful banner that shined with a dazzling light. This was the symbol of the 7 profound martial house, and on this banner was embroidered the word sky, representing the name of the current martial house master. To be able to place a banner on a giant tree was an endless glory in the rainforest holy land. Besides this leaf, there were also 6 other banners on the other leaves. These were the banners of the other 6 martial arts halls. And now Lin Ling's goal was to place the banner that belonged to D on the leaf. Dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel, the man disdainfully said. He simply did not care. He was the current martial house master of the 7 profound martial house, Tun Lin. Master, other than Lin Ling, the D clan has also revived. Beside him stood a black-clothed young girl. Her looks were also devastatingly beautiful, but she was a little cold and elegant. Her beautiful eyes carried a sense of ambition and ambition. She was the martial house lord of Skyforest's disciple, the second dream. Meng, who do you think is more likely? Is it Di Jitian, Di Jitsuan, or Lin Ling? The man asked softly. His voice was faintly discernible, as if he had the entire world in his heart. The D clan's talent is very terrifying. On the surface, Di Shirtian and the others are a bigger threat, but I've come into contact with Lin Ling and I always feel that it's harder to see through him. The second dream softly said. If Lin Ling were here, he would definitely recognize her. She was the black-clothed leader that Lin Ling had kidnapped when he was saving Di Jichuan. No matter how hard it is to see through him, they have no hope at all. The man shook his head. His vision was different from the second dream's. The second dream felt that Lin Ling was hard to see through, but his status and strength were higher. Therefore, no matter how mysterious Lin Ling was, he could only be this mysterious. He felt that Lin Ling had no hope of defeating him. After all, Lin Ling had many enemies. It was a miracle that he was still alive. All right, everyone disperse. At this moment, Gu Sushue's voice came from the square, asking the young geniuses to leave. Then, Gu Sushue asked Lin Ling to follow her. The two of them, one in front and one behind, entered the side room of the mansion. Lin Ling looked at the curvy figure in front of him and frowned slightly. In fact, he still didn't know why Gu Sushue looked for him, but he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he was thinking about challenging the martial house lord. He had accepted the sword soul, which made him even more determined to challenge the martial house lord. He knew that the martial house lord must know this as well, but the martial house lord didn't stop him. Perhaps he knew that it was impossible for him to reach the martial house lord's height. Don't underestimate me. Let's wait and see. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. His fighting spirit was even stronger. After a while, Lin Ling came to Gu Sushue's side room. There was a faint fragrance that made people feel comfortable. After Gu Sushue came to the side room, she smiled gently and left Lin Ling in the room. She went to take a bath and change her clothes. Through the curtain, Lin Ling could vaguely see the beautiful figure, especially the magnificent twin peaks. Lin Ling subconsciously licked his lips. This apprentice was a clean freak. Moreover, she didn't look like a strict apprentice, but more like a mature and charming woman. An apprentice is also a human. She's not the kind of person you think she is. As if she sensed Lin Ling's thoughts, a gentle voice came from the curtain. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Not long after, Gu Sushue came out in a pink dress. Her long hair cascaded down her back. Her bare feet stepped on the carpet, giving off a lazy feeling. When she came close to Lin Ling smelled a unique feminine fragrance. Gu Sushue smiled and poured tea for Lin Ling. She bent over, revealing her snow-white skin. Lin Ling's mouth went dry, and he quickly retracted his gaze. If you want to look, then look. It's not like it's taboo. Moreover, I'm wearing clothes. Gu Sushue poured tea and muttered to herself. Lin Ling rolled his eyes. He was actually looked down on. This time, I invited you not to take advantage of me, but I do have something to tell you. Gu Sushue sat down and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. But before that, I want to ask you 2 questions. First, you didn't seem to be affected by the zither and you didn't reach your limit. Am I right? Lin Ling was only in the King Spirit realm, but he could comprehend all the King stage martial arts, so she was very surprised. The most terrifying thing was that the Emperor stage martial arts didn't seem to be able to stop Lin Ling. The King stage martial arts can't affect me, but the Emperor stage martial arts can. Lin Ling smiled. In fact, the Emperor stage martial arts couldn't affect Lin Ling. After all, he had obtained the Wuji Sword Saint's memories, so as long as he could see the martial arts, he would be able to comprehend and remember them. No rank could stop him. This was the reward he received after risking his life in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb. Gu Sushue gasped. This little guy was really terrifying. She asked again, "Who is Di Wuji to you?" "Benefactor," Lin Ling said after a moment of silence. He didn't say master because Di Wuji didn't take him in as a disciple, so he only said benefactor. For him, you want to challenge the mansion lord. You're really a person who repays kindness. Gu Sushue's beautiful eyes flashed. This world was cold and merciless. There were very few people who valued friendship as much as this young man. Just because of a pointer, you treat Senior Wuji as your master. You're also a person who repays kindness. Lin Ling replied. The 2 of them looked at each other and laughed. They were both people who had received kindness from Di Wuji, so they resonated with each other. Okay, now I'll tell you my purpose. I was invited by someone, so I invited you. Have you heard of the Great Qin Empire? It's one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms. Back then, during the Dragon Lake tournament, your name shook the 7 Shen Kingdom, so Qin Jingtian, who has the bloodline of the Great Qin Empire, wants to recruit you. Chapter 639. The Great Qin Empire. The 5 great ancient countries are the 5 strongest factions in the 100 domains. Furthermore, they have quite a reputation in the rainforest's sacred land. Usually, they would extend an olive branch to the 7 great martial hall. As long as it's a true genius, they would place great importance on them. I know that you like to be alone, but I can tell you that the rainforest's sacred land is more complicated than you imagine. In front of you are the 7 great martial hall, behind you are the 5 great ancient countries, and above them is the even larger desolate race. You might not be afraid alone, but what about your friends? Furthermore, you have offended 2 ancient countries, so it is not wrong to get closer to the Great Qin Empire. Gu Sushue advised. She thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant to join any power, but Lin Ling laughed. As long as you treat me sincerely, why not? Lin Ling was not a fool. He needed time to grow, so he would not be at a disadvantage if he formed an alliance with others. Furthermore, he had many enemies, and they would not let him grow. You agree? However, I heard that the Qin clan leader was injured. If you go, you might not be able to see him immediately. Gu Sushue immediately laughed, making Lin Ling ask curiously, "Clan leader? Aren't they an empire?" They are called an empire to outsiders, but internally, they are a large family. A family with the bloodline of the Xuanwu, so they call each other clan leaders. The Great Qin Empire has 24 clan leaders, and the one who invited you is one of them. And the 5 ancient countries all have territories in the rainforest's sacred land, so the clan leader is also in the rainforest's sacred land. Gu Sushue explained, and then passed a jade token to Lin Ling. This is their address in the rainforest's sacred land. After Lin Ling received the jade token, she asked expectantly, "The Qin clan leader is injured. Are you good at healing?" "Healing?" Yes. Lin Ling smiled confidently. He was originally a powerful alchemist, and with the memories of the Wuji Sword Saint, his knowledge of alchemy was even greater. After all, after the Wuji Sword Saint was crippled, he relied on himself to explore the art of alchemy and recover. "Master, have you been irritated by your cultivation recently?" Lin Ling asked. Gu Sushue's beautiful eyes narrowed. After reaching the Saint Spirit realm, it was difficult for her to break through to the next level. Every time she cultivated, she would be frustrated, causing her spirit energy to fluctuate. When a martial artist cultivates, they borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform their body. In the short term, it seems fine, but after a long time, the spiritual energy will become impure, and the mind will become restless. If it is not dealt with properly, or if it is cultivated in peace, then it will be difficult to advance in the future. In the worst case, one will suffer from qi deviation, and their cultivation will be destroyed. Lin Ling lightly said, "Every medicine had its own poison, not to mention the fact that the spirit qi had been continuously absorbed. Therefore, after a long time, the spirit qi would definitely become mixed and chaotic. Moreover, the spirit qi of the Holy Spirit realm was very large, and it was even more difficult to purify it." "How do you know?" Gusu Shui said in surprise. This young man's cultivation level was not high, but he knew more than her. "They told me." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. This person was naturally Di Wuji. After all, Di Wuji was the strongest person under the current palace master. How could he not know? "Find me 5 kinds of spiritual herbs, warm yang jade, dazzling light crystal, 5 elements snowgrass, aquamarine stone, and boundary stone. I will refine a 7th grade clear heart pill for you, and then pair it with an 8th grade sky capital bright river pill. Take one of each pill day and night. After 10 days, your symptoms will disappear, and your cultivation will improve again." Lin Ling frowned as he recalled. The way to cure this symptom was very simple. First, get rid of the distracting thoughts, and focus on clearing the heart. Then, refine the spiritual energy, and get rid of the impurities. This way, the cultivation will be more solid. The clear heart pill is a pill that calms the mind, but its grade is not very high. As for the sky capital bright river pill, I have never heard of it. Gu Sushue was surprised and curious. What kind of secret was this little guy hiding? The clear heart pill's grade does not seem high, but it has to be the right medicine. Not every pill that calms the mind is effective. As for the sky capital bright river pill, I'm afraid that in the rainforest sacred land, only I know how to refine it. Lin Ling smiled confidently. But it was true. Only Di Wuji knew how to refine the sky capital bright river pill. But Di Wuji had already passed away, so Lin Ling was the only one who knew how to refine it. And that pill came from another sacred land on the horizon. It was the pill recipe that Di Wuji had obtained in the past. If you can get rid of my cultivation worries, then you are very powerful. As far as I know, in the Emperor Spirit Realm and Saint Spirit Realm, there are many cultivators who have this symptom. They are helpless and can only rely on the accumulation of time to slowly get rid of the symptoms. Gu Sushue sucked in a breath of cold air. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling as if she was looking at a terrifying amount of wealth. Her body leaned forward slightly, revealing the deep cleavage that made countless men dry up, snow white and full. "Master, don't look at me with such a perverted gaze." Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This master was really a stunner. Have you investigated Lin Ling's background? At this moment, in a mansion in the rainforest sacred land, a middle-aged man had his eyes closed, gently sipping tea. In front of him stood a black-clothed man, a respectful expression on his face. Sir, Lin Ling comes from the cloud domain. It used to be the lower 3 regions, but because of Lin Ling's rise, it became the middle 3 regions. So, he has no background at all. The man opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. He was the man who had helped Duan Tianya at the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, Duan Tianya. He was also a great figure of the Justice Duan bloodline. In the past, Lin Ling had killed a descendant of his Justice Duan bloodline. If it weren't for the 7 profound martial house, he would have already killed Lin Ling. But now, he had sent people to investigate Lin Ling's background and see why this youth was so fearless. However, the result left him shocked. This youth had no background at all. He only came from the middle 3 regions, and in that sort of place, he alone could sweep through everything. And I have news that Lin Ling also killed a descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire not long ago. The black-clothed man said again. This boy is really brave and extraordinary. Although he looks brave and fierce, he is actually quite astute. His background is ordinary and yet he has grown to such a degree. He must have seen many great storms and waves, and knows how to face death and survive. So he killed Duan Tianya and didn't die. What an interesting boy. Duan Tianha's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent. If Lin Ling was the type of person who was brave but not resourceful, then he wouldn't be so afraid. But Lin Ling was brave and resourceful. This kind of trouble had to be eliminated. Sir, there is no need to worry. There are many people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire on the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list. They will find Lin Ling to settle accounts. But we are not from the 7 Profound Martial House, so we cannot enter the 7 Profound Martial House and move against Lin Ling. The black-clothed man said. Duan Tianha nodded, and then said, during this time, has there been any movement from Old Ghost Qin? Currently, most of the business in the streets and city squares has been seized by us. But Old Ghost Qin can't even protect himself. His Qilin fire has flared up again, and he is looking for an alchemist to treat him. Serves him right. Old Ghost Qin's foundation in this area is unstable. Then we will take advantage of his illness and take his life. Bribe all the alchemists nearby. I want to make Old Ghost Qin explode with anger. Duan Tianha was in a very good mood. His Justice Duan bloodline had always had grievances with the Great Qin Empire, so he was eager to see this scene. Sir, this move is ruthless. Chapter 640. Qilin fire. As long as a genius on the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list had great potential, then all the major powers would extend an olive branch to them. Therefore, when they knew that Lin Ling had been chosen by the Great Qin Empire, Ouyang Feiyang and the others were happy for Lin Ling. After all, to be chosen by one of the 5 great ancient countries was not an easy matter. Lin Ling didn't stay any longer. According to the map on the Jade Token, he left the 7 Profound Martial House. The rainforest Holy Land was very large. Some people even said that this ancient continent was larger than the entire 100 territories, and it was also more mysterious and ancient. And this time, the location was the main city of the rainforest Holy Land. The main city was all-encompassing and boundless. There were people from the 100 territories, as well as people from the 7 halls of martial arts. It was a world of powerhouses. Before long, Lin Ling arrived at a manor. This was the residence of one of the Great Qin Empire's family heads. What a large manor! Stopping in front of the manor, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the rainforest Holy Land was extremely sacred. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to have one's own territory. But for the Great Qin Empire to have such a large manor, this proved that they were fierce. Halt! Who goes there? At the manor's gate, several guards coldly shouted. Their cultivation was actually at the Emperor's spirit realm, but they were older than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was about to speak when a red-robed youth walked out of the gate. He looked at Lin Ling, and then happily said, "Genius Lin Ling, you've finally come." This was the first time that Lin Ling had seen this person. He must be the Qin Jingtian that apprentice Gusu had spoken of. He was older than Lin Ling by about 2 years, but his strength was unfathomable. This caused Lin Ling to be secretly surprised. I won't say any more polite words. Sister Gusu should have already conveyed my intentions. That's right, I want to represent the Qin family and form an alliance with you. In other words, I'm extending an olive branch to you. Qin Jingtian smiled and went straight to the point. Lin Ling immediately had a good impression of him. First, this person respected him. Second, this person's personality was straightforward. I'm older than you by 2 years, so I'll take the liberty of calling you brother. Alright, Brother Qin. The two of them exchanged a few words before entering the mansion. The guards at the entrance were secretly shocked. They had seen the young man as well. He was only at the late stage of the king's spirit realm, but the second young master had personally come to greet him and even treated him with respect. This was too abnormal. After all, he was only at the late stage of the king's spirit realm. No matter how talented he was, how talented could he be? This time, I originally wanted to introduce you to Father, but some unforeseen events have occurred. In the corridor, Qin Jingtian sighed softly. Lin Ling nodded. He had heard from apprentice Gusu that the Qin clan's patriarch seemed to be injured. Thinking about it, this should be the reason. At present, my sister has invited many alchemists, but the effect doesn't seem to be great. There was a tinge of worry between Qin Jingtian's brows. His father was their sky. If he fell, then they would lose their prestige in the great Qin Empire. Moreover, the Justice Duan clan was eyeing them covetously. This time, they might take the opportunity to retaliate. I also know a bit of alchemy. Let's see if I can help, Lin Ling said with a smile. Since he had formed an alliance with the great Qin Empire, then he would naturally contribute. You're also an alchemist? Then thank you. Yes. Qin Jingtian was surprised, but he didn't have much hope. The manor was large and heavily guarded. Lin Ling followed Qin Jingtian, secretly surprised. His soul force could sense that there were a great number of royal spirit realm masters hidden in the shadows. If they tried to force their way in, they would be mercilessly killed. The great Qin Empire's background was truly deep. Second brother, why are you still here? Yes. At this moment, in the brightly lit corridor, a clear and dignified voice sounded out. A white-clothed woman walked over. Lin Ling looked through the light. This woman's figure and appearance were good, but her temperament was noble and dignified. It was clear that her status wasn't low. She's my sister, Qin Lan. Yes. Qin Jingtan said in a low voice, as if he were in awe of his sister. But Lin Ling could sense that this woman was about the same age as Gusu Shui, but she was also very strong. This youth is? Yes. Arriving in front of the two, Qin Lan lightly asked. He's a friend of mine from the Seven Profound Martial House. He was invited by Master Gusu. Because his potential is good, I want to introduce him to Father. Qin Jingtian smiled. He's Gusu Shui's disciple. Qin Lan glanced at Lin Ling and calmly nodded. But she didn't place too much importance on him. After a few words, she led Qin Jingtian and Lin Ling to the main hall. There were many geniuses in the Seven Profound Martial House. Some of these geniuses came from ordinary backgrounds, so they would look for a backer. This youth was likely the same, but his strength was only at the late King Spirit realm. This was a bit weak, so Qin Lan didn't place him in her eyes. Moreover, although her little brother wanted to help the family, he was too young and his vision wasn't too good. A moment later, the three of them arrived at a grand hall. This place was gorgeous and noble, and in the corners burned red sandalwood incense. There were a dozen or so people in the hall. The youngest was nearly 30 years old, and the oldest was grizzled white. But the only thing they had in common was that they all had a noble temperament. They seemed to be alchemists, and their eyes were fixed on a man in the hall. This man was boldly sitting on a chair. His tiger-like eyes opened and closed, and there was a dignified aura about him. He was one of the 24 family heads of the great Qin Empire. The man slightly opened his eyes, and his gaze swept over Lin Ling as he entered the hall. Then he closed his eyes. His eyes seemed to be able to see through Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to frown. This man's strength was as vast and boundless as the sea. It was terrifying. He is my father, Qin Xiao. Qin Jingtian said in awe, and Lin Ling nodded. Everyone, is there any way to suppress this injury? At this moment, Qin Lan's voice sounded out, and there was a touch of majesty in it. Everyone looked at that valiant figure, and their eyebrows wrinkled. Miss, the family head's injury is an old illness. It comes from the Qilin fire of the Justice Duan bloodline. When this fire enters the body, it will constantly grow and form a Qilin fire soul. I fear that wanting to expel it will be difficult. You are all alchemists, and you can't even treat such a small injury? You can rest assured that as long as the injury is healed, you can ask for any reward. Qin Lan's voice was somewhat unhappy. She had invited many alchemists, but none of them seemed to be able to do anything. And in a short period of time, it would be difficult for her to invite a stronger alchemist. It had to be known that to become an alchemist, the conditions were very harsh, let alone an experienced alchemist. She had once liked someone, but the Justice Duan bloodline had intervened and snatched away that talent. That person was the Seven Profound Martial House's Dan Luofan. It was said that this person's skill in alchemy was extremely profound, and that he had received guidance from Old Xian of the Seven Profound Martial House. This Qilin fire is not something that can be cured in a day. If it was treated at the beginning, then we would have 60% confidence. But now, the Qilin fire soul has grown. Unless one has a 5th grade water-type king body, and also a profound alchemy skill, it will be difficult to suppress. Yes, I have tried dozens of healing pills before, but the effect wasn't too great. One alchemist after another awkwardly said. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Chapter 641. Let me try. The alchemists felt even more embarrassed. After all, they didn't cure the patient but still received payment. This was a bit shameful for the alchemists. You guys are not living up to the name of alchemists, Qin Lan said with dissatisfaction. This made the alchemists even more embarrassed. How about I try to cure this fire disease? At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over and found that the speaker was a young man in a blue and white robe. They were shocked. Even Qin Shao was slightly surprised. After all, the alchemists were helpless, but the young man said that he wanted to try. This surprised him. Although alchemy was the same as martial arts, and there was no lack of geniuses, the young man was too young. How could his knowledge and experience be compared to the alchemists present? Lin Ling, you want to try? Qin Jingtian was also surprised. Previously, Lin Ling said that he would try his best, but Qin Jingtian didn't expect much. Is Gu Sushue's disciple all so arrogant? They can't do anything, but you can? Qin Lan frowned. She was already in a bad mood, and after seeing Lin Ling overestimating himself, her mood became even worse. Moreover, she had a good relationship with Gu Sushue. She knew Gu Sushue's strength, so how strong could Gu Sushue's disciple be? Maybe. Lin Ling nodded. Qin Lan's words made him unhappy. After all, he also wanted to cure the family head, but Qin Lan said that he was arrogant. Maybe? How confident are you? My father's injury is not for you to test, and I don't want you to waste your time. Qin Lan's expression became even worse. This young man obviously wanted to climb up the Qin family's thigh, but his attitude was too arrogant. How many alchemists are 100% confident in refining pills? Moreover, how can you know if you will succeed if you don't try? If you are afraid of failure and don't dare to try, then nothing will succeed. As for wasting time, it seems that you are wasting a lot of time now. Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone gasped. This young man was neither arrogant nor humble. He actually dared to refute the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Qin Lan was even more dissatisfied. Frivolous and unrestrained, not only did she not dislike this kind of person, but she liked it very much. But arrogant without strength, this kind of person was very detestable. Young man, may I ask if you've refined a 5th grade medicinal pill before? Or perhaps, you have an alchemist jade token? What rank is he? In the hall, a white-haired alchemist said disdainfully. Previously, Lin Ling had said that they were wasting time. This was a disgrace to them. Moreover, did this young man have the right to say such words? When I was your age, I could only refine 4th grade pills at best. Young man, it's good to be young and frivolous, but you also have to look at the situation. Otherwise, you'll only embarrass yourself. Hee, you overestimate yourself. The other alchemists also snorted in disdain. As for Qin Lan, she no longer paid any attention to Lin Ling. Instead, she looked at her younger brother. Jingtian, you're recruiting someone like him? My Qin family wants geniuses, not impulsive people. Let him go. As for Gu Sushue, I'll talk to her. Qin Jingtian's expression changed slightly. In fact, he did think highly of Lin Ling, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to stand up for him, causing everyone to be dissatisfied. Now, it was difficult for him to back down. Others would also question his judgment. Although we failed, at least we left on our own, unlike some people who were chased away by others. The other alchemists gloated. Lin Ling didn't care about these smiles. He stretched out his right hand and a medicinal pill appeared. Although I don't have an alchemist jade token, I have a medicinal pill that I refined myself. It's an 8th grade Sky Capital Bright River pill. As soon as the 8th grade medicinal pill appeared, the hall fell silent. The alchemists maintained their mocking expressions and their eyes widened. They were respected alchemists. Although they weren't famous in the rainforest Holy Land, they still had some reputation. However, they had never refined an 8th-grade medicinal pill. Even the most respected alchemist among them had only refined a 7th-grade medicinal pill. And this young man had refined an 8th-grade medicinal pill? He had to be lying. You refined it? Qin Lan's heart fiercely shook. Although she wasn't an alchemist, she knew just how difficult an 8th-grade medicinal pill was. Didn't you want qualifications? Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever, causing Qin Xiao to burst out in laughter. Ha, this is our fault. I didn't think that there would be such a talented alchemist hidden here. Earlier, you said that if you were afraid of failure and didn't dare to try, then nothing would succeed. If you don't try, how would you know if you would succeed? I, Qin Xiao, am very fond of this kind of attitude and the way you conduct yourself. Father! Qin Lan immediately shouted. Although Lin Ling had taken out an 8th-grade medicinal pill, who knew whether or not it was refined by Lin Ling? Perhaps it was the medicinal pill he had bought. You have courage. Then I will do my best. Qin Zhao's boldness left a good impression on Lin Ling. He strode forward. His carefree attitude made Qin Jingtian a little anxious. If he failed, then Lin Ling's consequences would be very troublesome. Moreover, he would also have endless troubles. After all, he was the one who brought Lin Ling here. I hope you will do your best. If something happens to my father, then you... Qin Lan frowned. She was still worried about Lin Ling. Are you threatening me? Don't you know that alchemists are most afraid of mood changes when they are treating people? If I am affected by you, the failure of the information is a small matter. However, it will affect your father, Lin Ling said as he walked. His words made Qin Lan's face turn cold. This young man's mouth was really sharp. Qin Lan, just let this little brother try. Try not to disturb him. Qin Xiao laughed and waited for Lin Ling's arrival. After Lin Ling arrived in front of him, he roughly glanced and then nodded slightly. This fire disease already has a soul. It is very difficult to deal with. Everything in the world had a soul. After a long time, and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there was a possibility that it would give birth to a soul. For example, the sword soul of the stone sculpture, such as his vermilion bird soul, etc. Who doesn't know this? You heard us talking about it before, right? Young man, when I was refining pills, you were probably still drinking milk. The white-haired alchemist immediately said, unless you have a 5th-grade king body, you will not be able to suppress the fire disease. Water and fire were mutually exclusive. This was the Tao of the 5 elements. Moreover, one must have a 5th-grade king body to be qualified. During treatment, shouldn't unrelated people shut up? Lin Ling did not even look at the old man and replied indifferently, causing the old man's face to turn ugly. After that, Lin Ling did not say much. He quietly looked at Qin Xiao and found that on his chest, a Qilin mark was extremely clear. Moreover, it seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's arrival. The Qilin's eyes were also looking at him. Sure enough, it already had spirituality. The methods of the Duan family of justice were indeed very powerful. Boom! Without saying much, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and the flames of the vermilion bird appeared. Everyone in the hall was stunned. This young man was actually a fire element martial artist? What do you want to do? Chapter 642. Fighting poison with poison, you really don't understand anything. You've gone mad. Do you want to kill Patriarch Qin? The Qilin's fire spirit is strong upon contact with fire. Why aren't you stopping? The oldest alchemist roared. The Qilins of the Justice Duan bloodline had always been terrifying. This was a fire attribute Qilin. It could borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to grow and borrow fire to become rampant. For a long time, when they treated Qin Xiao, they didn't dare to use any fire attribute pills. They were afraid that the Qilin would borrow fire to grow. At this moment, Qin Xiao's pupils shrank. He naturally knew this. But when he looked at the youth in front of him, he discovered that the youth's eyes were clear. The youth looked at him and smiled. Do you dare to try? It was only a single sentence, but it was filled with boldness and determination. If you doubt someone, then don't doubt them. Little brother, Qin Xiao laughed. He found this Lin Ling to be very interesting. Lin Ling nodded. His handsome face instantly turned cold and indifferent. His right hand covered in the flames of the vermilion bird slammed towards Qin Xiao. You dare. Qin Lan's voice was filled with killing intent. However, she was still too slow. Because of her anger, she punched out at Lin Ling. Her strength was much higher than Lin Ling's. If her punch hit Lin Ling, it would definitely kill Lin Ling on the spot. But at this moment, a cold shout sounded out. A terrifying aura caused Qin Lan's body to shake. She could faintly see the ancient shell of a black tortoise. Its father! A thought appeared in her mind. Her heart fiercely trembled. Above Qin Zhao's head, a terrifying qilin appeared. Its entire body was condensed from flames. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At the same time, a beautiful vermilion bird intertwined with it, forming a beautiful picture of divine beasts fighting. But what she imagined didn't happen. The qilin didn't borrow fire to grow stronger. Did she blame the youth wrongly? What? All the alchemists in the hall sucked in a breath of cold air. Several of them trembled and fell to the ground. The qilin did not use the flames to grow. Instead, it fought against the young man's flames. The young man's vermilion bird was mysterious and noble. It did not allow the qilin to gain the slightest advantage. Fire and water counter each other. This is indeed a principle that has never changed since ancient times. However, as an alchemist, how can I abide by the rules? Fighting poison with poison is also a principle that has never changed since ancient times. At this time, Lin Ling's soft voice floated out, causing all the alchemists' gazes to fiercely converge. Fight poison with poison. They had always thought that when facing the qilin fire affliction, only the water elemental king physique could suppress it. They had never thought that the fire elemental physique could do the same. This was using fire to fight fire. He is at least a 5th grade king body. The oldest alchemist said fearfully. A 5th grade water elemental talent could suppress a fire elemental talent, but in reality, a fire elemental talent could do the same. That's right, why didn't they think of this? Patriarch, do you want to treat the symptoms or the root of the problem? Lin Ling asked calmly, ignoring the voices around him. How about treating the symptoms? How about treating the root of the problem? Qin Xiao said. Treating the symptoms. You have an 80% chance of temporarily suppressing the qilin fire affliction, but you need long-term treatment. Treating the root of the problem is to immediately burn it, but you have a 50% chance of surviving. Lin Ling replied, looking at Qin Xiao at the same time. Of course it's to treat the symptoms. This poison can be slowly cured. Behind him, Qin Lan hurriedly said. She didn't know why, but there was a voice in her heart. She didn't want her father to recover so quickly. However, Lin Ling and Qin Xiao ignored her words. Lin Ling was still looking at Qin Xiao. He realized that Qin Xiao was actually asking for his opinion. Then he softly said, "It's fine if you don't attack, but if you attack, you must burn it to death." The moment his voice sounded, Qin Xiao also spoke the same words without any prior agreement. These words appeared calm, but they were as firm as thunder, intimidating everyone in the hall until their hearts trembled. These two people were crazy people. Ah, little brother, I like you more and more. Come, let's fight this damn qilin. Qin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He dared to fight with his life on the line with a 50% chance of success. This was a real man. Okay, but next, I don't want anyone to interrupt me. Lin Ling also chuckled. Then he coldly said, causing Qin Lan and the other alchemists in the hall to be embarrassed. Lin Ling was talking about them. Boom. An even more terrifying flame erupted. Endless flames wrapped around Qin Xiao, causing the qilin in his body to suddenly go crazy. Qin Zhao's face immediately paled. At this moment, a great battle between the vermilion bird and the qilin was taking place inside his body. He's crazy. Looking at her trembling father, Qin Lan frowned. Previously, that young man dared to ignore her words, which made her very uncomfortable. Lin Ling was just a junior. It didn't matter if he died, but if he implicated her father and caused him to die, then even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for Lin Ling. Sister, he's saving father, and he's fighting with his life. You say he's crazy, but you're the crazy one. Qin Jingun suddenly coldly said from the side, causing Qin Lan's face to turn pale. She had a strong personality and always meant what she said. She was very dignified, and her brother, Qin Jingtian, had always followed her lead. But this time, her brother actually reprimanded her. This caused her to feel humiliated. Boom! At this moment, the entire hall exploded. Endless flames spewed out. In everyone's eyes, they could only see two divine beasts fighting. What a terrifying power! At this moment, Lin Ling's face was a bit pale. With just one contact, he knew that the king body of the Justice Duan bloodline was very powerful. After all, the fire disease was just a fire spirit left in another person's body, but it was already so strong. It was hard to imagine how powerful the real king body would be. However, this was still the fire disease left behind, so Lin Ling had the confidence to fight back. You want to devour my fire? You're too good at scheming. Lin Ling coldly said. The will of fire spread out from his body. In the shattered hall, countless rays of light surged out, causing everyone to gasp. This young man seemed to be absorbing the light of the sun. This was the blazing sun, vermilion bird. It could allow Lin Ling's true meaning of fire to reach 70% strength, making the vermilion bird even more dazzling and scorching. Boom! Another explosion of flames came out. The whole place had turned into a flat ground. Dust spread everywhere, causing many guards to come over, all of them looking surprised. The fire disease is finally gone. At this moment, a heroic laugh came out. Dust filled the air, and a tall figure walked out. Family head, it's a success. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Father, your injury is healed. Qin Lan hurried over with a happy face. That young man has some ability. I thought he would fail, and I wanted to punish him. Shut up. Qin Shao frowned and looked at Qin Lan. Qin Lan's expression froze. Her father was also reprimanding her? Today, because of that young man, her brother reprimanded her, and her father reprimanded her as well. It made her feel like she was deeply humiliated. Qin Shao shook his head. His daughter was too headstrong. She wanted everything to be in her hands, which caused her self-esteem to be humiliated. Then he looked at Qin Jingtian. Little Tian, this time, you have a good eye. Chapter 643. Establishing prestige. Little Lan, you can't judge a book by its cover. Some things can't be decided easily. Qin Shao looked at Qin Lan and said. Qin Lan's face was cold and she couldn't say anything. Although Lin Ling had saved her father, this was what Lin Ling had to do. She didn't think much of it, but Lin Ling had embarrassed her. Also, you almost killed little brother. Later, apologize. Qin Shao said again. Qin Lan couldn't help but say, what right does he have to make me apologize? I'm the descendant of the great Qin Empire. You must apologize. Qin Shao said word by word. Qin Lan gritted her teeth and left with a cold snort. Qin Shao sighed. This daughter was really like her mother. Then he said, all right, Lin Ling is breaking through now. Don't disturb him. Breaking through? The crowd gasped. That young man was using the patriarch's fire to break through? This result was beyond their imagination. At this moment, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in the dust. In his dantian, a qilin was roaring and trying to resist. Around the qilin, 3 lifelike vermilion bird king elephants were flying around, suppressing the qilin step by step. Right now, he was going to devour the fire qilin and step into a higher realm. Suppress. With a light shout, the 3 vermilion bird kings circled wildly, causing the qilin to roar even more. Unfortunately, it was only a fire spirit. How could it compare to a natural king body? In the end, it turned into a wisp of fire essence and was absorbed by the 3 vermilion bird kings. In his dantian, the power of the fire was even stronger. Time slowly passed. Finally, Lin Ling opened his eyes. A boundless power of fire was emitted from his body. The peak of the king's spirit realm. After a long time, he had finally stepped into a new realm. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. He was confident that he could fight an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Cultivator. He was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that the Qin clan would allow him to break through so smoothly. It seemed that forming an alliance with the Qin clan was a good choice. However, this successful breakthrough could be considered as a matter of course. After all, Lin Ling had already been stuck at the peak of the King Spirit Realm for a very long time. That night, a grand banquet was held in the Qin family's manor. All of the elders of the Qin family had returned. These elders were highly respected. In the middle three regions, each one of them was a region lord, and they were extremely powerful. When the returning elders learned that Patriarch Qin's fire disease had been cured, they were all incomparably shocked. Moreover, they knew that today's feast was held for a young man. It can't be. I came back from far away in the middle three regions just to celebrate the success of a junior? I heard that he is a genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, but there are countless geniuses in the Seven Profound Martial House. He is only an ordinary genius. What is there to celebrate? Each of the elders said lightly. Obviously, they felt that making them celebrate Lin Ling was making a mountain out of a molehill. After a while, the crowd arrived in the hall one after another, and Lin Ling was also invited. Before, he had learned a thing or two about the great Qin Empire from Qin Jingtian's mouth. He didn't think that Patriarch Qin Shao would have such power that he could summon countless region lords. No wonder the great Qin Empire could become one of the 5 great ancient countries. After Lin Ling sat down, numerous gazes faintly fell on him. Lin Ling could feel that the powerful region lords were looking at him with cold eyes, with a touch of disdain. Of course, this was normal. After all, each of these region lords was an ambitious and ruthless character that stood above tens of thousands of others. How could they submit to a junior like Lin Ling? Everyone has come. After a while, Qin Zhao's tall and sturdy figure appeared, full of majesty. The 9 elders all stood up and respectfully bowed. No need to be so polite. Sit. Qin Shao waved his hand, indicating for everyone to sit. At the same time, Qin Lan walked out. She looked indifferently at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, I am very sorry. I underestimated you before. Here, I apologize." Although she was apologizing, her attitude was very arrogant. Clearly, she didn't mean what she said. Lin Ling frowned. Previously, when he was saving Patriarch Qin Shao, he was almost killed by this girl. However, this girl didn't feel guilty. Instead, she felt embarrassed, so she was very unhappy. No need. Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. The other party didn't have any sincerity, so he couldn't be bothered to say more. Qin Lan couldn't put down her face. As the eldest daughter of the great Qin Empire, she personally apologized, but this youth didn't give her face. She immediately walked back and said softly, "I gave you face, but you don't want it." Many of the elders saw this scene and shook their heads. They already felt that Patriarch Qin Shao was too generous to Lin Ling. Now that they saw the eldest daughter's behavior, they disliked Lin Ling even more. Lin Ling dared to ignore the bloodline of the great Qin Empire. What right did Lin Ling have? Qin Shao knew that everyone was unhappy. He said indifferently, "Little Tian, you have good taste. However, why don't you introduce your good friends?" Yes. After Lin Ling had saved him, he had planned to support Lin Ling. After all, this youth had a rare sharpness to him that was rare for a martial artist. When he had treated him, he had dared to gamble on a 50-50 chance. Therefore, he was optimistic about this youth's future. Not to mention that he had saved his life. How could Qin Shao not place this in his heart? But now, he had to establish the prestige of this youth. Qin Jingtian knew what his father meant. He immediately stood up and looked at the elders. He smiled and said, "Lin Ling from the Cloud Domain. Currently 18 years old, peak King Spirit Realm strength." Yes. There's nothing special about this strength. I've never heard of the Cloud Domain. The Patriarch values Lin Ling so much. This is making a mountain out of a molehill. Yes. Lin Ling has saved the Patriarch's life and is worthy of such courtesy. But the Patriarch's actions are a bit selfish. Yes. The various elders whispered to each other as they continued to sip their wine. Qin Jingtian also knew that they didn't care. He said again, Lin Ling entered the 7 profound martial house. Because he was dissatisfied with Scholar Su Fan making things difficult for him, he defeated all of his peers. He has a bit of skill, barely enough to enter my eyes. Yes. Many elders nodded. To be able to defeat all of his peers, this also proved that Lin Ling's potential was good. After becoming a Star Guard level disciple, he ventured into the Star Sea Pagoda. Qin Jingtian said again, causing the crowd to frown. Lin Ling had defeated all of his peers, and yet he was only a Star Guard level disciple? Then this Lin Ling wouldn't be able to mix well in the 7 profound martial house. Unfortunately, they were about to be surprised. In 10 days, Lin Ling broke through the 99 levels of the Star Sea Pagoda, creating 208 records within the Star Sea Pagoda. He is also the 10th genius to break through the first level of the Star Sea Pagoda. Qin Jingtian's voice was filled with pride. The more dazzling Lin Ling was, the more it meant that his vision was good. What? All of the great figures stopped drinking and deeply looked at Lin Ling. The difficulty of the Star Sea Pagoda was something that they had all been martial artists of the Rainforest Holy Land for many years. They naturally knew. But who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary youth would be so terrifying? I have a genius under my command that also ventured into the Star Sea Pagoda. But it took him a year to reach the 80th level. A white-haired elder muttered to himself. Then he expectantly asked, "Is there anyone else?" Yes. At the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he challenged the 10 rising stars with the status of a Star Guard level disciple. He swept away all of them and finally obtained first place. Yes. Qin Jingtian enunciated each word clearly. Pa. Chapter 644. Ambition, the number 1 of the 10 rising stars, that was above tens of thousands of disciples. This Lin Ling's potential was truly terrifying. Seeing Lin Ling's reputation growing in front of the elders, Qin Lan's face turned ugly. She didn't know why, but she really hated Lin Ling. Moreover, in the Qin family, she was the number 1 person below the patriarch, but her father seemed to value Lin Ling very much, even more than her. No, as far as I know, the number 1 of the 10 rising stars is Duan Tianya from the Justice Duan family. How could Lin Ling defeat him? Qin Lan indifferently said, making many elders nod their heads. The Duan clan of Justice was their old rival, so they knew how difficult it was to deal with Duan Tianya. This child was relatively young, but his strength was already incomparably terrifying. How could Lin Ling win against him? Lin Ling frowned. For the first time, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Lan. He didn't have any grudges with Qin Lan. It was only because he didn't follow Qin Lan's instructions during the treatment. However, Qin Lan seemed to be targeting him at every turn. Duan Tianya died in my hands. Yes. Lin Ling said lightly, looking at the elders. Without a doubt, the way the elders looked at Lin Ling changed again. They were no longer disdainful, but somewhat dignified. Lin Ling's battle record, if he didn't mention it, they would think he was an ordinary genius. However, after knowing his battle record, they realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. As for Qin Lan, her eyes narrowed. She didn't expect this Lin Ling to be so powerful. I have a suggestion. Let Lin Ling become our Xiao family's guest elder. At this moment, Qin Zhao's voice rang out. He knew the time was right. The hall instantly fell silent. Guest elder, this was a very important status. It was on the same level as the 9 elders present. In the middle 3 regions, he could do whatever he wanted. And because Lin Ling wasn't of the Qin family's bloodline, he was a guest elder. However, did Lin Ling have this qualification? Many elders' expressions changed, but because it was the patriarch's suggestion, they didn't dare to object. Wait, who does Lin Ling think he is? He only has some small achievements. Can he be a guest elder? Dream on. At this moment, Qin Lan's voice rang out. If Lin Ling became a guest elder, then his position of the Qin families was above hers. She had been working hard to control the Qin family. What qualifications did Lin Ling have to be above her? That's right, patriarch can't be of the families of the family. Ims of is the family patriarchs is. Qin Lan of the families of the elders? Of Lin of the Atlas cloud of Transin. Qin Li of the Feng of Transitions Qin of S of the his of times Qins of the of his S of his was of the of his. All these years, because he had been recuperating from his injuries, he had allowed Qin Lan to control the Qin family. But now, Qin Lan's wings were growing bigger and bigger. She didn't even care about his father's words and had even bewitched the elders to oppose him. Moreover, Lin Ling had saved her, but because of her pride, Qin Lan wasn't grateful to Lin Ling at all. Father, what you said before was only his achievements. Is that his potential? That's not how you look at potential. Moreover, we have recruited many geniuses over the years. Which one of them is weaker than him? To put it bluntly, apart from saving your life, he is trash. Qin Lan drank a cup of wine and said. Qin Lan took a sip of wine and stood up. She looked like a girl, but there was an indescribable majesty in her voice. Of course, since he saved my father's life, we can give him a chance. How about this? Let the genius I recruited, Lai Huan, have a spar with him. If he loses, he won't have the face to mention the position of guest elder. But if we win, since we both want the position of guest elder, I'll take it. Qin Lan wants to be an elder? The hearts of the crowd trembled violently. They could see Qin Lan's ambition. After all, in the great Qin Empire, the position of an elder wasn't low. Sister, you are so scheming. Qin Jingtian also frowned slightly. He didn't expect his sister to use Lin Ling to climb up the ranks. Qin Shao looked deeply at Qin Lan and sighed in his heart. Was this still his daughter? Her current goal was the position of an elder. It wouldn't be long before her ambition was the position of the family leader. Father, it's a fair spar. Didn't you say that you think highly of that kid's potential? It's best to prove it now. Qin Lan said again. She wanted to use this opportunity to become an elder. In the Qin family, although she was only below one person and above everyone else, she was tired of that feeling. She wanted to be above everyone. Moreover, all these years, her father was recuperating and she was in charge of everything. She even thought of herself as the family leader. Sister, you are so hypocritical. How is this fair? Lai Huan is a genius of the Shaotian Academy. He is only 20 years old and in the initial stage of the Emperor Spirit stage. Can your skin be any thicker? Qin Jingtian finally couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Lan was too much. Little Tian, why are you interrupting when adults are talking? Qin Lan immediately said in a dignified manner. She was getting more and more dissatisfied. In the past, her brother obeyed her every word. Today, he actually didn't listen to her? Lin Ling was still quietly drinking his wine. He wasn't surprised by the internal strife of the Qin family. After all, the struggle for power would never be smooth. However, Qin Lan's ambition was too big. Not only did she look down on him, she actually wanted to use him as a stepping stone. Was she trying to play with him in her hands? However, Lin Ling was very interested in the position of a guest elder. If he became a guest elder, the cloud domain would have no opponents in the middle three regions. No one would dare to provoke the Fire Ancient clan. Qin Lan, you want to use me to become an elder? Why don't you ask yourself if you can become an elder? Yes. In the Great Hall, the various elders were discussing spiritedly. However, at that moment, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out, causing the elders' eyes to widen. They had never thought that Lin Ling would be so audacious, daring to speak at such a time. If I'm not qualified, do you think you are? You're just an outsider. Besides saving my father's life, what other merits do you have? Qin Lan coldly replied. At least I'm more qualified than you. Your father was saved by me, but you don't seem to care about that. Someone who doesn't even care about her father's life, does she have the qualifications to become an elder? Yes. Lin Ling said word by word. His words caused Qin Lan's face to instantly turn ugly. The hall was once again filled with discussion. Qin Lan's actions were indeed somewhat unsightly. Stop trying to mislead people. Do you dare to spar or not? Yes. Qin Lan didn't want to talk about that topic anymore. Why wouldn't I dare? I want to see how powerful the genius you've recruited is. If he dares to fight, I'll beat him into a dog. Yes. Lin Ling's aura was overbearing as he coldly spoke. He didn't hold back anymore. He planned to seize the guest elder position, so he had to intimidate others. Otherwise, how could others submit to him? Moreover, he was very unhappy with Qin Lan. This year's first place in the 7 profound martial house. Who knows if you cheated or not? Humph, you're just an empty title. You're so young and yet you're already so arrogant. You don't know that there is always someone better than you. Chapter 645. When Jiao fights a genius, Lai Huan came from the Xiaotian Academy and was a true genius. He had defeated countless geniuses in the past. Lin Ling was just a nobody he had never heard of, yet he dared to be arrogant in front of him? The master is an ungrateful dog, even the servant is the same. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since we want to spar, let's decide the outcome in 3 moves. Lin Ling stood up, his handsome face was filled with confidence, causing the other elders to secretly nod their heads. This Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, but he dared to take responsibility for his actions. His courage was extraordinary. For a moment, there were people in the hall who supported Lin Ling and people who supported Qin Lan. Brother Qin, help me warm the wine. After the wine is warm, I will drink it. Lin Ling walked out of his seat and said again, causing Qin Jingtian to be puzzled. Didn't Lin Ling want to spar? Why did he drink? It's just a spar. The time it takes to warm the wine is enough to send that little dog away. Lin Ling walked out step by step, bold and unrestrained, causing the crowd to laugh. When Jiao fights a genius, this Lin Ling is more daring than they thought. Lai Huan's face was incomparably ugly. Lin Ling was only at the peak of the king spirit stage, but he was looking down on him. Then he also walked out step by step, but Qin Lan gritted his teeth and said, Lai Huan, help me teach that little bastard a lesson. As long as you don't die, it's up to you. If you win, I will represent the great Qin Empire to reward you. But Lai Huan nodded heavily and walked to the center of the hall, looking proudly at Lin Ling. My name is Lai Huan. Go to the Xiaotian Academy and ask, you will know my name. As for you, I have no interest in knowing. After saying this, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. It was the strength of the early stage of the Emperor Spirit stage. Lin Ling looked indifferently. This Lai Huan's king body was not very strong. Only his cultivation level was higher than his. He couldn't even be considered a true genius. He shook his head. I have no interest in a barking dog. I have no interest in his name. After saying this, he looked at the ashen-faced Qin Lan and smiled again. Of course, I have no interest in knowing the names of those ungrateful people. Crazy! Many people's hearts trembled. When this youth was silent, he was like a sword in a scabbard. But the moment he drew his sword, he was frivolous and unrestrained. You're courting death. Lai Huan's face was ferocious as he displayed his tyrannical martial arts. An ancient book appeared behind him, flipping open continuously as an ancient aura permeated the air. Rumble. The hall began to tremble. The strength of an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Cultivator was indeed terrifying. A 7th grade king-ranked martial art. The gazes of some of the elders froze. This Lai Huan still had some capabilities. After which, they turned their gazes towards Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling was at the peak of the king spirit realm. Although there was no lack of geniuses who could fight above their level, it was hard to say who would win in a battle between geniuses. The air was torn apart, and the ancient book suppressed Lin Ling. Admit defeat yourself. At the same time, Lai Huan's disdainful voice was heard. Say that after you win, tyrant. Lin Ling shook his head lightly as he pulled out the tyrant's song sword from behind his back. He chose to establish his prestige, so naturally he had to intimidate others so he would not hold back. Earth-shattering sky. A terrifying sword light flashed out, and all the elders' pupils constricted. In their eyes, the youth had disappeared, and what was left was a dazzling sword technique. It was a storm-like sword technique. Lin Ling is not simple. Qin Shao nodded lightly. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling display his strength, and he was very satisfied with that strength. Boom. At this moment, the hall shook slightly. If not for the elders suppressing the energy, the hall would have been destroyed long ago. The martial art book that Lai Huan displayed was now shattered by Lin Ling's sword. Lin Ling held his sword and fought, looking at Lai Huan with disdain. Is that all you've got? Impossible. My martial art is a 7th grade king-ranked martial art, and it can dominate the king's spirit realm. How can you break it? Lai Huan's pupils constricted, as if he could not believe his own eyes. Alas, even someone with such strength was recruited. I have to say, the person who recruited you has poor taste. It's only a 7th grade king-ranked martial art, and I don't even want to learn it. My martial art is 50% sword intent. Lin Ling said word by word, and the ridicule in his words was extremely thick. 50% sword intent? Lai Huan's expression changed drastically. He naturally knew that martial art intent was above king-ranked martial arts, but he did not expect that the youth had actually comprehended such an ethereal realm. Do you want me to guide you on how to comprehend martial art intent? Lin Ling said lightly, causing Lai Huan to grind his teeth in anger. He had lost face in the first move. Deliberately mystifying, I'll crush you with my vast realm. Great 5 heavenly hands. Lai Huan shouted again, and his hands repeatedly struck out. A terrifying Emperor Spirit Realm aura erupted, and the power was more than twice that of King Spirit Realm aura. Make him lose so much face he won't be able to show his face. Qin Lan drank a mouthful of wine and coldly muttered to herself. Lai Huan was a genius she had recruited, and if he lost, she would not be able to put down her face. Now, Lai Huan had erupted with his full strength. She wanted to see Lin Ling lose. Lin Ling was only at the peak of King Spirit Realm. How could he be Lai Huan's opponent? Alas, using your vast cultivation realm to suppress me? Since it's like this, don't blame me for bullying you. I'll use my monstrous king body to suppress you. Lin Ling gently smiled, and the aura in his dantian began to stir. A terrifying vermilion bird king elephant appeared, and he raised his hands high. Countless small vermilion birds condensed in his hands, forming a giant vermilion bird. Flames of the great vermilion bird. A loud vermilion bird cry rang out, and a gorgeous vermilion bird flew out. The scorching power of the flames caused the elders' eyes to narrow. A 5th grade king body, this was terrifying. According to what they knew, even in the 7 great martial arts halls, there were not many geniuses with 5th grade king bodies. Bang! The two forces collided, and the sound was deafening. Although Lai Huan's cultivation realm was higher, Lin Ling's monstrous king body was above his. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Ling's flames of the great vermilion bird was comparable to a 6th grade martial intent. A 6th grade martial intent was more powerful than a 1st grade martial art of the emperor class. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Lai Huan was sent flying by the huge impact and smashed onto the ground. Lin Ling had held back, otherwise, he would have been burned to death in one move. Even so, Lai Huan's situation was not good. His eyebrows and hair were burnt, and he no longer looked like the genius of the Xiaotian Academy. I don't know how your Xiaotian Academy is ranked, but you dare to be arrogant like this. Lin Ling moved and appeared in front of Lai Huan. He stabbed his sword down, causing Lai Huan's body to tremble. He was sitting on the ground, but the sword was stuck between his legs, and it was only a step away from the crucial part. If the sword was a step closer, he would not be happy in his next life. You! Lai Huan's face twisted. Don't threaten me. If I show mercy, I can't guarantee that part of your body will still exist. Lin Ling shrugged, and his words made Lai Huan's hair stand on end. In the hall, countless people laughed. Lai Huan looked like a genius of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but his strength was so weak. It was embarrassing. Lai Huan, if you can't win, you are not qualified to stay in the rainforest's sacred land. At this moment, Qin Lan's angry voice sounded. She was also surprised by the result. Although the crowd seemed to be laughing at Lai Huan, they were laughing at her too. Chapter 646. Still not reconciled at this moment, Lai Huan's eyes narrowed. He did not doubt Qin Lan's words. If Qin Lan said that he was not qualified to stay in the rainforest, then he was not qualified. Qin Lan looked like a girl, but she had a domineering strength. If Qin Lan wanted him to die, he would not be able to resist. Lin Ling, look over here. 1,000 evil flying destruction curse. With that thought in mind, Lai Huan shouted coldly and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes had turned purple, and there was a mysterious and eerie feeling to them. This is? Soul power attack. Sensing the strange fluctuation, many elders' faces changed. They did not expect Lai Huan to have a final trump card. A genius with soul power was the rarest. Some even said that in 1,000,000 geniuses, there might not even be one with soul power. After all, soul power was innate and could not be cultivated. No wonder Lai Huan was recruited by Qin Lan. Lin Ling is in danger from a soul attack at such a close distance. Qin Xiao frowned. He did not expect Lai Huan to be a soul power genius. Soul power attacks were the hardest to guard against. Ah, father, the third move is over. Qin Lan looked at the frowning Qin Xiao and took a sip of wine. Her Hongyan lips were filled with confidence. Since you dare to humiliate me, I will humiliate you. Lin Ling kneeled down. At this moment, Lai Huan's lips curled into a confident smile. Previously, he had lost face. This time, he wanted to make Lin Ling lose face as well. With his soul power released, he was afraid that Lin Ling would become an idiot. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling stood there quietly. He suddenly pulled out the sword from the ground. Many people's eyes flickered. Was Lin Ling's soul being controlled? Was he going to kneel down? However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded. It seems that if I don't cut off your manhood, you will not know fear. Well, everyone's heart trembled. Lin Ling was fine? Numerous shocked gazes stared at Lin Ling, only to discover that Lin Ling's expression was calm. Instead, he revealed a devilish smile, and the sword in his hand stabbed towards Lai Huan on the ground, between her legs. Compared to everyone else's surprise, Lai Huan was even more surprised. This was the first time he had encountered someone who was safe and sound in the face of his soul force. After all, at such a close distance, Lin Ling simply couldn't avoid it. Playing with soul force? I'm your ancestor. Lai Huan stared at the devilish smile on Lin Ling's face and suddenly understood something. He then stared at the sword that was slashing down and his mind instantly went blank. Lin Ling wanted to cut off that part of his body. Lai Huan screamed in horror and then fainted. In the hall, a fishy smell came out, causing the crowd to narrow their eyes. Lai Huan was so scared that he peed himself. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling, their hearts trembling violently. Lin Ling sparred with an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius and easily defeated his opponent in 3 moves. I wonder how I compare to Lai Huan in terms of king physique? Ignoring the silence, Lin Ling slowly put his sword on his back and asked indifferently. The hall was still silent. Was there a need to say the result? Lin Ling's king physique was stronger than Lai Huan's. I wonder how I compare to Lai Huan in terms of martial intent? Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the silence and asked again. In terms of martial intent, Lai Huan had a 7th grade king rank martial art, but Lin Ling had martial intent. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. I wonder how I compare to Lai Huan in terms of soul force? Lin Ling asked again. It seemed like he was questioning everyone, but it also seemed like he was asking himself. Everyone's expressions changed. The previous scene had proved that Lai Huan's soul force couldn't affect Lin Ling at all. This meant that Lin Ling's soul force was stronger than Lai Huan's. Then what do you mean by potential? After asking the 3 questions, Lin Ling looked at Qin Lan, who was in the distance. His words caused Qin Lan's beautiful face to turn extremely ugly. Before this, she had said that Lin Ling only had a good battle record but his potential was trash. But now, she still dared to say such words? King physique, martial intent, and soul force were all top-notch. Lin Ling was trash? And the genius she had recruited was trash. He had actually peed himself in front of everyone. Moreover, he is a powerful alchemist. Qin Xiao said with a smile. This caused the hearts of many elders to tremble. If this was true, then this genius Lin Ling had the qualifications to be a guest elder. After all, his cultivation was still low, but in the future, his name would shake the entire rainforest holy land. Lin Ling was still very weak. If they didn't pay attention to him, then when Lin Ling grew stronger in the future, Lin Ling might not give face to their great Qin Empire. Brother Qin, is the wine ready? Ignoring everyone's silence, Lin Ling indifferently said and walked towards his seat. The wine is ready. Qin Jingtian immediately laughed. His heart was filled with joy. Heroic, warming wine to battle a genius. In a short period of time, he had defeated a genius from the martial arts hall. This was Lin Ling. I agree with the family head's words. Finally, an elder spoke up. Then, one by one, the elders spoke up. This caused Qin Xiao to smile with satisfaction. He knew that his vision wasn't wrong. Ah, Lin Ling, congratulations. In the future, I will have to call you elder. Qin Jingtian was also happy. In fact, he felt like he was dreaming. He thought highly of Lin Ling's potential, but he didn't expect this young man to gain a foothold in the Qin clan in such a short period of time. The speed of his rise was simply too fast. Then, he looked at Qin Lan, who was drinking wine in the distance, and sighed in his heart. His sister was extraordinary and arrogant. Today, she had lost face again. Wait! At this moment, Qin Lan's cold voice rang out. She was still unwilling to accept this. Lin Ling frowned. This woman was really going to oppose him to the end. As expected, the eldest daughter of a big family was unruly and overbearing. She had clearly lost, but she didn't want to admit defeat. I admit that Lin Ling has the qualifications to be a guest elder, but he hasn't made any contributions in the Qin clan. How can you accept this? Qin Lan stood up and looked at the crowd. Many people's eyes flickered. This was true. Although the elders thought highly of Lin Ling, it didn't mean that everyone in the Great Qin Empire thought highly of him. After all, the Great Qin Empire was deeply rooted and had many bloodlines. If they rashly let a young man with a different surname become a guest elder, it would be a source of ridicule. Then what else do you want to do? Lin Ling said indifferently. Currently, the Duan clan of Justice's business has already interfered with our market. They have invited a powerful alchemist, Dan Luofeng, to refine many precious pills and steal our business. If you can't take back the lost business, then all of this is empty talk. Qin Lan said word by word. Moreover, if the market's business is stolen, father, your position as the family head will be lost. After all, the Great Qin Empire has given you support, but you haven't made any contributions in the rainforest's sacred land. This is not what they want to see. In her anger, she actually dared to reprimand Qin Xiao. Chapter 647. The Market Square Business. Before, I made a decision to invite the alchemy genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, Dan Luofan, but Father and Little Tian both opposed it. Now that Dan Luofan has been snatched away by the Justice Duan bloodline, do you regret it? Qin Lan took a sip of wine, her words full of meaning. She believed that her father and Qin Jingtian's decision was wrong. How overbearing! Lin Ling frowned. Qin Lan had actually reprimanded his father, and the reason was that his father hadn't made any contributions to the family. But Qin Lan was his daughter. To reprimand her father in front of so many elders, wasn't she going too far? Qin Xiao frowned. He didn't think that because Qin Lan had lost, she would shed all pretense of cordiality and make him lose face in front of everyone. However, Qin Lan's words left him speechless. This was because he hadn't made any contributions to the Qin family, causing him to lack the right to speak. Even his daughter's prestige was greater than his. It's only the Market Square business. Fine, I'll take it back for you. But I have a condition. Before I take it back, no one is allowed to interfere with me. Lin Ling looked at Qin Xiao and then lightly said, the Qin family's old master was supporting him, so how could he make things difficult for him? So no matter what, he would take this mess. But the time limit is 1 month. If you take back the Market Square business, then I, Qin Lan, will be convinced. But if you fail, then that proves that father is old and his vision is poor. It's time for him to retire and return to his hometown. Qin Lan lightly said. This time, she had simply shed all pretense of cordiality. Since her father supported Lin Ling, then she could only let him retire and return to his hometown. The position of patriarch of the Qin family would be hers. Alright, don't use people you suspect, and don't doubt people you use. Little Lon, if Lin Ling fails, I'll give up my position as the family head. Qin Xiao said disheartenedly. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. Moreover, compared to the position of patriarch, what saddened him more was his daughter. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Qin Lan nodded. If Lin Ling wins, then I, Qin Lan, will leave the Qin family. Qin Lan, oh Qin Lan, no wonder you don't want father's injuries to heal. So you've always wanted to be the head of the Qin family, and for this position, you're even willing to give up father. Qin Jingtian suddenly said sorrowfully. He didn't know when his sister had become like this. Father, who said that I don't want it? It's just that the position of patriarch belongs to those who are capable. Not to mention other things, just the fact that you think highly of Lin Ling shows that you have poor judgment. Qin Lan shook her head. You'll know in a month's time whether he has good foresight or not. Lin Ling did not beat around the bush and simply said, don't worry. Subsequently, the family feast ended in this Cold War. At this moment, outside the hall, the sky was filled with stars, and a cold night wind blew past. Lin Ling and the other two walked out of the hall and walked along the corridor. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Ling and smiled apologetically. Little brother, I've made a fool of myself. It's my fault for not being strict enough. In reality, he thought highly of Lin Ling's future, so he wanted to support Lin Ling. This was a small matter, and it wasn't rare among the 24 patriarchs of the Great Qin Empire. However, he didn't expect that his daughter would oppose him for such a small matter. Father, you've just recovered, you should rest more. At this moment, behind the three of them, Qin Lan walked along the corridor. There was a tinge of worry in her eyes as she looked at Qin Xiao. If not for the previous incident, they would have thought that Qin Lan was a kind and filial daughter. These old bones of mine won't die yet. Qin Xiao smiled deeply, and there was a deeper meaning in his smile. Sigh. Qin Lan sighed at you. Father, you're too stubborn, so stubborn that you're even paranoid. Why won't you give in? Could it be that I opposed you in front of all the elders and caused you to lose face, so you have to oppose me? Actually, as the patriarch, you should think about the big picture and not argue with your daughter. Her voice wasn't as strong as it was in the hall. There was a tinge of sadness in her opposition, as if she was the one who was wronged. Of course, another reason was that there were no elders here, so she didn't need to establish her prestige, so she didn't need to be so strong. Qin Xiao smiled again, but this time he didn't say anything. Lin Ling shook his head. This was the first time he saw such a self-righteous girl. She was the one who was arguing with her father and couldn't put down her face after losing, but she said that her father was stubborn and couldn't put down his face, so he was making things difficult for her. This kind of person was the real paranoia. Sister, I know that you've helped father manage the Qin clan in the past, and you're already used to being above others. However, what I want to say is that without father, you wouldn't have everything you have now. Don't forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. Furthermore, he's your father. Qin Jingtian said in a low voice, once again refuting his sister. Alas, even now, you still don't know where you're wrong, and you don't have your own beliefs. However, I'm still firm in my beliefs. Everything I do is for the Qin clan, but I don't blame you. You'll understand in the future. At that time, I won't make things difficult for you. You're still my father and brother. Qin Lan sighed again and slowly left. However, just as she took a few steps, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded, your so-called beliefs are actually just your selfish thoughts, and you're putting a high-sounding excuse on them. That's very hypocritical. Hearing this, Qin Lan smiled coldly. In the rainforest, there are countless geniuses. You're just a little talented, but you're so arrogant. You won't go far in the future. She felt that Lin Ling was just so she never put Lin Ling in her eyes. 1 month later, I'll see Jin Xiao. Lin Ling smiled coldly. After parting with Qin Xiao and the others, Lin Ling returned to his room and sat down cross-legged. He thought back to what had happened today, but he didn't care too much. He only knew that the rainforest was more powerful than he had imagined through the Qin clan. If he had great strength today, his words would have been even more powerful. Thus, strength was everything. 1 month. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but a confident smile appeared on his face. After reaching the peak of the king's spirit realm, he had awakened a large amount of memories, allowing him to be more familiar with the next realm. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling calmed his mind and stabilized his realm. The next day, sunlight shone through the window, and Qin Jingtian's voice sounded from the door. Today, they were going to the Qin clan's market. Lin Ling smiled as he pushed open the door. After exchanging a few words with Qin Jingtian, they left together. Lin Ling, there's only 1 month. Are you confident? On the way, Qin Jingtian was still a bit worried. After all, if they couldn't take back the business in a month, his father would have to give up the position of patriarch, and his sister would rise to the top in a single step. At that time, he would be ridiculed by his sister. He didn't care, but if his father was ridiculed by his sister, what dignity would his father have left? What is the main business of your market? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Chapter 648. Rumors spread pills. Qin Jingtian replied, the main city of the rainforest Holy Land is also known as the Holy City. It's vast and boundless and is the largest city in the 100 territories. It has everything, so it attracts a large number of cultivators from the 100 territories. Even cultivators from other holy lands come here. Therefore, the profits from selling pills here are huge. Lin Ling nodded. As long as one was a cultivator, pills were indispensable. The Great Qin Empire has 12 family heads in the Holy City, each occupying a different part of the city. Our Qin clan is in the southern part of the city. There are several trading streets there that belong to us. However, last month, a powerful alchemist from the Justice Duan clan, Dan Luofen, came. I don't know what pill he refined, but he actually stole all the business on our street. Qin Jingtian frowned. Lin Ling suddenly understood. It seemed that if he wanted to take back his share of business, he had to refine new pills. Fortunately, alchemy was not difficult for him. Dan Luofan also came to join in the fun. It's a good opportunity to meet him. Lin Ling sneered. Dan Luofan. During the 10 Rising Stars competition, Dan Luofan and Duan Tianya worked together to destroy him. Lin Ling had yet to take revenge for this. Let's go. Lin Ling shouted softly, then disappeared from the Qin clan manor with Qin Jingtian. There were many shops in the southern part of the city. However, there were very few people here. Some shops that sold pills, spirit herbs, weapons, and martial arts were all closed. I'm afraid this street is going to be ruined. The shop owners sighed. This was the Qin clan's territory, but there were no customers here. If this continued, these streets would definitely be taken back by the Holy City and given to other powerful forces. The Justice Duan clan is too powerful. They stole all the customers here in a month. And I heard that they're selling disaster-releasing pills. Not only can it increase the strength of Emperor's Spirit Realm cultivators, but it can also quickly recover spirit qi during battle. The Qin clan doesn't have a powerful alchemist. Alas, the future is bleak. I heard that the Qin clan's eldest young miss wanted to recruit Dan Luofan in the past. Unfortunately, she was opposed by the current patriarch. Alas, if the Qin clan's eldest young miss had done what she did, how could these streets have declined so much? As soon as he arrived at the street, Lin Ling heard a sigh. Beside him, Qin Jingtian's expression was somewhat ugly. He was sure that this was a rumor spread by Qin Lan. How hateful! In order to win, Qin Lan actually slandered his father. Lin Ling, what should we do? Qin Jingtian looked at Lin Ling anxiously. Haste makes waste. Rumors won't disappear in a day or two. Let's observe the environment first. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was calm. He had faced this kind of situation in the past when he was in the Fire Ancient clan, so he wasn't flustered at all. His calm demeanor made Qin Jingtian somewhat confident. After that, Lin Ling disguised himself as an ordinary person and walked along the streets. Sir, what do you want to buy? After arriving at the shop owners naturally thought that Lin Ling was a martial artist who was buying things. Moreover, Lin Ling's temperament was indifferent. It seemed that he wasn't rich or noble. Hee, spirit brush pill, thunder spirit crystal, 7 Lingji mushrooms, do you have these? Yes, wait here. I'll go get them for you. It was rare for a customer to come, so the shop owner immediately became enthusiastic. While Lin Ling was buying things, he casually chatted about his family. In any case, the Qin clan was paying for the spirit crystals spent to buy things, so he didn't feel any heartache. Why are there so few people on these streets? Alas, it's hard to explain. In the past, these streets were very prosperous. However, a powerful alchemist came to the street next door. All the pills there were sold at a 20% discount, and they even had the rare disaster release pill. Gradually, customers came and went. In addition, there was a big incident not long ago. It was said that someone took the Qin clan's pills and died from qi deviation. Therefore, the streets are empty. Hee, the alchemist of the Qin clan is really unreliable. Of course, our shops are all owned by the Qin clan. If the Qin clan had a powerful alchemist, they would naturally attract customers and we would also be able to take a share of the profits. But now, alas, the business is difficult to do now. I'm even planning to quit my shop and rent a shop in the Duan clan. That's a good choice. I'll take my leave first. Through the shops, Lin Ling roughly understood the situation. It seemed that in order to make the streets prosperous, refining rare pills was indispensable. After all, it could attract customers. Everyone had the mentality of joining in the fun. Naturally, they would go to places with more people. At noon, the streets were still quiet. There were only a few people walking around. At this time, several figures walked into the street. Hee, there are so few people on these streets. If this continues, it will definitely be ruined. Alas, I originally wanted to come here to buy some pills and spiritual herbs. But now, I don't dare to buy any more. The things of the Qin clan are unreliable. Isn't that so? The shops here are also unreliable. Let's go. I heard that the Duan clan sells disaster relief pills at noon. Each person can buy 3 bottles. That's the best pill for going out to train. Moreover, it's made by a great alchemist. Then let's go. Let's not waste time here. The few people talked as they walked. Their voices were not soft and many people heard them. The eyes of those people flickered. They originally wanted to buy some things on the street, but after hesitating for a while, they slowly left. At this moment, on the second floor of a restaurant by the street, 2 figures quietly watched the scene below. One of them frowned and said, "It seems that the influence is getting bigger and bigger." This person was Qin Jingtian. Lin Ling stood beside him. He seemed to be watching the scene on the street, but in reality, his eyes had quietly changed. The eye of time had appeared. The incident that happened on the street a month ago was once again circulating. After a moment, Lin Ling coldly smiled. If someone deliberately causes trouble, the rumors will never die down until the Qin clan loses the right to own these streets. Lin Ling, what do you mean? Qin Jingtian's eyes narrowed. He did not understand Lin Ling's words. It's very simple. Those people appear on the street once every 3 days. Moreover, the incident with the Qin clan's pills a month ago seemed to be caused by those people. Lin Ling said indifferently. This caused Qin Jingtian to gasp. A terrifying thought rose in his mind. The Duan clan was spreading rumors. Lin Ling, what should we do next? Qin Jingtian's voice became serious. He did not know how Lin Ling knew all this, but now, he had already treated Lin Ling as his backbone. It's very simple. An eye for an eye. Lin Ling coldly smiled. He jumped down from the second floor and slowly walked toward the few figures. Those people were dressed in cultivators' attire. They looked like ordinary cultivators, but their strength was at the early stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. After walking out of the street, they all sneered. The current patriarch of the Qin clan is very stupid. Chapter 649. The matter was exposed, the leader shrugged, his eyes cold. However, just as he finished speaking, a calm voice came from behind him. That might not be the case. The few of them were shocked. They turned around and found that a young man had appeared behind them. This young man was about 18 or 19 years old. His hands were behind his back, and his blue and white robe gave people a feeling that it was hard to see through. "Sir, are you also here to buy things? Let me remind you, the Qin family's things can no longer be bought." The few of them quickly returned to normal and then looked at Lin Ling with a smile. "I just want to ask, how much is the reward for you doing this?" However, their words did not move the young man. Instead, the young man smiled and said. That smile made the few of them frown. They faintly felt that the young man seemed to have come with a purpose. "I don't know what you are talking about." The leader frowned and said, "Sai, now that things have come to this, why do you need me to say it one by one?" "Sai, you appear every 3 days, and every time you appear, you spread far and wide, advertising the Duan family's pills. The first time you appeared, you brought a dead companion and slandered the Qin family's pills, saying that the Qin family's pills were not good, causing people to go crazy and die from poison." "Sai. That's the truth. Everybody can see it." The leader of the martial artists shouted angrily. "I'm very sorry, but the guy who suffered from qi deviation and was poisoned to death by the medicinal pill is right next to you. It's just that he practiced the bone-shifting art and changed his bones from a 2-meter tall man to a 1-meter and 60-meter short man. Moreover, you also know the art of playing dead, this strange martial art, which is a bit surprising." Sai. However, his words were like a bolt from the blue, making the few of them tremble. This young man was so scary. Everything he said was true. It was as if they could not hide anything from this young man. After all, not many people knew that they knew the bone-shifting art and the fake death art. "Still want to pretend? Then I'll describe it again. You received a reward from others to slander the Qin family. So, your companion cultivated the fake death art and died 3 days ago. Then, you brought your companion to the streets to cause a ruckus, saying that a pill had killed someone. After that, the effects of the fake death art wore off. Your companion then cultivated the bone-shifting art and changed his body shape. Everything that happened after that was as if he had been reborn and reappeared in front of everyone with a brand new appearance." The young man said slowly. He was Lin Ling. Previously, he had been observing the streets with the eye of time in the restaurant. Everything that had happened in the past month was still vivid in his mind. Then, his gaze locked onto these people, paying more attention. Naturally, he discovered everything. Furthermore, he possessed the memories of the limitless sword saint. His martial arts foundation was extremely deep. Naturally, he could tell that these people had cultivated unorthodox martial arts. The plan is perfect, but there is a small flaw. That is, people who practice the fake death technique cannot live past 40 years old, unless they have a pill that I refine." Lin Ling said slowly again. Boom. Those people's minds buzzed. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at the king of hell. "Who are you?" The leader of the martial artists said solemnly. "The Qin family's guest elder, Lin Ling." Lin Ling smiled and said word by word. "Qin family." They sucked in a breath of cold air. For the past month, they had concealed it very well. They had thought that the Qin family were all idiots and did not know that they had done something in the dark. Who knew that such a young guest elder had seen through everything? So what if they know? "If we kill you, the dead tell no tales." The leader's face instantly turned cold. The matter had been exposed, so he had to kill this young man. The others were also filled with killing intent. They had also noticed that the young man gave them a terrifying feeling, but his cultivation was only at the peak of the king's spirit realm. This kind of strength was not enough. Boundless demon eye. At this moment, Lin Ling shouted softly. Several early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm experts surrounded him. This battle was clearly going to be troublesome. Of course, the most important thing was that he did not want to make a big deal out of this, so he used his trump card, a soul attack. Buzz buzz. The invisible soul attack surged. At such a close distance, how could those martial artists react? They only saw the sky and earth disappear, and only a pair of huge eyes in the sky looked down at them as if looking down on the world. They realized that they could not move at all. Their souls had been intimidated. By the time they reacted, a sword had already landed in front of the neck of the leading martial artist. A light voice floated over at the same time. "My cultivation is weak, but my sword is not weak. So, don't scare me anymore. I can't guarantee that I won't chop off your neck if I'm lenient." The words seemed to be begging for mercy or even fear, but the voice was incomparably cold. It made the leader feel afraid. Although he was stronger, the sword was hanging in front of his neck. No matter how strong he was, he could not use his strength. Of course, what made him want to vomit blood the most was that this strange young man was actually speaking to him in a scared tone. Right now, he should be the one who was scared. "What do you want?" "Roar." The leader roared angrily. "Don't yell at me. I won't be able to hold my sword steady." Lin Ling smiled faintly. He did not kill these people. There was naturally a use for them. "I have a few pills here. One for each of you. Swallow them and you can go." He took out a few pills in his left hand, causing the martial artist's eyes to narrow. One of them said angrily, "You're threatening us to eat poison pills?" Roar. The one who spoke was really the martial artist who cultivated the art of playing dead. "You don't have the right to choose now. Besides, you won't live past 40 years old. Why are you worried about poison pills?" Lin Ling said nonchalantly. His words caused the martial artist's eyes to narrow. In fact, after cultivating the art of playing dead, he did feel that something was wrong. It seemed like he was aging faster. "Then you have a way to treat me?" That martial artist anxiously asked. "Swallow the pills first. In fact, this is not a poison pill. It's a pill I refined on a whim when I was treating someone with a fire disease. It's just a flaming pill. The difference is, this is the vermilion bird flame disease." Lin Ling slowly said. This pill was the same as the Qilin flame disease. It was refined with his vermilion bird flame as the source. The martial artists looked at each other. They wanted to refuse, but two of them agreed. One of them was the leader who was threatened by Lin Ling with his sword, and the other was the martial artist who cultivated the art of playing dead. Their lives were in Lin Ling's hands. Naturally, they did not fear the poison pill. "We've been exposed. Our lives are in his hands. Swallow it." The leader sighed. He could only swallow the pill. The rest could only do the same. "That's right." Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and strode away. The martial artists quickly followed. Their lives were in the hands of others. What else could they do? "Young master, in fact, we were paid to do this. Don't worry, we won't do this kind of thing again. We only hope to be rewarded with the antidote." The leader said bitterly. He thought it was just a young man. Dealing with him was as easy as flipping his hand. However, who would have thought that this young man, who appeared to be calm and collected, was in complete control of them? He had easily captured them. Chapter 650. The pill workshop opens again. You won't do this again? If you don't do it, how about I keep you? Lin Ling turned around and said indifferently. Huh. Their eyes narrowed. Lin Ling actually wanted them to do the same thing as before? "Don't worry, I won't pay less than what others pay. If you do it well, not only will I give you the antidote, I'll also give you some pointers in martial arts." Lin Ling said softly, causing the cultivator's eyes to light up. They understood what Lin Ling meant. In the past, they had slandered the Qin family. This time, Lin Ling wanted them to return the favor and slander the Duan family. Moreover, compared to the Duan family's reward, Lin Ling's reward was even more. "Alright, Zhang Senegri. Young master, just give the order. I'm a local cultivator of the rainforest Holy Land. As long as it's about the holy city, there's nothing I don't know." The leading cultivator immediately patted his chest and said, causing Lin Ling to nod. These people were like local tyrants. With the help of these local tyrants, it would be much more convenient to do things. After a while, Lin Ling brought them back to the restaurant. When Qin Jingtian saw those cultivators, he couldn't help but be shocked. In just a short hour, Lin Ling actually brought those people back. Moreover, those people were all experts of the Emperor's spirit realm. Lin Ling was only at the peak of the King's spirit realm. Although he knew that Lin Ling was a genius and could fight above his level, dealing with several Emperor's spirit realm cultivators at the same time wasn't something that every genius could do. "Young master, Yes." However, what surprised Qin Jingtian even more was that those cultivators seemed to be sincerely convinced by Lin Ling. That kind of worship and respect was not faked at all. Lin Ling seems to be even more terrifying than I imagined. Yes. Qin Jingtian muttered to himself. In the past, he had thought highly of Lin Ling, but now he realized that Lin Ling's mysteriousness was not something he could imagine. Lin Ling, what should we do next? Yes. Qin Jingtian sat down and said expectantly. It's very simple. Go to the Duan clan and spread rumors. At the same time, it's time for us to use our medicinal pills. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Spreading the news far and wide isn't difficult, we're good at that. But as for refining pills, this young master, there is a grandmaster alchemist there. It is said that he comes from the 7 profound martial house, and is a genius of alchemy. Zhang San said worriedly. He was more familiar with the Duan clan's situation. Nothing more than Dan Luofeng. In the past, he wanted to frame me, yet he instead helped me break through my cultivation realm. So, what does he count for? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Several days later, the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop opened its doors again, causing a small commotion for a time. As for Qin Lan, she naturally received the news as well. She wasn't surprised. She knew that Lin Ling would struggle on the brink of death. Therefore, she quietly waited for a month. How could Lin Ling still smile? The news of the opening of the medicinal pill shop was naturally very grand. Many warriors came with curiosity, and among them, there was no lack of geniuses from the 7 major martial arts palaces. After all, not every genius had a deep family background. In the entire holy city, if there are any cheap medicinal pills, then these are the streets. Moreover, I heard that they are opening again today, and all medicinal pills are sold at a 30% discount. This is the medicinal pill workshop of some family head of the Great Qin dynasty. I heard that their medicinal pills aren't very good. They once caused a martial artist to die from poison. In the streets and alleys, many martial artists talked as they walked. How can there be 100% certainty in the path of medicinal pills? Let's not talk about other things. Moreover, I heard that the martial artist who died from poison couldn't blame anyone else. He wanted to break through to the next level, so he swallowed 3 types of medicinal pills. He didn't know that 2 of the medicinal pills countered each other. In the end, he died from poison. However, the rumors are not bad. At least no one goes to the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop. Those medicinal pills are too cheap for me. However, there were also rumors in every corner of the streets. It seemed that many martial artists wanted to take advantage of this discount to buy medicinal pills in bulk. After all, a martial artist would consume a lot of medicinal pills in their lifetime. This time, they could save a lot of money by buying in bulk at a discount. After someone took the lead, many martial artists were unwilling to lose out. They also went to the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop to join in the fun. As time went by, those few streets slowly became more lively. As for the person who spread the rumors, he laughed coldly. He was Zhang San. As a local tyrant, he was good at spreading rumors. At this moment, the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop was filled with customers. Several figures also came from afar. These people were young and were all young girls. Judging from their clothes, they were disciples of the ancient Dao martial palace. Junior sister, I have quite a lot of medicinal pills to buy. There are water spirit pills, cloud gathering pills, and so on. With this 30% discount, I can probably save a lot of spirit crystals. Yes. On the path of martial arts, medicinal pills are indispensable. Yes. One of the girls smiled. She was dressed in snow-white clothes and had a slender waist. Her eyes were filled with spirituality, making one's eyes light up. Lin Ling, why are you here? Yes. At this moment, the girl suddenly exclaimed in pleasant surprise. At the entrance of the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop, a youth in a blue and white robe walked out. When he saw the girl, he could not help but be delighted. Heavenly concubine! Heavenly concubine! Are you also here to buy medicinal pills? Heavenly concubine! The heavenly concubine jogged over, causing the senior sisters to be surprised. In the ancient Dao martial palace, the heavenly concubine was highly valued by her master. Coupled with her outstanding talent, Many young men pursued her, but she always gave cold replies. This was the first time they had seen the heavenly concubine take the initiative to talk to someone. Who is that young man? The senior sisters also walked over. At this moment, Lin Ling was somewhat surprised. He did not expect to meet the heavenly concubine in the rainforest sacred land. However, this also meant that the Qin family's discount this time was quite effective. What kind of medicinal pills are you going to buy? Right? If you don't have enough spirit crystals, I can give you some. Anyway, with a 30% discount, we can buy a lot of medicinal pills. The heavenly concubine smiled again, causing her senior sister's beautiful eyes to narrow. The heavenly concubine did not lend spirit crystals to this young man, but directly gave it to him. What was their relationship? Involuntarily, the senior sisters sized up Lin Ling. Lin Ling was handsome, but his strength was very ordinary. He was not even in the emperor spirit realm. Was he worthy of the heavenly concubine? I don't lack medicinal pills right now, but if you want to buy medicinal pills, you can go to the manager of the market. Just say that you are a friend of mine, Lin Ling. Then, you can buy them at a 50% discount. Lin Ling did not know what the girls were thinking. He only smiled. What? 50% discount? This is the Great Qin Empire's medicinal pill shop. How can it be 50% off? The heavenly concubine's small mouth was slightly open. Even the eyes of the girls beside her narrowed. This young man was really arrogant. One of the girls said softly, "Heavenly concubine, your friend seems to be very arrogant." After all, they were all Emperor Spirit Realm experts, and Lin Ling was only in the King Spirit Realm. However, he said that he could buy medicinal pills at a 50% discount. They did not understand where this young man got his confidence from. Not to mention, this was the Great Qin Empire's medicinal pill shop. Elder, the miraculous spirit pill is currently lacking. Young Master Qin asks for your help to refine a portion. Chapter 651. Lin Ling was the alchemist in charge? Heavenly concubine, just tell him what pills you want to buy. I'll get to work first. Lin Ling smiled and walked in. At the door, Heavenly concubine and the rest were still in shock. Heavenly concubine couldn't help but ask, "Senior, who is he in the Qin family's pill shop?" The old man looked at Heavenly concubine and bowed respectfully. "You must be the elder's friend. Elder Lin is our Great Qin Empire's guest elder. Moreover, he is the alchemist in charge of the pill shop." The girls gasped. They didn't expect the young man to be a guest elder of the Great Qin Empire at such a young age. Moreover, he was a highly respected alchemist. I knew he wouldn't be ordinary. Heavenly concubine was stunned for a moment before she laughed. Although the news was sudden, she wasn't surprised at all. After all, when she was in the cloud region, Lin Ling had refined a level 7 awakening pill for her to awaken her bloodline. After she came to the rainforest sacred land, she found out from her master that even in the rainforest sacred land, there weren't many alchemists who could refine level 7 pills. Moreover, he was just a teenager. This was even rarer. Therefore, she knew that Lin Ling's alchemy skills had always been very high. "Customers, if you want to buy pills, we will only take the money for the spiritual herbs. We won't take anything else," the old man said again. "Moreover, you have the right to buy first." The girls beside Heavenly Concubine were overjoyed. They looked at Heavenly Concubine with gratitude. After all, if they didn't follow Heavenly Concubine, they wouldn't have been able to get such an advantage. At this moment, Lin Ling was refining elixirs in the elixir hall. He was the only master in charge, so many elixirs needed him to refine. Although it was tiring, it allowed Lin Ling's elixir refining skills to continue to improve. Moreover, the Qin family was rich and had given him a large amount of spiritual herbs, so he no longer lacked the herbs needed to refine the true fire elixir. Therefore, Lin Ling had made the right choice in allying with the Qin family. Of course, at present, he was only preparing to refine the pills that would allow the Qin clan's elixir workshop to turn the tables. Those two pills were the 7th grade Clear Heart pill and the 8th grade Sky Capital Bright River pill. He believed that these two pills could absolutely turn the tables. After all, these were Di Wuji's pills. Di Wuji's vision was second only to the 7 profound martial houses' martial house master. In the rainforest Holy Land, there weren't many powerhouses that could compare with Di Wuji. The Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop has reopened. Duan Tianhe smiled at the youth sitting across from him. He'd heard that the Qin family's pill shop had opened again, but he wasn't worried. The Duan family head is very calm. He was none other than Dan Luofan, who was Dan Luofan. With you here, the Qin family's medicinal pill workshop has reopened. What is there to fear? Not only that, but that old ghost Qin is going downhill. He's been doing the same thing over and over again. He simply doesn't know that without a powerful alchemist, wanting to turn the tables around is nothing but a fool's dream. Duan Tianhe also took a sip of wine. Duan Tianhe's words were full of flattery, causing Dan Luofan's smile to become even wider. To be flattered by the Duan family head, this wasn't a common matter. However, he was also worthy of this flattery. After all, with him presiding over the Duan family, no matter what alchemist the Qin family sent, it was useless. Not good. Family head, Grandmaster Dan, our business has been affected. At this moment, a guard anxiously walked in, causing Duan Tianhe and Dan Luofan to frown. That's impossible. The alchemist in charge of the Qin clan is that old man Yi Ding. Although his alchemy skills are high, he's old-fashioned and doesn't know how to be flexible. How could he be my opponent? Dan Luofan stood up and said with some displeasure. Grandmaster, our Duan family's pills are sold at a 20% discount, but the Qin family sells them at a 30% discount. Moreover, there's a rumor going around that our pills are fake. They should be 100% effective, but they're only 50% effective. They're saying that we're cutting corners. Who spread the rumor? Where's Zhang San? Duan Tianhe couldn't help but shout, no longer looking down on them. It was Zhang San who spread the rumor. They seem to be from the Qin family now. The guard said nervously, "You're courting death." Duan Tianhe was furious and the wine cup in his hand shattered. He'd thought that the Qin family wouldn't be able to fight back, but who knew that the Qin family would counterattack so fiercely before they died? This was an eye for an eye. After all, it was he who'd ordered Zhang San and the others to spread the rumor and slander the Qin family. Rumors can only be used to deal with it for a while. Most importantly, the Qin family's pills are sold at a 30% discount. That will definitely attract many martial artists. When the time comes, all the pills will be sold out and the Qin family will have no pills left. At that time, the martial artists will feel that they've been cheated and the Qin family will die even faster. After Dan Luofan's initial surprise, he gradually calmed down. Selling pills at a low price was a small profit but quick turnover. But this was a test of an alchemist's foundation. If one's refining speed wasn't fast enough, then the supply would fall short of demand. And at that time, without pills, the Qin family's alchemy workshop would return to its original state. That's right. When it comes to refining pills, who can compete with a grandmaster alchemist? The anger in Duan Tianhe's heart gradually faded away. He was waiting for a good show. 3 days quietly passed. However, the Qin family's alchemy workshop didn't decline. Instead, it became even more prosperous. And within the Duan family mansion, Duan Tianhe and the others had ugly complexions. It seemed that they had underestimated the Qin family. The Qin family's actions weren't reckless but had been carefully planned. Not only were they slowly encroaching on the Duan family's business, but if this were to continue, they would even swallow up the Duan family's business. And at that time, the streets would lose their customers. Duan Tianhe would inevitably be punished by the Justice Duan family and his position as patriarch would be difficult to maintain. Within the mansion, Duan Tianhe had his hands behind his back. He paced back and forth, the anger in his heart growing with every step he took. He had nearly swallowed up the Qin family, but the Qin family had actually risen from the ashes. Just who was behind all of this? They found the person who spread the rumor and used that as a counterattack. Then, they suppressed us in terms of pill prices. This person shouldn't be Qin Lan. She isn't that fierce. I'm very curious as to who is behind all of this. This person is both brave and cunning. Dan Luofan said in a low voice as he recalled what had happened. Men, investigate for me. See if there have been any changes in the Qin family during this time. Also, find out who the grandmaster in charge of the Qin family's pill shop is. Duan Tianhe shouted. Not long after, a guard walked in and respectfully bowed. During this time, the Qin family patriarch and Qin Lan seemed to have quarreled. The Qin family patriarch helped a guest elder to rise to his feet. As for the grandmaster in charge of the Qin family's pill shop, that person isn't the previous Yi Ding, but someone else. Duan Tianhe and Dan Luofan asked in unison. They had a feeling that the person who had caused the Qin family to rise from the ashes was that guest elder. Lin Ling. The guard respectfully replied. As his voice fell, the hall fell deathly silent. Duan Tianhe's pupils shrank, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. After all, not too long ago, Lin Ling had killed Duan Tianhe and offended a great number of people. He had thought that Lin Ling had already died, but he hadn't. Chapter 652. A fierce battle between alchemists. Lin Ling, that's the youth that destroyed my restaurant. It's actually him. Dan Luofan's complexion was incomparably ugly. He had been trying to guess, but he hadn't thought that the guest elder would be Lin Ling, and that the grandmaster in charge would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling had ruined his plans. Grandmaster Dan, what do you think we should do now? This Lin Ling's skill in alchemy isn't low. Duan Tianhe's eyes were ice cold. He wished he could kill that Ant Lin Ling. Ha, interesting. But he wants to play with me? Dan Luofan picked up a wine cup from the table and took a sip. He coldly smiled and said, "Prepare the spirit herbs. I will refine the disaster-releasing pill. I will sell it at noon, and each person can buy 5 bottles. The disaster-releasing pill has the effect of increasing a royal spirit realm martial artist's strength. It can also quickly restore one's spiritual energy in battle. With this pill in hand, Lin Ling will surely lose." Duan Tianhe nodded. Haha, in the field of alchemy, you can't always rely on cheap to attract martial artists. This is just a short-term strategy. Only pills with significant effects are the best. My disaster-releasing pill is a 7th grade pill. It was taught to me by 7 profound martial houses old Xian. Besides me and old Xian, no one else can refine it. We will use this card in our hand to crush Lin Ling and the Qin family. Dan Luofan grew even more confident. He laughed and said, "Have someone send a message to Lin Ling, tell him that his death is imminent." After learning that his opponent was Lin Ling, Dan Luofan also made his move. His method was to refine high-grade pills. The battle between these 2 great alchemists was like a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Many other powers were watching from the sidelines. Lin Ling naturally received Dan Luofan's letter. He also knew what Dan Luofan was planning. Unfortunately, Dan Luofan didn't know that although his pills were rare, as long as they came from the 7 profound martial house, how could Lin Ling not know how to refine them? It had to be known that in the past, Senior Limitless was the son of the 7 profound martial house's martial house master. The things that he knew far surpassed those of the 12 Shen elders. Another few days passed, and the Duan clan sent out the disaster-releasing pills. However, the Qin clan also sent out the disaster-releasing pills, and the price was even cheaper than the Duan clan's. Just when the Duan clan thought that the Qin clan was going to make a huge loss by selling the pills at such a cheap price, the Qin clan was going to make a huge loss. The Qin clan sent out another type of medicinal pill, the 7th grade clear heart pill. This kind of elixir was sold at an exorbitant price. But once it was launched, it was immediately sought after by thousands of martial artists. Even the emperors of many countries in the middle 3 regions were among these martial artists. This pill only had one effect, and that was to allow a royal spirit realm cultivator to calm their mind and even stabilize their soul force while cultivating. A martial artist's cultivation was like a small stream, flowing slowly. But after reaching the royal spirit realm, because of the martial arts they learned and the heaven and earth spiritual energy they absorbed, most royal spirit realm martial artists would find it difficult to calm their minds. They would feel restless and impatient. This feeling was similar to that of Elder Mu Ba. If one did not pay more attention to it, one would become irritable and domineering in the long run. The reason for this was that one had learned too many martial arts, creating a chaotic state of mind. However, with the clear heart pill, one could stabilize the soul and prevent it from being disturbed by various emotions. It could calm the mind and calm the mind. This was an excellent medicinal pill for cultivation. If taken during a breakthrough, the chances of success would increase by 30%. So even though this pill was expensive, many people still fought to buy it. Moreover, there was no market for it. And the most frightening thing was that besides the Qin clan's pill workshop, this pill could not be bought anywhere else. Even if there was a pill with the same name, the effects would be much worse. After the 7th grade Clear Heart pill was launched, Lin Ling also sent a letter to Dan Luofan. Grandmaster Dan, your good luck has come to an end. In the past, Lin Ling and Dan Luofan had no enmity or grievances. But in order to establish a relationship with Duan Tianya, Dan Luofan had helped Duan Tianya frame Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling not take revenge for this? Lin Ling. In the Duan family's great hall, Dan Luofan looked at the letter in his hand. His handsome face instantly turned red and green. He angrily tore the letter to shreds. Who was he? He was a prodigy ranked in the 400s on the 7 profound prodigy list. Although his strength could not be said to be unrivaled, he was still stronger than Lin Ling. Moreover, he was a noble alchemist. Even prodigies ranked in the 300s on the 7 profound prodigy list had to give him face. And who was Lin Ling? Although Lin Ling had created many miracles and was this year's most outstanding genius, he was only at the bottom of the 7 profound prodigy list. But now, this ant had humiliated him. After all, many people were watching the business competition between the Duan family and the Qin clan. Everyone was waiting for Dan Luofan to shine. And Dan Luofan also wanted to shine. If he let the Duan family win, he would have another dazzling result when he took the alchemist examination in the future. However, all of this now felt like a dream. Lin Ling is very cunning. He actually knows how to refine the disaster-releasing pill, and his price is cheaper than ours. Just like that, he stole our business. And although they seem to be losing money, their 7th grade Clear Heart pill is very expensive, making up for the loss of the disaster-releasing pill. Duan Tianhe's expression was extremely ugly. If this continued, the Duan family would lose. Impossible. Although Lin Ling is also an alchemist, how could he know the recipe of my disaster-releasing pill? Dan Luofan also paced back and forth in the hall. He also did not understand why Lin Ling knew how to refine the disaster-releasing pill. Great Master Dan, can't you think of a way? Duan Tianhe asked again, but Dan Luofan remained silent. His strongest trump card had been defeated by Lin Ling. How could he think of a way? The two of them were instantly enraged. As time passed, the business of the Qin clan's elixir store became better and better. The nearby streets also became prosperous. Those closed shops opened again, and there was even a situation of competing shops. The Qin clan was naturally incomparably excited, especially Qin Jingtian. He was smiling all day long. Although he believed in Lin Ling, he did not expect Lin Ling's alchemy skills to be so high that he could save the Qin clan. Moreover, Lin Ling was not the kind of bookworm who only knew how to refine pills. He was even more outstanding in business. He had created hunger marketing, membership policies, and so on. It was an eye-opener for him. At present, in the Qin clan, many elders also approved of Lin Ling's position as a guest elder. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He was not a business genius. Those hunger marketing, membership policies, and so on were just things that he had moved over from the previous world. In the Qin clan's old master, Qin Shao, was in a good mood. He was not happy that he won the bet with Qin Lan, but that their Qin clan's business had finally recovered. Sigh, little Lan, although father has been recuperating these past few years, I still have the ability to judge people. You said that the stubborn one is me, but in fact, the stubborn one is you. Sigh. While feeling happy, old Master Qin sighed softly. He knew that this matter was a huge blow to Qin Lan, and Qin Lan had always been headstrong. This loss should wake her up. Qin Lan naturally knew that the Qin clan's business was gradually improving. She knew that she had lost. She had lost in less than a month. However, after losing, she no longer had the face to face her father and Qin Jingtian. Moreover, this was a small matter. The most important thing was that the reputation she had built up over the years had collapsed in an instant. Chapter 653. In order to win in the world of martial arts, strength determined everything. But at the same time, results also represented everything. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. This was an unchanging principle. Lin Ling had achieved results, so naturally, countless people supported him. Those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. I haven't lost yet. How can this small setback stop me, Qin Lan? Qin Lan coldly muttered to herself. A sinister look appeared on her cold face. It was night and everything was quiet. A slender figure appeared in the depths of the Qin family's pill shop. She was Qin Lan. Her purpose in coming to the pill shop was very simple. That was to find the pill formula for the 7th grade clear heart pill. This was her only trump card to turn the tables. The pill shop was an important place. Others could not get close to it, but Qin Lan could. After arriving at the pill shop, her eyes searched for the pill formula. However, she was not an alchemist, so she did not know what the pill formula was like. Grandmaster Yiding, sorry for the offense. In the end, she made a move on the former alchemist of the Qin family and forced Grandmaster Yiding to find the pill formula for the 7th grade clear heart pill. Young miss, what are you doing? Yiding was the alchemist of the Qin family in the past. He had a deep relationship with the Qin family, but he did not understand Qin Lan's intention. Find the pill formula for the 7th grade clear heart pill. Under the illumination of the lights, the beautiful Qin Lan in the past had an extremely cold expression on her face. Yiding hesitated for a long time before finally taking out the ancient pill formula. This was the pill formula left behind by Lin Ling. Although he was very confused about what Qin Lan wanted to do, Qin Lan was still the former acting patriarch of the Qin family. I want to give this pill formula to the Duan family and let them win in the end. After receiving the pill formula, Qin Lan's Hongyan lips curved into an extremely cold smile. Young miss, you're betraying the Qin family. Yiding was stunned for a moment. Then he was shocked. Only now did he know Qin Lan's purpose. This is not betrayal. I'm just looking forward to the big picture. Don't worry, when my father loses, I will take back everything the Qin family has lost. Grandmaster Yi, those who achieve great things do not bother with trifles. You will understand my painstaking efforts. Qin Lan shook her head. She had an aggrieved look on her face. It was as if her father and Lin Ling were bullying her, forcing her into a corner. In the end, she could only take this path. Then, she looked at Master Yiding and her eyes turned cold. Eldest miss, this is your Qin family's business. I won't interfere. Please let me go. Yiding's heart trembled. He suddenly understood what Qin Lan meant. Qin Lan wanted to kill him. Although he was an alchemist, Qin Lan was also a prodigy of the 7 major martial arts halls. She was stronger than him. Only the dead can keep secrets. Grandmaster Yi, in order to help me, you can only die. Qin Lan said indifferently. She waved her right hand and a powerful martial art was revealed. It was a mysterious turtle shell. It was the great Qin Empire's Xuanwu bloodline. The moment the turtle shell appeared, it enveloped Yiding and sucked his flesh and blood dry. Yiding, who had always worked for the Qin clan, disappeared from the world. After that, Qin Lan left the medicinal pill workshop step by step. Under the cover of the night, she went to the Duan clan and directly went to look for Dan Luofan. After all, only Dan Luofan could turn the tables for her. Who is it? In the room, Dan Luofan frowned. He looked at the window and saw a slender figure standing there quietly. Then she walked in through the door at the side. Qin Lan. Dan Luofan growled and became alert. Qin Lan was not weak. She even had the ancient Xuanwu bloodline. If they really fought, he would not be able to gain the upper hand. This time, I only have one reason for looking for you. Help me refine the level 7 mind cleansing pill and defeat the Qin clan. Qin Lan said with a cold expression. Why? Why? Dan Luofan was very surprised, but he still asked. You don't need to know the reason. You only need to know that Lin Ling is our enemy. This time, if Lin Ling loses, I will become the leader of the Qin clan. Then I will kill Lin Ling for you. Qin Lan said indifferently. Dan Lufan's eyes flashed and he suddenly laughed coldly. He believed Qin Lan's words. After all, the battle between Qin Lan and Qin Xiao was no secret. If you have the pill formula, I can defeat Lin Ling for you. However, don't you think you should pay more sincerity for our cooperation? Dan Luofan said meaningfully. He looked at Qin Lan's body with evil intentions as if he wanted to see through her. Qin Lan was a beauty. However, she was a little cold because of her high position. But if he could get her body, it would be good. You. Yes. Qin Lan knew what Dan Luofan was thinking. You have no choice. After all, although you have the pill formula, there are not many alchemists who can refine level 7 pills. Even if there are, you won't be able to find them in a short time. So, you can only cooperate with me. Yes. Dan Luofan smiled faintly as if he had Qin Lan under control. Then he said, if you want to become the leader of the Qin clan, some sacrifices are inevitable. Yes. Qin Lan's body trembled. She hesitated, but in the end, she walked over step by step. That's right, those who want to achieve great things do not care about trifles. As long as she could win, what was a mere body? And all of this had been forced upon her by Lin Ling. Once she rose again, she would kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling was too hateful. He should have just been a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Why did he come to the Qin clan to oppose her? Lin Ling, she had to kill him. Haha, I heard that you and 7 profound martial house's apprentice Gusu were geniuses of the same generation. Apprentice Gusu is someone that I look up to, but you are also a beautiful woman. To be able to taste Apprentice Gusu's friends is one of life's greatest blessings. Unfortunately, you have been compared to Apprentice Gusu, but in the end, you have lost. Dan Luofan laughed. He pulled open the curtains on the bed and carried Qin Lan up. Not long after, moaning sounds came from the room. At this time, the Qin clan did not know what Qin Lan had done. But many people discovered that Grandmaster Yi Ding had disappeared, and the level 7 mind pill formula had also disappeared. When this news came out, it was like a bolt from the blue. After all, everyone in the Qin clan knew that the level 7 mind pill was their trump card to turn the tables. But now that the pill formula had disappeared, this caused many people to feel uneasy. Several days later, in the Qin clan's hall, everyone was present. Their faces were ashen. Who is it? How hateful. This person wants our Qin clan to die without a burial ground. If we find him, we will punish him according to the great Qin dynasty's laws. The various elders angrily said, It's Grandmaster Yi Ding. At this moment, an icy voice sounded in the hall, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Then they saw that the one who spoke was the eldest Miss Qin Lan. Little Lan, why do you say that? Qin Xiao frowned as he looked at Qin Lan. Qin Lan's face was also filled with anger. She was so angry that she was ice cold. Because he is a member of the Duan clan. He might be a spy that the Duan clan placed in our Qin clan. He disappeared this time and took away the level 7 mind pill formula. He must have gone to the Duan clan. Everyone's hearts trembled violently. This news caused them to be somewhat confused. However, at this moment, a guard anxiously walked in. Master, bad news. We just received news that the Duan clan also has a level 7 mind pill for sale, and the price is even cheaper than ours. It's already late. There will be more work at the end of the year than usual, so the update will be late. Sorry, starting tomorrow, I will try to save up the manuscript and update at noon. Also, thank you to the loyal fans who have always supported me, such as Grey Wolf. After all, it's not that I don't want to leave comments, but sometimes I really don't have time. I apologize here. I will listen to you and try to find time to review books. Chapter 654. Venomous slander. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. All the elders narrowed their eyes while Qin Xiao and Qin Jingtian's faces turned even uglier. Only Lin Ling continued to sip his tea as if this matter had nothing to do with him. As expected of the Duan family. Duan Tianhe, this is a beautiful move. Qin Shao smashed the teacup on the table. Was their Qin family going to lose in the end? Grandmaster Yi Ding, our Qin family has treated him well. Who would have thought that he would betray us? This old man is really scheming. Exactly. I've always treated him like a senior, respectful and courteous. However, although he looks kind on the surface, his heart is actually very black. Yes. The elders gritted their teeth and said, Master Yi Ding had shown them the light of death for the Qin family. Although Grandmaster Yi Ding is despicable, after working for our Qin family for so many years, we can see that he isn't an evil person. Perhaps he was just bewitched by someone. What makes me curious is, who is the person who bewitched him? Yes. At this moment, Qin Lan suddenly spoke up. Her cold eyes looked at Lin Ling, who was drinking his tea. Guest Elder Lin Ling, you're so calm, as if you're not worried at all. Yes. Little Lan, what do you mean? Yes. Qin Shao frowned. He felt that Qin Lan seemed to be suspecting Lin Ling. Without anyone supporting Grandmaster Yi Ding, Grandmaster Yi Ding wouldn't dare to betray the Qin family. During this period of time, the closest person to Grandmaster Yi Ding is Lin Ling. Moreover, only Lin Ling and Grandmaster Yi Ding can enter the pill refinement area. Qin Lan's words were as sharp as a sword, pointing at Lin Ling. What? Lin Ling? Yes. The entire hall was in an uproar again. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Big Mrs. words are not without reason. Grandmaster Yi Ding is not the type of person to do great things. He shouldn't have the guts. Perhaps there really was someone who bewitched him, or even threatened him to do such a thing. But right now, Grandmaster Yi Ding is missing, and he is bearing all the blame. Yes. An elder frowned, but he was also looking at Lin Ling. That's right. Most importantly, other than Grandmaster Yi Ding, only guest Elder Lin Ling is allowed to enter the alchemy area. Soon after, voices of discussion could be heard. However, the words were all directed at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what else do you have to say? No wonder I was wondering why you had to become a guest elder. It turns out that you were originally a member of the Duan clan. You were specially arranged to come here to catch us all in one fell swoop so that we wouldn't have any chance to resist. Qin Lan shouted once more after the elders were puzzled. Obviously, this was one of her plans. Men, capture guest elder Lin Ling. Strip him of his guest elder status and throw him into the death cell. Qin Lan waved her right hand and her face turned even colder. There must be more to this than meets the eye. Rashly convicting Lin Ling is not good. That's right, sister. I believe that Lin Ling is definitely not a traitor. Seeing the scene in the hall, Qin Shao and Qin Jingtian immediately shouted anxiously. You don't know how dangerous the world is. In this world, the strong are respected and the winner is king. In order to win, there are all kinds of methods, so it's not strange that Lin Ling is a traitor. Qin Lan shook her head and seemed to sigh. Father, now that things have come to this, are you still going to speak up for Lin Ling? In order to not lose face, you're already stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Sai, why bother? You're already old. Her words caused Qin Shao and Qin Jingtian's hearts to tremble. For a moment, they couldn't find any words to refute. Throw Lin Ling into the death cell. Without giving Qin Shao and Qin Jingtian a chance to speak, Qin Lan shouted again. At this moment, Lin Ling was still drinking his tea, as if none of this had anything to do with him. It was also as if he had already noticed all of this. It wasn't until a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm guards walked in that he slowly put down his teacup and looked at the crowd. You're saying that I'm a traitor because I listened to her talk nonsense? The hall fell silent. Previously, Lin Ling hadn't said anything, so everyone thought that Lin Ling had tacitly agreed. However, now that Lin Ling had spoken, they also wanted to hear what Lin Ling had to say. After all, no matter what, Lin Ling's results during this period were obvious to all. Qin Lan naturally didn't want Lin Ling to quibble. Now that things have come to this, do you still want to deceive everyone? Elder Yi Ding is a good person, but after being threatened by you, he walked down a path of no return. Your intentions are too vicious. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Miss Qin, I want to ask you, whose pill formula is it? Qin Lan's expression changed. She didn't know why, but the more calm Lin Ling was, the more uncomfortable she felt. However, she still sneered. The pill formula is yours, but in order to deceive everyone, you really put in a lot of effort. You used a precious pill formula to win everyone's trust. Lin Ling shook his head, still calm. You also know that the pill formula is mine. If I'm a traitor, then why would I have Grandmaster Yi Ding go missing? Why would I have Grandmaster Yi Ding take the pill formula to curry favor with the Duan clan? I could have given the pill formula to the Duan clan myself, and no one would know. So, don't you think that saying that I deceived Grandmaster Yi Ding to defect to the enemy is far-fetched? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the crowd began to discuss. Yes, if Lin Ling was a traitor, why would he have Grandmaster Yi Ding hand over the pill formula? He could have secretly given the pill formula to the Duan clan. Therefore, it was hard to believe that Lin Ling had deceived Grandmaster Yi Ding. You're spouting nonsense. Qin Lan's expression was extremely ugly. She had long known that Lin Ling was very eloquent, so she didn't want Lin Ling to speak and directly wanted to convict Lin Ling. However, she still failed. Since I'm not the one who deceived Grandmaster Yi Ding, there's one very important point. If the pill formula was snatched by the Duan clan, who else would benefit in the end besides the Duan clan? Lin Ling said again. Apart from the Duan clan, there's no one else who would benefit from it. No, there's another one. It's the eldest miss. The crowd's heart trembled, but then they all looked at Qin Lan. After all, everyone still remembered the promise that Qin Lan had made to the patriarch a month ago. If Lin Ling failed, Qin Shao would have to give up the position of the patriarch and vice versa. In that case, it was obvious who would benefit from it. Lin Ling, you're making slanderous accusations. Qin Lan gritted her teeth fiercely. When she sensed her father's angry gaze, she finally panicked. Previously, she had only wanted to use Grandmaster Yi Ding's disappearance to convict Lin Ling. But who would have known that this plan was a mistake, and Lin Ling would bite back? Everyone was somewhat suspicious of Qin Lan. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I didn't say that you were a traitor. Why are you so nervous? Sigh. After saying that, Lin Ling picked up his teacup again and drank. His casual manner made Qin Lan's heart surge with anger. Lin Ling had been toying with her earlier. I just wanted to say that Grandmaster Yi Ding wouldn't benefit from it, so there's no need for him to take the pill formula and rely on the Duan clan. Therefore, he's innocent. As for his disappearance, perhaps he didn't disappear. Sigh. Chapter 655. Not one can be missing. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's guess was indeed possible. It was clear that the real traitor had killed Grandmaster Yi Ding in order to conceal himself from the world. Then, he took the opportunity to pin the crime on Grandmaster Yi Ding and divert everyone's attention. This traitor was very despicable. This person must be found. He is a sinner of the Qin family. Elder. One by one, the elders shouted angrily. Lin Ling glanced at everyone and smiled faintly. There is no need to find him. He will jump out himself. Elder. Lin Ling, do you have a way? Elder. Qin Shao suddenly looked at Lin Ling. He realized that this youth had been very calm from beginning to end. Could it be that he had already sensed something? Qin Lan's heart inexplicably trembled. She became even more flustered, but she still comforted herself. Lin Ling was just scaring her and making her panic. So as long as she did not admit it, then even if everyone suspected her, they would not be able to do anything to her without any evidence. And once the Duan family obtained the pill formula, they would definitely win this competition for business shares. At that time, her father would be forced to give up the position of patriarch. Then, everything would be under her control. Her calculations were very good, but she forgot one thing. Obtaining the pill formula did not mean that Lin Ling would only sell one type of pill. In fact, Lin Ling had refined two types of pills for the Qin family. One was the 7th grade Clear Heart pill. The other was the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill. In order to make the 8th grade Bright River Sky pill popular among martial artists, he had slightly changed the 7th grade Clear Heart pill so that the two types of pills complemented each other. This meant that if one bought only one type of pill, it would be beneficial in the short term but harmful in the long term. At that time, they would have to buy the 8th grade Bright River Sky Pill. The Bright River Sky Pill's effect was to cleanse the spirit energy in the dantian, making the spirit energy pure. Therefore, martial artists who swallowed the 7th grade Clear Heart Pill would find that although cultivating could stabilize the soul and not be disturbed by the outside world, the spirit energy would become more impure. At that time, they would need the Bright River Sky Pill. This was a bundled marketing. Both types of pills were indispensable. As for the Duan family, they had obtained the Clear Heart Pill. But without the Bright River Sky Pill, the Clear Heart Pill would be harmful. As expected, 3 days later, the streets were in an uproar. After taking the mind-clearing pill, my cultivation speed has increased and I'm about to break through to the next realm. However, for some reason, the spiritual energy in my body has become even more impure. Spirit chi is impure and impulsive. It can greatly reduce a martial artist's combat strength. The side effects of this Clear Heart Pill are so great. Many martial artists discussed spiritedly. In fact, the Tranquil Heart Pill was not poisonous. It only required them to spend more time refining the spiritual energy in their bodies. Ha, are you stupid? The Qin clan's pill workshop has the Sky Metropolis Bright River Pill, which is specially used to purify the spiritual energy in one's body. It's even suitable for Holy Spirit realm experts. How could you not know about it? A warrior mocked, causing the gazes of the other warriors who were discussing to gather. Every medicine is 30% poisonous. How can you blame the mind-clearing pill? As long as we can find the antidote pill, it'll be fine. Moreover, the Sky Metropolis Bright River Pill is cheaper than the Clear Heart Pill. Just go and buy it. The mocking martial artist said again, causing a large number of martial artists to walk towards the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop. Right? If the mind-clearing pill was bought from the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop, then you can't buy the Sky Metropolis Bright River Pill for a month. This is what the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop said. The warrior said again, "What? It's not like we won't pay. This is too much." Many martial artists were dissatisfied. Who can be blamed for this? If you buy the mind-clearing pill from the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop, then go to the Duan clan's medicinal pill workshop to solve your problem. What does it have to do with the Qin clan? Yeah, the Qin clan's meaning is very clear. If you want to buy medicinal pills, then go to the Qin clan to buy in the future. There's everything there. If you buy medicinal pills from the Duan clan, then go to the Duan clan to buy in the future. The Qin clan does not welcome you. Many martial artists felt that this was very normal. After all, the Duan clan and the Qin clan were competitors. The Qin clan would not clean up the mess for the Duan clan. Damn the Duan clan. That overseeing alchemist is really weak. I'm regretting buying medicinal pills from them. The crowd discussed animatedly again and agreed with this logic. They might as well go to the Qin clan's medicinal pill workshop to buy medicinal pills. Gradually, the streets of the Duan clan became cold and even began to decline. As for the streets of the Qin clan, they became more and more lively. At this moment, in the Duan clan, Dan Luofan was reclining in a chair, enjoying the massage of a maid. He held a wine cup in his hand and said, "Tell your patriarch to prepare the items on the list. I will consider helping you." In front of him stood a man in a green robe. His long hair was tied behind his head, and the words Lion Orchid were embroidered on his chest. He was from one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms, the Lion Orchid Ancient Kingdom. Dan Luofan was not surprised that this man would appear here. This man should have learned of his magnificent achievements in the Duan clan and thus came to recruit him. And now that the Duan clan had borrowed his pill recipes, they should have made a comeback. As for the Qin clan, they should be in chaos right now. With this thought in mind, Dan Luofan quietly waited for the man's reply. However, the man's expression was indifferent. He shook his head and said, "I'm very sorry. The patriarch feels that your assistance to the Duan clan this time has ruined your reputation. Thus, he did not recruit you. Instead, he chose Sun Xian, the genius alchemist of one of the 7 great martial arts palaces, Heaven-Bearing Palace." What? Dan Luofan's pupils shrank. Didn't he use the 7th grade Clear Heart Pill to help the Duan clan make a comeback? Dan Luofan, What is the meaning of this? At this moment, an angry voice sounded out. Then, a figure walked in with large strides, his eyes staring fixedly at Dan Luofan. This person was Duan Tianhe. Dan Luofan, I've treated you well, so why do you want to harm my Duan clan? After walking in, Duan Tianhe described the bleak situation of the Duan clan's pill shop. This caused Dan Luofan's heart to fiercely tremble. He stood up from his chair, his initial arrogance nowhere to be seen. The clear heart pill was poisonous, so it needed the Sky River pill to complement it. He had obtained the clear heart pill's pill formula, but he did not have the Sky River pill's pill formula. This also meant that he had been tricked. Furthermore, the clear heart pill that the Duan clan was selling was actually advertising for the Qin clan. After all the martial artists that came to the Duan clan to buy the clear heart pill would eventually have to go to the Qin clan. The Duan clan's previous customers had all been snatched away. Thinking of this, Dan Luofan's mind buzzed and his face paled. The man from the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid sneered, Dan Luofan, the alchemy genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, this move has ruined your reputation. As he finished speaking, he gloated and left. Ruined his reputation? Dan Luofan's heart trembled. In the past, he had worked hard in the rainforest Holy Land and made a name for himself as an alchemy genius. But now, all of that had been destroyed. It's Qin Lan. Dan Luofan suddenly roared. All of this had been a trap. In order to completely exterminate the Duan clan, Qin Lan had used the trick of injuring herself to gain his confidence. It seemed as if she had given him the pill recipe, but the truth was that she was framing him. This was likely something that Qin Lan and Lin Ling had agreed upon. Qin Lan was too shrewd. Dan Luofan's eyes turned red. He strode away, wanting to question Qin Lan. This woman had caused him to be so miserable. Qin Lan. Duan Tianhe's complexion was also ugly. The Qin family's move was too insidious. Then, he also followed Dan Luofan. However, what they didn't know was that Qin Lan had never framed them. Even Lin Ling hadn't framed them. It was just that they had lifted a rock and smashed it on their own feet. Chapter 656. Denouncing Qin Nan. When the Duan family used the Clear Mind pill, the elders of the Qin family thought that the Qin family was going to lose. However, they didn't expect Lin Ling to have a hidden trump card, the Bright River pill, which made the Qin family's business flourish again and even better than before. At this point, they were even more convinced of Lin Ling's abilities. Everyone was happy. Only Qin Lan's beautiful face was filled with frost. Clearly, she had not expected this result. Eldest miss, everyone is happy. Why do you look so gloomy? In the spacious hall, Lin Ling was drinking tea as usual as he looked at Qin Lan and smiled faintly. Qin Lan's eyes flickered and hatred flowed in her eyes. She was about to succeed, but Lin Ling still had a hidden trump card, making all her efforts go down the drain. How could she be happy? However, she quickly forced a smile and said, "No, I'm also happy for the Qin family." Is that so? The elixir store's business is booming, but Master Yiding died an unjust death. If we can find the murderer, how will you deal with it? Lin Ling smiled and said meaningfully. Qin Lan's heart trembled and she continued to smile and said, "Of course it will be the death penalty. I think the elders also think so." At this moment, she had no choice but to say so. Yes, this person betrayed the Qin family. If it weren't for the guest elder Lin Ling, the Qin family would have been destroyed. Therefore, this person must die. Speaking of the person who betrayed the Qin family, the other elders said coldly. This made Qin Lan panic. She was sure that if the Qin family found out that she was the murderer, they wouldn't let her go. Bang! At this moment, the gate of the manor was blasted open. A large number of figures rushed in with surging killing intent. The two people in the lead were Duan Tianhe and Dan Luofan. Lin Ling, you're really sinister. You're actually willing to do anything to win. After entering the manor, Duan Tianhe immediately let out a furious roar, causing the entire manor to shake. One had to know that the streets that he had painstakingly built had all been destroyed in an instant, so how could he not be angry? If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. Swish, swish. The various elders of the Qin clan also walked out of the hall and came to the manor. Qin Shao looked coldly at Duan Tianhe and the others. He was not surprised that they would come. After all, the Duan clan was supposed to win. However, they lost in the end. If it was anyone else, they would not be in a good mood. You're angry because you lost? Coming to my territory to behave atrociously, do you think that the great Qin Empire doesn't exist? However, when facing an external enemy, Qin Shao was clearly even more domineering. He did not have the forbearance he had when facing Qin Lan. Old devil Qin, don't be too complacent. Duan Tianhe's face turned even uglier, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Duan Tianhe with some surprise. Only now did he know that Duan Tianhe was the middle-aged man from the Dragon Pan Lake competition. However, this result made him even more satisfied. So it's an old acquaintance. Have you come to the Qin clan for tea? Lin Ling raised the teacup in his hand as he casually spoke. His relaxed appearance caused Duan Tianhe's eyes to fill with killing intent. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, why don't you compete with me in a fair competition of pills and rely on schemes to win? What kind of alchemist are you? On the side, Dan Luofan couldn't help but roar. Compared to Duan Tianhe, his killing intent towards Lin Ling was even stronger. This was because Lin Ling had harmed him twice. I don't know what you're talking about. However, in the face of Dan Luofan's accusation, Lin Ling shrugged and said indifferently, "You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Or are you afraid of losing face?" Dan Luofan coldly snorted and then pointed at Qin Lan. "You told Qin Lan to give me the pill formula, but there was only one. Without the Sky Capital Bright River pill formula, the Clear Heart pill was simply harmful. You made all the customers leave the Duan clan's pill workshop. This was your trap. If not for your schemes, even if the Duan clan lost, it wouldn't have happened so quickly. Lin Ling, you call yourself an alchemist in vain." He had lost, so this time, he had come to denounce Lin Ling and expose him. At the very least, he wanted to let everyone know that he, Dan Luofeng, had not lost in alchemy skills, but had lost to Lin Ling's schemes and schemes. Moreover, he had already lost face, but he wouldn't let Lin Ling off. He wanted to make Lin Ling lose face. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He smiled and said, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. You say I framed you, but do you have proof? Proof? Then ask the Qin clan's eldest Mississippi. That day, she gave me the pill formula and her body. Such a shameless slut. In order to win, she's willing to use any method." Dan Luofan gnashed his teeth, cursing Qin Lan in front of countless people. What? The eldest misgave herself to this bastard? The Qin clan's elder's eyes narrowed again. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Qin Shao also stared at Qin Lan with wide eyes, as if he wanted to hear Qin Lan's explanation. At this moment, Qin Lan's face was incomparably pale. Her reputation had been ruined. When Dan Luofan angrily arrived, she knew it was too late. And she couldn't argue at all. "That's right, I gave the pill formula to the Duan clan." Finally, Qin Lan walked out and coldly looked at Qin Shao. Her words caused Qin Zhao's eyes to narrow. Was it really his daughter who betrayed the Qin clan? He muttered, "That Grandmaster Yi Ding was also killed by you? Only the dead can hide secrets, so he had to die." Qin Lan's face was somewhat distorted, and she even became hysterical. "You forced me to do this. Father, why do you oppose me? Everything I did was for the Qin clan. Why do you oppose me? Why do you believe an outsider? And you, Lin Ling, I've never provoked you. Why do you always make things difficult for me? You even set up a trap to trick me. Lin Ling, what are your intentions?" Since the matter had been exposed, Qin Lan didn't hide anything. However, she coldly looked at Lin Ling. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, including Dan Luofan. They wanted to see what Lin Ling had to say. "Ha." Lin Ling coldly smiled, and his clear eyes also became cold. "Qin Lan, you said I made things difficult for you? Then let me ask you, after coming to the Qin clan, how did I make things difficult for you? I cured your father, and what did I ask you for in return?" Lin Ling's words caused Qin Lan to frown. Lin Ling has never opposed elder sister. When the patriarch supported Lin Ling to become a guest elder, elder sister was the one who opposed it. She even wanted to become an elder herself. At this time, Qin Jingtian also spoke, causing many people to nod. They had also seen this matter, so they knew the whole story. Just because I didn't follow your orders, you think I'm targeting you. Qinlan, oh Qinlan, this world doesn't revolve around you. You want to be the head of the family, so everyone who stands in your way is against you, including your father and your younger brother. Lin Ling took a step forward and coldly looked at Qinlan. He had always maintained the status of a bystander in the Qin clan, but this time, he attacked. Chapter 657. You deserve it. His cold voice was like thunder as it fell into Qinlan's ears, causing her delicate body to tremble. However, her eyes became even more sinister. So, in order to punish me, you used a sinister scheme to trick me. You are very shrewd. So, you don't have the right to be punished by me, and you don't have the right to be punished by me. Sigh. Lin Ling said indifferently, as for me using a sinister scheme to trick you? Sorry, my original plan was that the Tranquil Heart pill and the Sky Capital Bright River pill were medicinal pills that complemented each other. It's just that in order to win, you stole the pill formula and gave it to the Duan clan. That's why you shot yourself in the foot. This is the result of your own bad intentions. So, Lin Ling had never thought that Qinlan would steal the pill formulas. However, his two types of pills complemented each other. This resulted in Qinlan stealing one pill formula but not the other, trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. Buzz. Qinlan's mind buzzed and she couldn't help but take a step back. She had thought that Lin Ling had been trying to frame her all this time, but now she suddenly understood that Lin Ling hadn't been trying to frame her. Instead, he had courted death by stealing a single pill recipe, causing him to backfire on himself. That meant that she had dug her own grave. Qinlan, serves you right. The crowd had a vague idea of what had happened and they all sneered at Qinlan. Sigh. Qin Shao looked at her daughter and couldn't help but sigh again. Qinlan had committed her own sins and now she was blaming it on Lin Ling. This was very ugly. And you, Dan Luofan, you said that we were both alchemists so we should have a fair battle. However, this was a fair battle in the first place. You just cheated and wanted to use my pill recipe to turn the tables. In the end, you made a fool of yourself. Sigh. Lin Ling shouted again and looked at Dan Luofan with an overbearing aura. Dan Luofan's face was incomparably pale. This time, he wanted to regain his face and at least not lose too shamefully. However, the result was that he lost even more shamefully. His reputation was even more ruined. And most importantly, he found that Lin Ling didn't seem to be with Qinlan. In that case, Qinlan was indeed helping him, but now the matter was exposed because of him. In other words, he had helped Lin Ling get rid of an enemy. Lin Ling, how hateful. You asked for it? Many people already knew what had happened, and they all looked at Dan Luofan with ridicule in their eyes. Dan Luofan was an alchemy genius of the Seven Profound Martial House, and he had an illustrious reputation in his family. However, he had stolen other people's pill recipes in an attempt to turn defeat into victory. In the end, he had lost again. This time, Dan Luofan didn't have the qualifications to call himself an alchemist. Lin Ling. Qinlan's body trembled. She was even more humiliated than Dan Luofan because she had lost her body and her dignity. The most terrifying thing was that she had lost everything, yet she still hadn't won. Although she was the one to blame for all of this, how could she be willing to accept it? Lin Ling, you're nothing but a clown. Qinlan took a step forward and threw herself at Lin Ling. She wanted Lin Ling to die. Qinlan, you've gone mad. Elder. Lin Ling was their Qin family's benefactor. Qinlan had always made things difficult for him, but Lin Ling had never paid any attention to her. Instead, he had silently helped the Qin family. However, Qinlan had sinned and caused them to lose all face. Instead, she vented her anger on Lin Ling. You cannot do as you wish. However, just as Qinlan moved, a figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, appearing in front of Qinlan. That icy face had a touch of regret as he coldly said, "This person was the Qin family's old master, Qin Shao. Father, let me kill him." Qin Lan's eyes were red. However, Qin Shao still didn't budge. He only looked at his daughter and finally said, "Should he be killed?" "Yes." This question seemed to be directed at himself, but the truth was that it was directed at all the elders, and also at Lin Ling. She said that anyone who killed Grandmaster Yi Ding must die. Lin Ling's expression was incomparably indifferent. He didn't show any mercy. With his personality, he would treat others the same way as others. Qin Lan wanted to kill him, so how could he let her live? Moreover, what he hated the most in this life were ungrateful people. What he hated the most were people who abandoned their family in order to become stronger. In order to become stronger, in order to enjoy the feeling of being superior, Qin Lan abandoned all her family. She had no right to exist in this world. "Sigh, little Lan, why do you have to do this?" Qin Shao naturally knew this. He sighed again, and a huge amount of spiritual energy appeared in his right hand and enveloped Qin Lan. Qin Lan's pretty face turned pale. Her father wanted to kill her. "Father, I'm your daughter." Qin Lan panicked and hurriedly begged for mercy. "When did you ever think of me as your father? When did you ever think of me as your father? Little Lan, I can tolerate any of your willfulness, but there are some things in life that can't be wrong. If you're wrong, you can't turn back." Qin Zhao's voice seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. In the end, his right hand slammed down heavily. Bang! There was a dull sound, and Qin Lan's head was crushed. She looked at her father with unwillingness, and then slowly fell to the ground. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. They suddenly sighed, but they didn't know why, but they didn't feel any sympathy. Perhaps everything was as Qin Shao had said. There were some things in life that can't be wrong. If you're wrong, you can't turn back. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and his mood was somewhat complex. Suddenly, he looked up at the blue sky, and then faintly smiled. His family had appeared there. His grandfather, father, mother, Yu, and the Fire Ancient clan. These people were the most important people in his life. No matter what, he would never abandon them, nor would he betray them in order to become stronger. This was his principle. In this ruthless world, some people would give up everything in order to become stronger. But Lin Ling would never do that. He would never become the next Qin Lan. This was his belief. Dan Luofeng, the alchemy genius of the 7 Profound Martial House, what do you have to say now? Lin Ling gathered his thoughts and smiled at Dan Luofeng. This gloating expression caused Dan Luofeng to grit his teeth. What else could he say? His reputation had been ruined, and he had lost everything that an alchemist should have. He had nothing to say. Perhaps the only thing he could say was to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the Qin family had so many masters. Not to mention him, but even Duan Tianhe might not be able to kill Lin Ling. You have guts. When you return to the 7 Profound Martial House, there won't be anyone from the Qin family to protect you. You will regret this. Dan Luofeng angrily said, and then coldly snorted and left. Duan Tianhe angrily glared at Lin Ling, and finally left. Obviously, they had come here to denounce him. But the truth was, they hadn't thought that they would be smashing their own feet with a stone. There was a brief moment of silence in the manor. But soon, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Ling, and many of them were faintly shocked. Lin Ling was only an 18-year-old boy, and his strength wasn't too strong. But today, he had risen like a dazzling star. Not only had he removed the Qin family's internal problems, but he had also forced the Duan family to return with grievances. Chapter 658. Between fast and slow, from today onwards, all members of the Great Qin Empire below the rank of elder will listen to Lin Ling's orders. Qin Shao looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Then, he enunciated every word clearly, causing Lin Ling's lips to curl into a smile. He finally got everything he wanted. And this news also spread to the Great Qin Empire through Qin Shao. It even appeared in the ears of the Great Qin Emperor. After the mysterious Great Qin Emperor roughly understood Lin Ling's every move, he did not hesitate and nodded his head in agreement. Evidently, the Great Qin Emperor also thought highly of Lin Ling's potential. At the same time, the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire all received the order that Lin Ling would be a guest elder of the Great Qin Empire. This caused quite a commotion within the Great Qin Empire. It was night and a cool breeze blew. In the Qin family, two figures stood quietly in the garden. Their gazes were fixed on the bright moonlight in the sky. "Old Master Qin, I'm sorry. Because of me, Qin Lan." Lin Ling held a wine cup in his hand. After drinking a mouthful, he suddenly said softly, "Ha, this has nothing to do with you. Qin Lan has been ambitious for a long time. Even without your appearance, her ambition would have been exposed sooner or later. The only difference is whether it was exposed sooner or later. And your appearance at least allowed her to reveal her ambition sooner than later. It's better than being schemed against by her in the future." Qin Shao also drank a mouthful of wine and laughed as he shook his head. Although it was Lin Ling who asked him to kill Qin Lan today, he knew that in reality, even if Lin Ling did not say anything, the other elders would have asked him to kill Qin Lan. This was an unchanging fact. After all, Qin Lan almost caused the destruction of the Qin family. What made him sigh was that every man for himself and the devil took the hindmost. His daughter had actually abandoned her father and everyone else for him. "Lin Ling, in reality, the Qin family should be thanking you. After all, if not for you, the Qin family line would have been taken away by the Great Qin Empire, and I would not be able to keep my position as the head of the family." Qin Shao said again, "Old Master Qin, you flatter me." Lin Ling shook his head. He had often heard the elders talk about the annihilation of clans, but he knew that the meaning of annihilation was that if they didn't produce any results, the Great Qin Empire would remove their bloodline and let the new bloodline become one of the 24 clan heads. This was the destruction that the elders spoke of. "Lin Ling, you're from Flying Dragon Shoal, and I believe that it won't be long before your name shakes the entire rainforest Holy Land. As such, I have high hopes for you, and I've told Great Qin's Majesty my thoughts on you. Great Qin's Majesty also has high hopes for you, and our Great Qin Empire will be a powerful backing for you." Qin Shao looked at Lin Ling and said again. He knew that Lin Ling's talent was very good, and he was also extraordinarily courageous. Although he looked brave, he could also endure silently. For example, his daughter had constantly provoked Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had always endured silently. If his daughter hadn't brought this upon herself, Lin Ling might have ignored her for Qin Zhao's sake. When it was time to be low-key, when it was time to be high-key, when it was time to be high-key, when it was time to be high-key. "Thank you. Thank you." Lin Ling bowed gratefully. The old master trusted him so much and was so honest with him. He would remember this kindness in his heart. The two of them chatted for a long time, and when night fell, Lin Ling returned to his room. "The current me is still not strong enough." Thinking back to what had happened in the Qin clan, Lin Ling's goal of becoming stronger became even more firm. Although he was the main character in this trip to the Qin clan, strength didn't determine everything. In this world, strength was the foundation of everything. Fortunately, he had already reached the peak of the King Spirit realm, and he had two great martial intents, the 50% true intent of fire and the 60% true intent of sword. Compared to the older generation, this strength wasn't very strong, but against those of the same age, Lin Ling didn't fear anyone. As long as they were at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, he was confident that he could defeat them. "Currently, I don't lack spirit herbs for the true fire pill, but my cultivation is still too low, so it's not suitable for me to raise the grade of my king body." Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He could only raise the grade of his king body after breaking through to the King Spirit realm. Early in the morning, Lin Ling woke up early. Holding a large sword in his hand, he stood quietly in the courtyard. There was a huge maple tree in the courtyard, and the refreshing morning breeze blew past, causing the maple leaves to fall like snow. Clang! At this moment, a sword light flashed, and a terrifying aura bloomed, causing all the maple leaves to tremble. Lin Ling stood quietly, holding his sword. His brows furrowed slightly, as if he was somewhat dissatisfied. He was cultivating the Overlord sword art. He had already cultivated this sword art to perfection, but it hadn't reached the realm of subtlety. Subtlety was the highest realm of martial arts, and the Overlord Sword Art's subtlety realm naturally allowed one sword intent to reach the peak of 60%. Fast and slow, it's hard to grasp. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He had a fast sword and a slow sword, but he wanted to find a sword concept between them. If he had to use a word to describe it, it would be Overlord. Perhaps this was the Overlord Sword Art's subtlety realm. In the past, the stone sculpture sword soul allowed me to grasp 100% sword intent. That was the Overlord realm. However, the sword intent has disappeared, and it will be difficult to find that feeling again. Lin Ling closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. Finally, at a certain moment, the sword in his hand slashed out again. Clang! An extreme sword intent flashed out, as if it came from the horizon. This sword made Lin Ling smile slightly. Although his sword intent hadn't increased, the power of this sword had increased by a lot. It faintly had the aura of a world domination song. This was an indescribable sword intent. Giving up on the fast and slow sword arts and leaving only one sword, that was the sword intent, world domination song. Lin Ling, no wonder you can become the youngest genius on the 7 profound prodigy list. Since coming to my Qin family, I've seen you wake up early every day to cultivate. At this moment, Qin Jingtian's voice sounded in the small courtyard. He walked in with a smile and a look of admiration on his face. Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's, Lin Ling was younger than him. When he was Lin Ling's age, he was much weaker than Lin Ling. This sword has an indescribable feeling. When it slashes out, it seems unavoidable. Then, Qin Jingtian looked at the maple leaves around him and said, "Unfortunately, it's still lacking a bit." He believed that with his martial arts experience, he should be able to give some pointers to Lin Ling. "Brother Qin, that might not be the case." Lin Ling smiled lightly. After he said that, the maple leaves that had fallen to the ground shook and turned into powder. It felt as if the leaves had been slashed countless times. It was extremely strange. Qin Jingtian's eyes narrowed. He sensed the terrifying power of that sword. When the sword struck, the leaves didn't shatter, but they shattered when they fell to the ground. This kind of sword intent was at the point of perfection. It wasn't something that any swordsman could control. Lin Ling's sword intent seemed to be at 60%, but it had reached the peak of 60%. I'm a disciple of the 7 profound prodigy palace. I'm also a genius. My strength is similar to those on the 7 profound prodigy list. How about we spar? Qin Jingtian suddenly became interested, which made Lin Ling smile and nod. Qin Jingtian's cultivation level was higher than his, and he also had the ancient black tortoise bloodline. Therefore, Lin Ling was very interested to spar with him. Chapter 659. Ancient Tomb Palace. Is the Heaven's Proud Son of Heaven list the same as the 7 profound martial houses? Lin Ling curiously asked. About the same. If there is a difference, then perhaps it is the strength of the top Proud Sons of Heaven. I am currently ranked 400th on the Proud Son of Heaven list, and your strength should be ranked 450th. Qin Jingtian guessed. Although Lin Ling's ranking wasn't high, Lin Ling had only been on the Proud Son of Heaven list for a short time. For him to be ranked 450th in such a short time was already terrifying. The Proud Son of Heaven list has a total of 500 Proud Sons of Heaven? Lin Ling asked again. After he had become a Proud Son of Heaven, he hadn't paid much attention to the Proud Son of Heaven list. But he knew that he had to rush into the Proud Son of Heaven list and reach first place. Only then would he have the qualifications to challenge the Martial House Master. Qin Jingtian nodded. The 7 Martial Hall's Proud Son of Heaven list are all the same. The Proud Son of Heaven list is filled with Masters of the Royal Spirit Realm. Those ranked below 400 are all at the early stage of the Royal Spirit Realm. Although their cultivation is the same, there are still differences in strength. Lin Ling agreed with this point. Although they were at the same cultivation level, their combat strength was different. Some had a high-grade king body, some had a deep martial arts background, and some had the true meaning of martial arts. In short, each had their own powerful domain. However, Lin Ling soon smiled. The other Proud Sons of Heaven all had their own powerful domains, but he was strong in all of them. Although his cultivation was slow, His foundation was solid. Since Brother Qin is ranked 400th, that means you are a top proud son of heaven at the early stage of the royal spirit realm. Then, let me test Brother Qin's strength. Lin Ling smiled at Qin Jingtian after knowing the general ranking of the proud son of heaven list. But Qin Jingtian nodded. He was also excited to fight Lin Ling. Then, a massive amount of spiritual energy filled the air, causing all the flowers and plants in the garden to sway. His king physique was the same as Lin Ling's, which was also at the 5th grade. However, his realm was higher than Lin Ling's, so he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's brows furrowed slightly. Not long ago, he had fought with cultivators at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm, but they weren't considered prodigies. Now that he was fighting with Qin Jingtian, he immediately realized how terrifying a prodigy of the Emperor Spirit realm was. Tightening his grip on his sword, Lin Ling subconsciously wanted to slash out with the tyrannical profound from before, which was the peak of 60% sword intent. But in the end, he restrained himself. After all, his sword was very sharp. Once his sword was out, a head would fall. If he couldn't restrain his power in time, he was afraid that he would kill Qin Jingtian with one strike. Once a swordsman made his move, it was always earth-shattering. Tyrannical song of the world. Holding the sword with both hands, Lin Ling's expression became indifferent. An extreme sword intent spread out, causing Qin Jingtian's expression to become serious. He had seen Lin Ling's sword before, but seeing it from the sidelines was different from seeing it in person. Only when facing it in person could he feel the tyrannical power of that sword. The sword wanted to kill and destroy everything. Not only was this sword sharp, it was even more tyrannical, and it was filled with endless battle intent. He was sure that Lin Ling had cultivated a battle intent martial art, but his guess was right. Lin Ling had cultivated the war god fist in the past. Black tortoise boundary palm. With a low shout, Qin Jingtian also used a powerful martial art. An ancient black tortoise shell appeared and spun continuously. It was displayed by Qin Jingtian's powerful palm technique, and its defensive power was extremely strong. It was said that it could block a 2nd grade Emperor realm martial art. It was extremely terrifying. Rumble. The sword slashed on the black tortoise shell, and a deafening sound rang out. A terrifying aura spread out from the two of them, and the garden was instantly turned into dust. An open space appeared. In the open space, two young figures clashed. Gotcha! In the next moment, Lin Ling's sword intent disappeared, causing him to frown. Qin Jingtian's martial art was very mysterious. It could actually turn his attack into nothingness, and even disintegrate his sword intent. Hee, Lin Ling, although you didn't break my martial art, you made me use the black tortoise boundary palm with 120% completion. You're also very strong. Feeling Lin Ling's sword intent disappear, Qin Jingtian smiled faintly. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling smiled, then stood up and put away his sword. The moment he put away his sword, the huge black tortoise shell shook slightly, then shattered like glass. It appeared. It was the same sword intent realm as before. When the sword struck out, the leaf wouldn't shatter. This. Qin Jingtian's pupils constricted. This sword was too domineering, and it definitely wasn't an ordinary 60% sword intent. Following this, he bitterly smiled. I didn't think that this move would end in a draw. The bitterness in his heart wasn't because he'd lost to Lin Ling, but because Lin Ling was merely at the peak of the King Spirit realm while he was at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. However, such a battle had actually ended in a draw, and he hadn't won. No wonder even the great Qin King thought highly of Lin Ling's potential. His martial arts foundation was simply too deep. This one move was just a spar. If it was a battle of life and death, I, Lin Ling, would be the one to lose. Lin Ling said with a smile, causing Qin Jingtian to chuckle. However, he didn't say anything proudly. He also knew that this was just a spar, but if they really fought, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat him. After all, Lin Ling had only been able to break through one of his moves with his full strength. However, he could easily use the same move again. This was the difference between them. Even though he knew this result, Qin Jingtian still comforted Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't seem to care at all, but only he knew in his heart that he hadn't even used the subtlety realm. After all, that sword was simply too terrifying, and he was afraid that Qin Jingtian wouldn't be able to react in time and would be injured by his sword. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength wasn't just in his sword, but also in his fire intent. For example, the Great Vermilion Bird's flames was also at 60% fire intent, and it wasn't any weaker than that sword. In addition, he also had the blazing sun of the sun, and so on. Lin Ling was confident that he had the strength to defeat Qin Jingtian. This meant that if he had to be ranked on the Heaven's Pride roll, he would be ranked in the 400th. After all, the Heaven's Pride roll was on all 7 martial arts halls, and apart from the top geniuses, the rest of the rankings were almost the same. Such a nice garden was ruined by you guys. At that moment, a laugh sounded out in the garden, and a tall and sturdy figure walked in. It was Qin Xiao. After walking in, he calmly looked at Qin Jingtian before his gaze fell on Lin Ling, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He could sense that in the short time that Lin Ling had been in the Qin clan, his strength had once again increased. Moreover, he could roughly guess that in the previous battle, Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength. It was just that Lin Ling didn't say it out loud to save little Tian's face. It just so happens that both of you are here. Not long ago, the great Qin king sent me a message saying that an ancient martial artist's tomb appeared in the Ice Plains region of the upper 3 regions. The great Qin king wants our branch to go and take a look. What do you think? Qin Xiao said with a serious expression. An ancient tomb? Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian looked at each other in shock. It's said that there are countless treasures in the ancient tomb, including a large number of spirit crystals. The great Qin king wants to take back the spirit crystals, and it's said that there are also spirit artifacts. Qin Xiao continued. Spirit artifacts? Chapter 660. What is the Icefield region? Spirit. It represented a spiritual artifact. It could increase a martial artist's combat strength by as much as 50%. It could be said that even if you were an ordinary martial artist, if you were lucky enough to obtain a spirit artifact, you would be able to soar to the heavens and roam the rainforest Holy Land. Besides spirit artifacts, there are also many ancient martial artist treasures. This is very beneficial to us. Qin Xiao licked his lips. Even he was tempted. Lin Ling's heart violently jumped, but he still calmly said, such an ancient tomb, I'm afraid that many people will go there. Yes. The treasures were precious. The competition was naturally fierce. Yes, it is said that the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family have obtained a key. The geniuses of the 7 martial arts halls have also received the news. Therefore, we must find the last key before they do. Qin Xiao frowned. Qin Xiao said with a frown. The location of the ancient tomb had been revealed, but if they wanted to open it, they would need 3 keys. 2 of the keys belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family, and the last key was in the Icefield. We only know that the ancient tomb is in the Icefield region's black-yellow mountain range. Qin Xiao continued. Qin Xiao looked at Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian. Qin Jingtian nodded without hesitation. On the other hand, Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He was currently stuck at the peak of the King's spirit realm. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he feared that he would have to fight. If he returned to the 7 profound martial house, he would have the mountain river valley. His cultivation speed would be faster than others, but he was still not satisfied with this speed. The ancient tomb was a place that allowed a genius to soar to the heavens. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to go and experience it. Okay, 3 days from now, let's set off. Yes. The Icefield region belonged to the upper 3 regions. One had to ride a dragon boat to reach it, but it was extremely close to the rainforest Holy Land. The rainforest Holy Land was the core of the 100 territories. It was also the Holy Land of martial arts. There were 7 martial arts halls here, as well as all sorts of powerful forces. If one were to compare it, it would be like a country's main city. The 100 territories surrounded the rainforest Holy Land. Although it seemed like they were separated by an ocean, the truth was that they were like 100 cities. These cities were divided into strong and weak. For instance, the lower 3 regions were like small villages. The middle 3 regions were like a country city, and the upper three regions were main cities. Every city's martial artist wanted to cultivate in the core rainforest's sacred land, and they also wanted to have their own influence there. Up until now, the most famous influence was the 5 great ancient countries. As for the Icefield region, it was also famous in the upper 3 regions. It had a long history and its warriors were not weak. It was also very close to the rainforest. It was rumored that this place used to be a great land of ancient ice, vast and boundless. However, a long time ago, a great battle happened here, causing the ancient ice to melt and yellow sand to fill the air. That was why it was called the Icy Plains region. However, in reality, it was a region filled with yellow sand. However, the martial artists here were valiant and overbearing, and they worshipped strength. At this moment, on the yellow road, a carriage was slowly moving forward, bringing up a cloud of dust. Inside the carriage, 3 young figures sat quietly. Through the window, they looked at the world of yellow sand outside. One of them was Lin Ling. He had finally arrived at the Icefield region. I haven't been back to the cloud domain for a long time. I wonder how my family is doing. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Cloud domain? It doesn't seem far from here. Elder Lin, if you want to go, I, Qin Liming, will accompany you after the ancient tomb is over. Next to him, a 19-year-old girl smiled. She had a round, oval-shaped face, black eyes, and rosy cheeks. She gave off a youthful and lively aura. Liming, don't mess around. Next to him, Qin Jingtian immediately reprimanded. This was his cousin, also a member of the great Qin bloodline. When she heard that they were going to the ancient tomb, she immediately volunteered to come. The 3 of them represented the great Qin Empire and were the first batch to come to the Icefield region. As for Qin Shao and the other experts, they would come after dealing with the Qin family's pill store. Hearing Qin Jingtian's reprimand, Qin Liming stuck out her tongue, looking somewhat cute. The Icefield region has always been chaotic in the upper 3 regions, especially Xianhuang City. It's said that it's a lawless region. After entering the city, Liming, you must not cause any trouble. Even the great Qin Empire doesn't dare to be too arrogant there. Qin Jingtian warned again, causing Qin Liming to nod helplessly. Lin Ling laughed. Qin Liming's personality was straightforward, naive, and lively. She was much better than Qin Lan. Hiya. At this moment, 2 black leopards as tall as a man quickly passed by the yellow road, moving forward at a speed as fast as black lightning. Mid-stage Emperor's Spirit Realm. Lin Ling looked through the window and his eyes flickered. As expected of the upper 3 realms, there were so many Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators here. And from the looks of it, these 2 were also here for the ancient tomb. Those aren't geniuses. They can only be described as ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. If you want to fight them, Lin Ling, you may not lose. Qin Jingtian said with a smile. He knew that Lin Ling's foundation was terrifying. He was a true monstrous genius. Fighting above his level was extremely easy. No way, Elder Lin is only a King Spirit Realm cultivator. That's fighting 2 levels above you. Qin Liming didn't know Lin Ling's strength and couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. However, it was true. He was confident that he could defeat ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, but it would be difficult for him to defeat geniuses. Stop the horses. At this moment, an angry roar sounded in front of the yellow road. The voice was very loud, causing the horses to neigh and jump up, causing the carriage to almost flip over. What's going on? The sudden change caused Lin Ling to frown. His tyrannical strength exploded as he pressed down with his foot. The horses neighed and the carriage was finally pressed down. Then, Lin Ling and Qin Jingtian stepped down from their horses and looked indifferently at the people in front of the yellow road. There were 3 figures in front of the yellow dirt road. They were all men in their 40s. One of them had a scar on his face, giving him a ferocious look. They were also looking at Lin Ling and the other 2 walking over. The corners of their mouths could not help but curl into a sneer. These 3 little fellows are quite strong. My lion's roar earlier flipped over several horses, but they still managed to stop it. One of them shrugged. They blocked the road and suddenly frightened the horses and played with the passers-by. However, not only did they not feel guilty, they even seemed to enjoy the feeling of playing with others. These three were obviously not kind people. Why? Lin Ling looked at the three of them indifferently and asked. No reason. This road was opened by us. Those who pass by have to pay spirit crystals. 100 mid-grade spirit crystals per person. The leader, the man with the scar, said indifferently. This road is endless. At first glance, it's obvious that it's often used by passers-by. Thus, it formed this yellow road. You say that you opened it? Moreover, the two cultivators who rode the Black Panther passed by here. You didn't collect spirit crystals because their mounts weren't weak. Lin Ling coldly stated, his words causing the three cultivators to frown. Lin Ling's words were true. Earlier, the two cultivators were riding on black cloud leopards. Since they were able to tame such demonic beasts, they naturally weren't weak. Therefore, the three cultivators didn't stop them. Chapter 661. The 7 Profound Martial Houses Elites. Are you going to hand it over or not? One of them impatiently asked. And if I don't hand it over? Lin Ling finally frowned. Then don't blame us. Every year there are many martial artists that die on this road. We don't lack you. Also, I think you're stupid. For money, you don't even care about your lives. The martial artist leader helplessly shook his head. Every time they blocked the road, they would meet some arrogant juniors. But when death approached, they would tear off their mask of arrogance and kneel down to beg for mercy. Lin Ling shook his head. It seemed that he had no other choice. In the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, the strong were truly revered. He slowly removed the sword from his back. As for Qin Jingtian and the other youth, they stretched their necks. Naturally, they understood. Since you dare to attack, then I won't let you live. 2 early Emperor Spirit Realm martial artists, and one isn't even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. You'll all die here. The Knife Scar leader sneered. He wasn't surprised by Lin Ling's choice, and this was even better. Because if Lin Ling refused, then they could kill him and steal his treasures. These rich young masters always had many treasures. This was a deal worth it. I'll kill this arrogant youth. The Knife Scar leader's first choice was Lin Ling. This wasn't the first time that the three of them had tried to rob someone. They knew that in order to deal with an enemy, they had to first deal with the weakest. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was the weakest. Shio. Without any nonsense, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. Sword astral light shone like the moon. Clang. The Knife Scar leader didn't even take out his weapon. His head instantly exploded. It wasn't cut off, but exploded. The power behind this sword strike was terrifying. What? The 2 remaining youths' pupils shrank. An early Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist couldn't block this youth's sword strike. Wait, they anxiously shouted. This youth was too terrifying. Kill them. Lin Ling softly said, then turned and walked towards the carriage. Come out, you'll pay for this sooner or later. Qin Jingtian and the other youth didn't hesitate. They attacked and killed the 2 remaining youths. After a moment, the carriage continued onward. What a powerful sword! In the distance, many people of the younger generation were also heading towards Xinhuang City. They had seen the scene from before, and their hearts were greatly shaken. The 3 cultivators blocking their way were all at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were 2 on the blue and white robed youth side. However, they were clearly prodigies of the martial arts hall, so it wasn't surprising that they were able to defeat their opponents. What was surprising was that the blue-white robed youth was only at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. Sword intent. Could he be the 18th young master? A young girl frowned. In the 100 territories, the most famous of the younger generation was none other than the 18th prince. Among the 18 young masters, there doesn't seem to be any master swordsman. He should be a newcomer. I wonder how strong he is compared to the 18 young masters? Someone else asked. The 18 young masters are all geniuses on the genius roll. That young man's strength is not bad, but he is not a match for the 18 young masters. Someone said with certainty. Then they also moved forward one after another. These young geniuses were the disciples of the 7 martial arts halls of the Rainforest Holy Land. Now that they had heard the news, they wanted to try their luck in the ancient tomb. If they were lucky and obtained a spirit weapon, then they would soar into the sky. Xianhuang City was the only city near the Xianhuang mountain range. In the past, this city was ordinary, but today, because of the news of the ancient tomb, it was instantly bustling with noise and excitement. All the major powers had gathered, and there were even many geniuses from the 7 martial arts halls. Of course, the most famous of these geniuses was none other than the 18 young masters. The 18 young masters represented the most outstanding of the younger generation in the upper 3 regions. There was a representative from each region, and they were true geniuses that could surpass levels to battle. Besides that, they were also prodigies on the genius roll of the 7 martial arts halls. In the city, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and the wind and clouds were surging. In the vast Dragon Gate Inn, there were guests arriving like clouds. The Dragon Gate Inn was an extremely famous restaurant in Xianhuang City. Travel-worn cultivators loved to drink here, and at the same time, inquire about the information they wanted to know. At this moment, as the yellow sand blew in, a slender figure appeared at the entrance. He stepped on the ancient bricks and walked in step by step. His half-narrowed eyes swept across the vast inn, and his face was slightly cold. Pa. What was even more frightening was that the yellow sand was blown towards him, but when it got close to him, countless tiny electric snakes slithered out and actually electrocuted the yellow sand into powder. What a strong aura! It's the true meaning of martial arts. The previously bustling restaurant instantly quieted down. Countless eyes stared at the youth that walked in, their faces extremely dignified. They could feel that a bolt of thunder had entered the Dragon Gate Inn. If this thunder was angry, it could obliterate everyone in the inn. Not only that, but this thunder was not ordinary thunder, but it seemed to contain the true meaning of thunder. This was a terrifying prodigy of heaven. This person's strength is good. On the second floor of the inn, 3 figures looked at the young man who walked in below. Then, one of them said in a low voice. This person was Lin Ling, one of the 18 young masters, the Purple Lightning Young Master. He is the #1 prodigy of heaven from the Blue Heaven region. That's right, he is also a prodigy on your 7 profound martial houses genius roll. He is ranked 399. Qin Jingtian smiled as he spoke, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. A prodigy of heaven from the 7 profound martial house? Moreover, he was ranked 399. This meant that this youth was nearly invincible in the early royal spirit realm. From his conversation with Qin Jingtian, Lin Ling had a rough understanding of the prodigies on the genius roll. The prodigies that were ranked below 400 were all at the early royal spirit realm. But those that were ranked above 400 had the strength to sweep away all those at the early royal spirit realm. He's from the same school as me, but is he a prodigy from the Blue Heaven region? Lin Ling picked up a wine cup and fiddled with it. In the past, Iron Soul City belonged to the Blue Heaven region. He didn't think that he would meet someone from the Blue Heaven region here. Lin Ling, if this person were to fight with you, would you have the confidence to win? Qin Jingtian suddenly smiled. His boundary is the same as yours, and his ranking is also the same as yours. His strength should also be equal to yours. He is a true prodigy of heaven. So if we were to fight, you should know the result. Lin Ling shook his head, causing Qin Jingtian to smile even more. He was ranked 400 on the genius roll, and his strength was indeed equal to the Purple Lightning Young Master. But Lin Ling had also exchanged a move with him, so he also knew the result. Lin Ling was not the Purple Lightning Young Master's match. Of course, this was only his guess. At this moment, a cold shout came from the side, causing Lin Ling and the others to frown. They turned around and saw several youths sitting nearby, drinking wine. One of them didn't even look at Lin Ling. The Purple Lightning Young Master is a prodigy of our 7 profound martial house, and also the #1 talent of the Blue Heaven region. You actually say that his strength is equal to yours? Can your face be any thicker? That person said again, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. These people were also geniuses of the 7 profound martial house. Chapter 662. Small lesson? You dare to talk back? An ordinary-looking girl among the young people immediately replied. She seemed to worship the purple lightning young master the most and would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of him. Qin Liming frowned and was about to say something when Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. All right, stop talking. Don't pay attention to what others say. All right. Qin Liming pouted unwillingly but still listened to Lin Ling's advice. After all, according to seniority, Lin Ling was their guest elder and had a higher status than her. Black Tortoise young master, your servant seems to be lacking discipline. All right. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from the first floor, causing everyone's heart to tighten. It was the purple lightning young master. And he seemed to be calling out Black Tortoise young master? One had to know that there was a Black Tortoise young master among the 18 young masters who was extremely powerful and possessed the ancient Black Tortoise bloodline. Could it be that he was also here? Everyone's gaze turned and landed on Qin Jingtian. Lin Ling was also shocked. He did not expect Qin Jingtian to be one of the 18 young masters. One had to know that those who could become the 18 young masters all deserved it. After all, they represented the most outstanding geniuses of their respective regions. Although these geniuses could not be compared to the top geniuses, those geniuses were much older and were already in their 20s. Therefore, they did not have the qualifications to become the 18 young masters. As for the people beside Lin Ling, their hearts trembled. They did not expect one of the 18 young masters to be sitting next to them. Black Tortoise young master's strength is said to be on par with the purple lightning young master and is ranked at the bottom of the 18 young masters. He is not someone we can profane. One of them said solemnly. But very quickly, the girl from before said slyly, Black Tortoise young master has such strength, but what qualifications does that young man beside him have to speak? He's just taking advantage of Black Tortoise young master's light. All right. Qin Liming heard this and frowned again. These people were too arrogant and rude. However, Lin Ling did not care at all. He picked up his wine cup and drank. With his strength, he could not be bothered with these ordinary disciples. Black Tortoise young master, you have the qualifications to speak to me, but your servant lacks discipline. Just at this moment, on the first floor, the purple lightning young master calmly drank his wine and spoke once more. He didn't even look at the second floor as he flicked his finger and a bolt of lightning shot out like an arrow. It was extremely fast. At this moment, Lin Ling was still drinking. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck and pierced through his wineglass, causing the wine to spill all over him. What? So, they were surprised, the purple lightning young master's speed. To them, the purple lightning young master's young master. Lin Lin to Black Tortoise attention young masters young like young lightning young black young masters, young toys young master lightning to be. Lightning was domineering and majestic. It possessed the power to destroy everything. Other than its terrifying attack power, its speed was also terrifying. It's at least 40% true lightning intent. I just don't know what kind of true lightning intent it is. Some older martial artists said with a serious expression. There were 3,000 Dao of lightning. The most famous ones were the 5 elements lightning, fire lightning, metal lightning, and so on. The rarer ones were the purple lightning heavenly lightning, third fire heavenly lightning, and so on. It was obvious that the purple lightning young master's king physique was average, but the most dazzling thing was his true martial intent. Basically, for a famous genius, he or she must have a unique skill that made him or her famous. Some had a king physique, some had a deep foundation in martial arts, and some had true martial intent, possessing at least 40% true lightning intent in addition to being at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. The purple lightning young master was worthy of being one of the 18 young masters. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He did not care about the disdain of others. After all, they were mouths and he could not change them. But the purple lightning young master, in order to prove his strength, had attacked him for no reason. This was too overbearing. He turned around and looked downstairs. The purple lightning young master was still sitting there calmly. He was playing with a wine cup in his hand and gently sipping from it. As if he had noticed Lin Ling's gaze, his indifferent voice sounded out. For the sake of young Master Xian Wu, this is just a small lesson. Next time, pay attention to your words. Calm. His voice was very calm, but it carried a strong sense of pride. The 18th young master is indeed powerful. At this moment, the crowd woke up from their shock. Looking at the frowning Lin Ling, they all laughed. This young man was so pitiful. He thought that by following young Master Xian Wu, he could ignore everything. But he did not know that the purple lightning young master was only afraid of young Master Xian Wu, not him. This young man could not see through himself. Purple lightning young master, you are too arrogant. Qin Jingtian could not help but stand up, glaring angrily at the first floor. Lin Ling patted his shoulder, indicating for him to sit down. Then, Lin Ling continued to look at the purple lightning young master. His gaze was very calm, so calm that it made many people curious. What was Lin Ling going to do? Finally, Lin Ling's mouth slightly moved, his gentle voice sounded out. Purple lightning young master, you were teaching me a lesson earlier? The purple lightning young master raised his head, looking at Lin Ling with incomparable surprise. In his mind, Lin Ling was young Master Xian Wu's servant. After being taught a lesson, he should have swallowed his anger. But now, Lin Ling was asking him a question? Is it strange? Everyone saw it, or do you want to be taught a lesson again? The purple lightning young master seemed to be talking to himself. Lin Ling nodded, no longer speaking. He slowly took out the sword from behind his back. This action caused the crowd's pupils to constrict. This young man seemed to want to attack the purple lightning young master. Was he crazy? It had to be known that although the purple lightning young master was the weakest of the 18 young masters, his strength was far above the rest. Not to mention here, even in the 7 profound martial house, there were not many people under 20 that could shake the purple lightning young master. As for the purple lightning young master, he laughed at himself, as if he were helpless that his influence could not even intimidate a servant. It seemed that he would have to come out and make a name for himself, and let others know his strength. From beginning to end, he did not seem to care about Lin Ling's attack. Lin Ling did not think that he would care, so he gathered the spiritual energy in his body and gathered it on his sword, causing the Tyrant Song sword to instantly shine. He stood on the 2nd floor, and his sword cut down. Shio. A terrifying sword light cut through the sun and moon, directly cutting towards the purple lightning young master on the 1st floor. The purple lightning young master held the title of the 18 young masters in his eyes. Besides the black tortoise young master, he did not place anyone in his eyes. If he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, then let's see if he had the qualifications to teach him a lesson. The sword. The sword light had just appeared, and many people in the restaurant narrowed their eyes. They were aware of just how terrifying this sword was. No matter how fierce he is still not the purple lightning young master's match. But many people still muttered to themselves. After all, the name of the 18 young masters was like thunder to their ears. At this moment, the purple lightning young master was still drinking. He disdainfully shook his head and pointed out with his right hand, "It seems that the lesson I gave you was too low. Even if the black tortoise young master is here, I will give you an even greater pain." As his voice fell, thunder shot towards the sword light. He wanted to break that sword in one move. However, he was thinking too much. Chapter 663. How about another battle? Gotcha. The invincible thunder was split into 2, causing the eyes of the inn's crowd to narrow. The purple lightning young master's other hand was still holding onto the wine cup. He originally wanted to slowly drink, but in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He turned his head and saw that the blinding and merciless sword light was already slashing towards him. Everlasting black hole. In his anxiety, he threw away the wine cup in his hand. Both his hands moved rapidly, and a terrifying thunder whirlpool appeared in front of him, wanting to block that sword. The limitless black hole was his trump card. It had reached 50% of the true meaning of thunder. In the past, he had relied on this martial art to dominate the early sovereign spirit realm. But today, facing 60% of the true meaning of sword and even a sword strike that contained the profound meaning of tyranny, this trump card had been broken. Gotcha. The sword slashed across, and the everlasting black hole was split into two. That extreme sword light was unstoppable. Not good. The purple lightning young master anxiously retreated, knocking over a large number of tables, causing wine to spill all over his body. He then roared out, "Purple lightning firmament palm." Rumble. Following his palm strike, there was a crackling sound of thunder. A purple lightning ball appeared, like a sea urchin, and crazily clashed with the sword light. Boom. Terrifying energy exploded, blowing the restaurant into pieces. The two powerful forces collided, and only then did the terrifying sword light disappear. When the energy gradually dissipated, everyone's hearts trembled in fear as they looked up. On the first floor, the purple lightning young master was standing there in a sorry state. His long hair was disheveled, and because he had broken a large number of tables, his body was covered in wine. Below his eye, there was a sword wound, and blood was flowing out. He might have blocked that sword, but his face was still cut by the sword chi. 3 moves, he used a total of 3 moves to block that sword. That young man is a servant? When everyone saw this scene, their hearts violently jumped. After Lin Ling attacked, they were still thinking about how the purple lightning young master would deal with it calmly and teach Lin Ling a lesson. But the result was that the purple lightning young master's face was disfigured. "You think you are qualified to teach me a lesson?" At that moment, an indifferent voice came from the second floor, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble again. What a terrifying young man. On the first floor, the purple lightning young master's body was violently trembling. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he had been humiliated. Earlier, he had broken Lin Ling's wine cup, causing the wine to spill all over Lin Ling's body. And now, Lin Ling had taught him an even greater lesson, causing him to break several tables and chairs, drenching himself in wine. "It's been a long time since I've lost face. Are you not afraid of death?" The purple lightning young master emitted a terrifying chill. He was enraged. On the second floor, Lin Ling indifferently said, "If you can kill me, then come. There's no need to talk nonsense. Moreover, you're the one who lost your face." His gaze was fearless as he looked at the purple lightning young master. His words caused many people's eyes to flicker. This young man had asked the purple lightning young master to come and kill him. How arrogant. Did he really want to enrage the purple lightning young master? However, the purple lightning young master's face was extremely gloomy. This time, he didn't say anything. Previously, he had lost all face, so he was enraged and said those words. But now that he thought about it, his heart trembled. Because he could feel that the young man's sword was also a true martial intent, and it had probably reached the peak of 60%. After all, his true intent of thunder had always been tyrannical. Even if the opponent had a 60% true intent, he had the confidence to destroy it. But now, he needed 3 moves to break it. "Who the hell are you?" the purple lightning young master asked. His face was ugly. After all, he had come here with pride. He thought that in the restaurant, only the black tortoise young master could make him afraid. Everyone else was just an ant. However, he had casually taught a servant a lesson, but that servant's sword had caused him to lose face. "Lin Ling." Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said indifferently, "What, he is Lin Ling?" Behind Lin Ling, the disciples of the 7 profound martial house who had worshipped the purple lightning young master had their pupils constricted. As disciples of the 7 profound martial house, how could they not know of Lin Ling's name? Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling had entered the proud son of heaven role not too long ago. But in just a month, Lin Ling was able to make the purple lightning young master fear him. This meant that Lin Ling's strength could be ranked in the top 400. This was terrifying. It had to be known that in the 7 profound martial house, everyone thought that Lin Ling was still at the bottom of the proud son of heaven role. "This sword is different from the one I used to compare notes with. It is even more tyrannical." Qin Jingtian seemed to be silent, but his heart was violently beating. He suddenly realized that the reason Lin Ling had let him win in the last match was because he didn't want him to lose face. Thinking of this, he bitterly smiled in his heart. At that time, he had comforted Lin Ling, but who knew how laughable it had been. But soon he was happy for Lin Ling. After all, during the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he had thought that Lin Ling was a rare talent. And now, he was even more certain. Lin Ling. The Purple Lightning young master's pupils constantly flashed. He had naturally heard of this name. He lightly said, "Before, it was because you sneak attacked me, so I wasn't able to react in time. If we really fought one-on-one, you are not my match. Also, my thunder speed is very fast. You have not experienced my movement skills yet." He heavily emphasized the word sneak attack, as if to say that the reason he had lost face before was because of Lin Ling's sneak attack. Not only that, but his true meaning of thunder had another characteristic, and that was speed. Thus, he was confident that if they really fought, Lin Ling would not be his match. What's the use of speaking so much nonsense? How about we fight again? However, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as before. He only said a few words, "Fight again. You say I sneak attacked you, fine. You say your movement skills are fast, fine. Then how about we fight again?" This Lin Ling, he's crazy. The crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. When Lin Ling was low-key, no one knew who he was. But if you thought he was a soft persimmon and wanted to bully him, he would bare his fangs and reveal his sharp edge. "Don't be too proud." The Purple Lightning young master roared. Lin Ling was very straightforward. He did not fear him at all, as if he simply did not place the Purple Lightning young master in his eyes. Only fight? The Purple Lightning young master was somewhat hesitant. Although he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling, Lin Ling's sword made him somewhat afraid. Not only that, but Lin Ling was only at the bottom of the Proud Son of Heaven list, but he was around 400th. Whether he won or lost, he had already lost face. The Purple Lightning young master does not dare to fight. Seeing the Purple Lightning young master's silence, many people's hearts trembled. One of the 18 young masters actually feared Lin Ling? To them, this was just a dream. As for the 7 profound martial house disciples that had worshipped the Purple Lightning young master, their complexions were even more ugly. The person they worshipped did not dare to fight again. At this time, Qin Liming's voice sounded out. "Your Purple Lightning young master is very awe-inspiring and does not allow others to blaspheme him. You only spoke a few words, and yet you say that he has a thick skin. But why does your Purple Lightning young master not dare to fight?" Several people were silent, especially that crafty and mean girl. She did not even dare to look at Qin Liming. She had been humiliated to the point that she had nothing to say. The Purple Lightning young master has also lost face. He actually lost to a newcomer. Chapter 664. Sir Snow Spirit, so cold. Looking at this person, many people were stunned for a moment. Then, some of the geniuses from the 7 major martial halls narrowed their eyes. It was another 18th young master, Sir Snow Spirit. This person was the #1 proud son of heaven of the Icy Plain region. He came from the Great Sun Void Temple and was one of the proud disciples of Elder Black Ice. It was said that Elder Black Ice's sect only accepted ice attribute martial artists, and the lowest qualification was a 5th grade king body talent. Sir Snow Spirit had the power of ice and could laugh proudly in the 100 territories. His strength was above the Purple Lightning young master. Pumph, pumph. The Purple Lightning young master knew that Sir Snow Spirit was mocking him. He coldly snorted, but he seemed to dread the other, so he did not say anything. "Lin Ling, I've heard of you. You are the youngest genius of the 7 profound martial house, the #1 of Dragon Lake, and you even killed Long Zhe. Your strength is not bad. I wonder if you can defeat me with my power of ice?" Pumph. Ignoring the Purple Lightning young master, Sir Snow Spirit waved his right hand. An icy mist of spiritual energy gushed out, turning into a crystal fan that he gently waved. This ability to control ice was extremely terrifying. That fan was probably a pretty good weapon as well. What a strong strength. Pumph. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This person's king body talent was very high. It made people feel that this was not a person, but a 10,000-year-old block of profound ice. Sure enough, none of the 18th young master were weak. You can try. Humph. Although the other party was strong, Lin Ling was not too afraid, so he indifferently replied. If it were any other time, he did not want to provoke too many enemies and might have chosen to endure. But now that he wanted to break through to the next realm, fighting was unavoidable. So he wanted to test the strength of the 18th young master, who was ranked even higher. You have courage, but I'm not interested for the time being. The ancient tomb is more important. However, Sir Snow Spirit indifferently smiled. His smile was a bit cold, but it had a different kind of attractiveness, causing the hearts of many girls in the inn to surge. It had to be said, Sir Snow Spirit was really handsome. Before that, I want to settle some old grudges. Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's third master, do you think I can't find you if you hide here? Humph. Young Master Xueling suddenly sneered. Rhinoceros Eagle Fort? There was no lack of native martial artists present. Naturally, they had heard of this colossus. This Rhinoceros Eagle Fort was the local tyrant of the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. It had 3 great leaders, each of whom possessed extremely terrifying strength. It was said that the great leader even possessed a powerful weapon, which allowed him to unify an area of 10,000 miles. And now, the third head was actually here? Many people's hearts began to tremble. The 3 great leaders were all people who killed people like Scything Flax. If they appeared here and were implicated, then they would also be in trouble. Young Master Xueling has a nose like a dog. Finally, a cold laugh sounded from a corner of the restaurant. A tall and sturdy man who was almost 2 meters tall stood up. He had tattoos all over his face, and his head was closed. He had a ferocious and domineering aura about him, and the most terrifying thing about him was that he was actually at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Since you've come, then stay. Without further ado, the third head elder shouted coldly and took a big step forward. His body turned into an afterimage as he grabbed at young Master Xueling. There seemed to be hatred between them, so it was either you die or I die. True intent of martial is similar to the true intent of earth. This third head strength is not bad. Lin Ling's soul force was very sharp, and he immediately sensed something strange. The third head elder's speed seemed to be connected to the earth and the desert. It was extremely strange. Looks like he's not an ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. Qin Jingtian also said with a grave expression. Bang! With a claw, the third head elder seemed to have grabbed young Master Xueling's neck. He only needed to exert a little strength to know young Master Xueling's fate. Young Master Xueling is in danger. He's at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but the third head elder is at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and he's not an ordinary cultivator. The crowd's pupils constricted as they stared at the battle in front of them. Bang! At this moment, the third head elder exploded with a terrifying strength and crushed young Master Xueling's neck. He's dead. Many people's hearts trembled violently. The great 18th head elder had died here? The Rhinoceros Eagle Castle is very bold. How dare you take liberties with my servant girl? Anyone who dares to take liberties with her must die. However, at this moment, something terrifying happened. Endless fog spread out, and a handsome figure condensed behind the third head elder. It was young Master Xueling. Then, young Master Xueling shook his head. He waved the crystal fan in his hand lightly, and a wave of icy energy blew out. It was very cold, as if it was 10,000 years old ice. With one move, the third head elder was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the next moment, a crisp sound like glass was heard. The ice sculpture shattered, and it turned into an icy fog that was hard to see with the naked eye. The third head elder had turned into powder. A great Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator had died in front of everyone's eyes just like that. Young Master Xueling's strength was very terrifying. The inn quieted down. Countless eyes stared at young Master Xueling, shocked speechless. Even the purple lightning young master frowned, afraid of young Master Xueling's terrifying strength. I only kill one person a day. This is my principle. Lin Ling, you're very lucky. After dealing with the third head elder, young Master Xueling smiled at Lin Ling. Many people suddenly realized that the third head elder had become Lin Ling's scapegoat. Otherwise, with Lin Ling's courage, the one who would be frozen into an ice sculpture would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled, but did not say anything. He sat down and continued to drink his wine. His indifferent attitude surprised many people. Lin Ling still seemed to be fearless. Then, the inn returned to its peaceful state. Everyone sat down and drank, but they maintained their silence, causing the inn to be filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Many people quietly looked at the 18 young masters and sighed in their hearts. The competition in the old tomb was fierce. Currently, 3 young masters had appeared, and with the mysterious Lin Ling, it was hard to determine who would have the last laugh in the old tomb. That night, more and more people gathered in the Xianhuang city. The Dragon Gate Inn was also overcrowded, causing many conflicts. Of course, no one dared to provoke experts like the 18 young masters. The old tomb hasn't appeared yet, but 2 young masters have already arrived. When the key appears, I'm afraid even more young masters will come. In the room, Qin Jingtian said with a solemn expression. It was impossible for the Qin clan to monopolize the treasures in the old tomb. As long as they could get a share of the loot, they would be satisfied. Lin Ling nodded, agreeing with Qin Jingtian's words. He then asked, how strong are the 18 young masters? Yes. There are 18 of them. Starting from the 8th, they are all at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. They are also ranked very high on the prodigy ranking and have the strength to fight against the top geniuses. Qin Jingtian sighed. Although he was also one of the 18 young masters, he was ranked at the bottom and could not be compared to the top 8. Chapter 665. Xianhuang Mountain Range, Elder Lin, there is a young girl outside the inn. She says her name is Heavenly Concubine and she is an old friend of yours. At this moment, Qin Liming pushed open the door and said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Heavenly Concubine is here too? Then, he quickly left the room and came back with a young girl. It was Heavenly Concubine. Hee, I knew that once the tomb opened, Lin Ling would definitely come. In any case, Lin Ling's nose is sharper than a dog's. Heavenly Concubine was clearly very happy to see Lin Ling again. She immediately teased him. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. This girl would tease him every time they met. However, he wasn't surprised by Heavenly Concubine's appearance. After all, many people from the 7 halls had come. As a disciple of the ancient Dao martial palace, Heavenly Concubine naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Your strength has reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. After scanning Heavenly Concubine with his soul force, Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. One had to know that his cultivation realm had always been higher than Heavenly Concubine's, but this time, Heavenly Concubine had actually surpassed him. This is all thanks to Master. This time, Master also allowed me to come to the tomb to gain experience. Perhaps it will allow me to break through again. Heavenly Concubine immediately smiled. Qin Jingtian and the others also looked at Heavenly Concubine. After learning from Lin Ling that this young girl was only in the Heavenly Spirit Realm, they were immediately shocked. This young girl's talent was also very terrifying. Lin Ling shook his head. It seemed like he wasn't the only genius. Anything could happen in the rainforest sacred land that created miracles. The few of them sat down and chatted. Heavenly Concubine came with her senior sisters this time. After hearing that Lin Ling had appeared in the Dragon Gate Inn, she immediately rushed over and planned to explore the tomb with Lin Ling. The Heavenly Concubine suggested, if we want to unlock the tomb, we need a 3rd key, and the 3rd key is in the Xianhuang Mountain Range. Rather than waiting here for news, why don't we explore the Xianhuang Mountain Range first? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. They were also waiting for the experts from the Great Qin Empire to arrive. However, during this process, no one could guarantee who would obtain the 3rd key. Since this was the case, they might as well search for it first. He and Qin Jingtian looked at each other. Both of them had the same thought. Then let's set off immediately. They slowly stood up and nodded excitedly. The mysterious Yellow Mountain Range was vast and boundless. There were countless demonic beasts. It was said that no one had ever passed through the endless mountain range. Although there were many who tried, they all died in the end. At night, the mountain range was even more tranquil, but there was also a hint of ferocity. After stepping into the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, Lin Ling's sharp soul power sensed that they weren't the only ones searching the mountain range. There were already many small factions. Although these small factions couldn't be compared to the 5 great ancient nations, their leaders were all experts. It said that someone saw a light at the old Master Mountain. It was like a giant key, so this time, our escort team can only bring you to the old Master Mountain. The mountain range was very large. Lin Ling and the other 3 weren't local cultivators, so they hired an escort team from Xianhuang City. This escort team was led by a woman with a hot figure. Although she was a woman, she was also very strong. She had reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Of course, the most important thing was that she was very familiar with the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. Lin Ling and the other 3 nodded. The long team continued forward. Through conversation, Lin Ling found out that the woman with the hot figure and wheat-colored skin was called Yu. However, this woman was a little cold. She seemed to think that Lin Ling and the other 3 were a little too bold for daring to enter the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. One had to know that most of the people in their escort team were experts. The middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm was the most basic strength. Moreover, these people were all in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were even some juniors in the King Spirit Realm. This was obviously a tough job. If there was a conflict, her escort team wouldn't be able to take care of so many people. Sister Yu, it's so quiet here. Qin Liming, who had always been lively, finally couldn't help but ask. It seems quiet here, but there are hidden dangers everywhere. Demonic beasts in the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm are everywhere, but they hide in the dark. So, if you can avoid talking, then don't. Er's cold eyes looked ahead, causing Qin Liming to stick out his tongue. Then, said, the weak ones stay in the center of the team. Don't look around. This time, her words were directed at Lin Ling. After the escort team entered the Black Tortoise Mountain Range, the others were well behaved, but Lin Ling was looking around. This made her a little unhappy. Was this King Spirit Realm Jr. courting death? If the escort team was too far away and was devoured by the demonic beasts, they wouldn't be able to save Lin Ling. In the distance, Lin Ling walked back, while the heavenly concubine looked at Lin Ling with a strange smile, as if saying, "You've become a burden." Lin Ling also smiled helplessly, too lazy to explain. He naturally wasn't looking around just now because he was bored. He was using the eye of time to observe the surroundings, to see if he could find any clues. As for him being a burden, he knew that the heavenly concubine was only joking because she was very familiar with him. If they really fought, there probably weren't many people here who could be Lin Ling's opponent. Sister Yu, I don't understand. Among the 4 of them, the 3 in the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm are all well behaved, but the weakest one is restless. It's good to be a rich young master. You have bodyguards when you go out, so you don't have to experience the cruelty of the outside world. All right, old saber, stop talking. Bring the guest to Master Mountain and our mission is complete. We can't make any mistakes during this process. Yu was clearly a very responsible person. Even if she looked down on Lin Ling, she would still protect Lin Ling thoroughly. This made Lin Ling admire her. For the rest of the journey, Lin Ling experienced the benefits of having an escort team. Lin Ling almost wanted to remind everyone to take a detour when they came to a few demonic beast lairs, but Yu reminded him in advance. This made Lin Ling not need to be so vigilant and could relax a little. Who is it? Just as they passed through a forest, a cold shout suddenly came from ahead. When Lin Ling and the others walked out of the forest, they saw that the grassland was densely packed with cultivators. They seemed to be searching the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, and there were several bonfires in the middle. Among them, a one-eyed man looked over like a wolf in the night. People from the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. On Yu's side, the faces of several men instantly turned ugly. The Rhinoceros Eagle Fort was very famous in the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. It was a true formidable fort. No one wanted to face them because they were also people who killed people like flies. So it's Yu. The one-eyed man clearly recognized Yu and said coldly, "Let's go." Yu glanced at the one-eyed man indifferently and didn't say anything. She urged Lin Ling and the others to leave as soon as possible. You've met her, and you want to leave just like that? Yiyu Er, a famous escort in mysterious Yellow City. We've been longing for her for a long time, and you want to leave without leaving anything behind? Chapter 666. This enmity must be avenged. There are two little beauties here. Look at that one. TSK, the legendary willowy waist. If you were to hug that snake-like waist and do it, it would feel so good. The others looked at the heavenly concubine and Qin Liming with lewd smiles. Clearly, they had been searching the mysterious Yellow Mountain range for a long time and were bored. Now that they saw these two beauties, they couldn't help themselves. Be careful, trouble comes from the mouth. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly said, "These people dared to take liberties with the heavenly concubine?" The heavenly concubine was someone from the cloud domain. She was his relative and his friend. These people dared to take liberties with her. This was simply seeking death. Are you talking to me? On the rhinoceros castle side, one of them had a cold look in his eyes. In the past, when they spoke these words, others could only swallow their anger. But now, this young man dared to threaten them. He looked at Lin Ling with some surprise. Clearly, she didn't expect Lin Ling to speak up. In her opinion, shouldn't a weak young master like Lin Ling hide behind them when he encountered trouble? Suddenly, she had a good impression of Lin Ling. After all, this young man was fearless and fearless. He didn't fear difficulties and stood up. At some point, he was better than many of the martial artists in her escort team. As for her, she had been taken liberties with. Although she didn't care about such trivial matters, at least no one in her escort team dared to speak up. Gently slapping away the ugly arm under her chin, Yu was worthy of being the leader of the escort team. She remained calm and said, "Lone Eagle, do you really want to fight? In short, fight or not." At this moment, the one-eyed man was eating meat beside the bonfire. It was as if he hadn't seen what his subordinates had done. He was extremely cold and indifferent. But after hearing Yu Er's words, he stopped eating and finally said, "Let them go." "Big brother, why?" The rest of the people were unwilling to give up. Their expressions were ferocious. I said, "Let them go." The one-eyed man exuded a terrifying killing intent, causing those who were unwilling to give up to shut their mouths. This was their second in command. Although he seemed taciturn, one could never expect him to speak a third sentence. That was because the moment he spoke a third sentence was the moment you died. "Let's go." Didn't say anything else and led the group forward again. Right now, finding the key is our priority. Getting into a conflict with them will only be a waste of our strength. Only after Yuer and the others had disappeared did the one-eyed man speak. Obviously, if it was any other time, he would have left Yuer's escort team behind, but he couldn't do so now. After all, Yuer had quite a few Emperor Spirit Realm experts on her side. If they really fought, they could win, but they would also have to pay a price. Obviously, this was not the time to pay the price. At this moment, Yuer's escort team moved forward once again, but all the escorts were relieved. We finally avoided the people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. I was afraid that there would be a conflict. That's right. If there's a conflict, there will definitely be casualties. At that time, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to see my wife. Head Yuer is still calm enough. Many people expressed their gratitude, but Yuer's expression was still indifferent. She did not say a word. As for Lin Ling, he didn't say a word, but he looked behind him. Killing intent swirled in the depths of his eyes. He didn't plan to let this matter go so easily. The heavenly concubine was his woman. How could he allow her to be molested for no reason? However, he didn't want to implicate the escort team, so he planned to deal with it himself. "Lin Ling, your eyesight is very bad. Are you jealous?" At this moment, the heavenly concubine's soft laughter came from the side. She knew that although this young man seemed to be low-key, she must not provoke him because this young man could turn into a killing god at any time. It wasn't like she hadn't seen this kind of thing in the cloud domain. Lin Ling immediately smiled bitterly. The heavenly concubine seemed to know his thoughts. The heavenly concubine was indeed the smartest girl he knew. "If you don't admit it, I'll take it that you're jealous. However, call me later. This great aunt isn't someone who can be molested as one pleases. The heavenly concubine sniffed her little nose. She looked somewhat cute, causing Lin Ling to shake his head helplessly. The team continued forward. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Yu Er let everyone rest. After all, the following journey would be even more difficult, so everyone had to conserve their strength and continue their journey until dawn. After everyone had rested, Lin Ling finally stood up. A trace of coldness circulated in the depths of his eyes. At the same time, another 3 figures quietly stood up in the escort team. It was Qin Jingtian and the other 2. As the bloodline of the great Qin Empire, Qin Jingtian naturally wouldn't be stifled like this. Moreover, the other party wasn't a good person, so this grudge had to be avenged. Looks like we have the same idea. Qin Jingtian stared at Lin Ling and smiled. This caused Lin Ling to shrug his shoulders. Leave the person who molested me today to me. Since Elder Lin has spoken, this little one will naturally understand. Qin Jingtian also shrugged his shoulders like Lin Ling swish. 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 The 4 figures quietly returned along the path they came from. At this moment, a great battle had already broken out at the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle's encampment. A slender figure fought several people like a leopard, causing many people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle to cry out in anger. This person was very agile. Using the advantage of the forest, she constantly fought with them. Every time she attacked, she would cause harm to the people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. Occasionally, she would even kill someone. What a fierce woman. When we catch her, we'll make her suffer a fate worse than death. The legendary head Yu Er is unyielding and unafraid of death. Now that I've seen her today, it's indeed so. However, in order to protect your escort team, she had to endure silently. Now, for the sake of your reputation, she's come for revenge? The person who had come was Yu Er. Although she was born with pride, in reality, her heart was filled with anger. She just didn't want to implicate others, so she had to endure silently. However, humiliation was still humiliation. How could she not get it back? This woman is so ruthless. The agile figure weaved through the forest, causing a cultivator to cry out in pain every time. Second head, this bitch Yu Er is very strong. Many people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle looked at the one-eyed man. This was their second head, Lone Eagle. However, at this moment, the man was still drinking wine by the bonfire. He muttered to himself, "You endured the humiliation before because you didn't want to implicate others. You have a good heart. However, among your group of people before, are you the only one with the guts?" He smiled. A trace of a smile flashed through his ruthless eyes. It was an evil smile. The second head has made his move. Many people instantly cheered. Not good. Under an ancient tree, Yu Er frowned. In her eyes, a claw seemed to come from the void and grabbed her neck. Soul-shattering claw. This martial art was very terrifying. It seemed to be able to capture a person's soul. It was a 3rd-grade Emperor tier martial art. Judging from its power, it was probably not inferior to a 5th-grade martial intent. One had to know that although martial intent was powerful, it wasn't unique. Some cultivators with average comprehension could rely on high-level martial arts to match martial intent. The difference between martial intent and Emperor tier martial arts was that martial intent was more ethereal and needed to be comprehended by oneself. However, Emperor tier martial arts didn't need to be comprehended. They were powerful martial arts left behind by predecessors. Chapter 667. Second Boss Zhan, Heaven-Raising Kick. Yu Er raised her slender right leg and kicked towards the claw in the air. Following that, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and her body flew backwards, crashing into several large trees that were as thick as 3 people hugging each other. It was obvious that the power of her martial arts was not weak, otherwise, with a single claw, she would not have flown backwards, but lost her life. You're at the same level as me, but your strength is so far apart. Stay here. Lone Eagle shouted coldly. His body turned into a shadow as he pounced towards Yu Er again. His claws were like eagle claws as he clawed at her. Yu Er's mouth was overflowing with blood. Her expression was cold. She wanted to stand up, but her limbs were powerless. She was no match for Lone Eagle. After all, Lone Eagle was the second boss of Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. His strength was naturally terrifying. Am I going to die? Er's pupils constricted. The void claw was getting closer and closer, like a demonic eagle under the night sky. I'm sorry, but she's not the only one with guts. At this moment, an ethereal voice sounded. A sword came from the horizon, tearing through the void. It instantly appeared in front of you, and blocked the terrifying claw. Clang. A deafening sound rang out. Intense energy shot out in all directions, piercing the ground with thousands of holes. What a powerful sword. Who is it? The eyes of the martial artists in the open space narrowed. They were so close to catching you. However, at the critical moment, was saved by someone. Moreover, the person who came was very powerful. He was actually able to fight the second boss to a draw. Sword intent. At this moment, Lone Eagle was gliding on the ground. Finally, he stomped on the ground, causing a 2-meter-tall wave of earth to erupt. Only then did he manage to suppress the terrifying impact. Then he looked at his claw. There was a faint sword mark there. The opponent's sword had broken his soul-shattering claw. That was at least 50% sword intent. Subconsciously, he looked forward. His pupils constricted. He saw a slender and handsome youth in a blue and white robe standing in front of you. At this moment, the youth's eyes were indifferent. He held his sword with one hand, but the corner of his mouth was curled into a disdainful smile. It's you, Lone Eagle shouted. The expressions of the people around him changed drastically. They had naturally seen this youth before. It was the youth that the escort team was protecting today. They had always thought that the youth was a burden. But who knew that he could take a blow from the second boss? Lin Ling. She naturally thought Lin Ling was a burden. After all, he was only at the peak of the king's spirit realm. But she didn't expect that the youth to save her at this critical moment. It's hard to get rich by eating alone. Don't tell me you want to take revenge for yourself? Lin Ling indifferently said, causing Er's heart to tremble once again. Previously, she had been humiliated, but she didn't want to implicate others. Therefore, she had chosen to seek revenge on her own. Moreover, she believed that even if she wanted to seek revenge, the other escorts wouldn't dare to come. But now, not only did this young man dare to come, he even blamed her for taking the spoils for herself. These words were naturally a joke, but it also meant that the young man was extraordinarily courageous. She, was not the only one who wanted revenge. Thanks. was grateful. She couldn't help but say softly. We'll talk about it after we deal with these bastards. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Came to her senses. Both of them were surrounded by the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. In a situation where the enemy was strong and they were weak, if they wanted to deal with others, shouldn't they be running away? Wanted to remind Lin Ling. However, at this moment, Lin Ling said, Middle stage Emperor Spirit Realm. I haven't fought at this level yet. I wonder how strong he is? He wants to fight the second boss? Er's beautiful eyes narrowed. She knew Lone Eagle's strength very well. Not only was his movement technique fast, his eagle claws were extremely terrifying. It seemed that the gloves Lone Eagle wore were extraordinary. It was probably a rare high-grade weapon. Lin Ling actually wanted to test Lone Eagle's strength. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. Anxiously shouted. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He hadn't fought against a middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert before. However, if the other party had the strength of a Heaven's Pride, it might be difficult for him to win. At most, the other party was only slightly stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Lin Ling was still confident in this little bit of strength. Since we're here, we don't plan on leaving so easily. At this moment, 3 more voices rang out. It was Qin Jingtian and the others. The appearance of these 3 people caused Er's expression to freeze. These 4 youths had actually come. Were they really not afraid of death? Lin Ling, there are so many people here. You can't eat all by yourself. Let's make it clear first. Who gets who? Under an ancient tree, Qin Jingtian leaned against it and smiled. As the Xuanwu young master, he naturally had the pride of an 18th young master. The heavenly concubine and Qin Liming stood on a tree not far away. Their delicate little faces looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "They're all here." Lone Eagle's expression was somewhat ferocious. Today, the 4 youths from the escort team had all come. These outsiders were very arrogant. They had no idea how powerful the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle was. "Second Master, kill them." The crowd also roared. Lin Ling and the other 3 were too arrogant. "All of them must die. The men must die, and the women must be trampled on by tens of thousands of people." Lone Eagle roared. His single eye was filled with monstrous killing intent. "Brother Qin, I'll leave the other small fries to you. Leave the second master to me." Today, young Master Xueling killed the 3rd master of the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle. "Then, I'll test the second master's strength," Lin Ling said indifferently. His calm eyes carried a hint of arrogance. Since he dared to come, he naturally wouldn't choose to escape with you. He wanted to kill all of them. What a frivolous little guy. He's only in the king's spirit realm, yet he's so arrogant. The crowd was even more furious. After all, he was only in the king's spirit realm. There were many people present who were in a higher realm than Lin Ling. When did it become Lin Ling's turn to speak? Moreover, Lin Ling very calmly said that he wanted to test the second master's strength. What did he take the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle for? "I know that the 3rd master is dead, but the 1st master will avenge him. Moreover, the 18th master was the one who killed the 3rd master. He has the right to be arrogant, but that doesn't mean you do." Lone Eagle took a step forward. A strange atmosphere filled the air. It was as if he had entered the shadows. As long as there was no light, that place was his martial stage. "It's here, the Onyx Soul Step." The crowd cheered. They naturally knew about this terrifying movement technique. Legend had it that when one cultivated it to the minute subtlety realm, one could step on a person's shadow and weave in and out. It was impossible to guard against. Everyone had a shadow. If a cultivator could use your shadow as a disguise and sneak attack you, how would you react? Lin Ling's expression became focused at this moment. Under his gaze, Lone Eagle disappeared. It was very strange. Even he couldn't detect it. Only his soul force could detect a trace. However, because the opponent was too fast, that kind of detection was difficult to see through. The strength of a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator was indeed difficult to deal with. Soul-shattering claw. Chapter 668. Lin Ling attacked with his sword. The most terrifying thing was that the claw was emitting a blue light that could intimidate one's soul, making it hard for one to react. Thinking about it, the demonic claw that appeared in the air was already impossible to defend against. Coupled with the fact that it could intimidate one's soul, how could an ordinary cultivator block it? "Lin Ling, be careful," Yu Er anxiously shouted. She had suffered from that claw earlier. In the distance, Qin Jingtian frowned slightly. His opponent was a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, but he was clearly not an ordinary cultivator. He was indeed quite powerful. Dead, that young man is dead for sure. Compared to their worries, the crowd was sneering. They were looking forward to seeing that young man being torn apart by the claw. Interesting. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm, and the corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile. As the demonic claws drew closer and closer, Lin Ling's pupils suddenly narrowed, and a terrifying and strange light appeared. Boundless Demon Eye. The soul-shattering claw was indeed very powerful. It could intimidate one's soul and kill them while they were distracted. However, although this claw was powerful, it had its flaws. If it encountered a cultivator with powerful soul force, then its advantage would be lost, and its power would be reduced to a second-grade Emperor Spirit Realm martial art. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's soul force was incomparably powerful. The sound of glass shattering resounded. The soul-shattering power of the soul-shattering claw instantly disintegrated. Solitary Eagle's pupils constricted. It was actually broken? How was this possible? However, it wasn't over yet. The world suddenly disappeared, and the wind and clouds rolled. Under the pitch-black night sky, a pair of demonic eyes appeared, as if they were looking down on the world, quietly looking at Solitary Eagle. The soul-crushing pressure caused Solitary Eagle to feel as if he had been struck by lightning, and his mind instantly went blank. Soul Force Attack. This young man actually knew how to use Soul Force attacks. Solitary Eagle's heart shook like thunder. At the same time, a sword light that seemed to come from the horizon slashed over. At the critical moment, Solitary Eagle bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence to force himself to sober up. Then, he crossed his claws and slashed out. Clang. A terrifying power exploded, and the wind and clouds rolled as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Bang! A figure flew out and crashed into the ground, but he quickly stood up again. His hands were dripping with blood. Everyone's eyes narrowed as they looked over. Crazy! The one who was sent flying was actually the second master. After all, the second manager was an expert at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Even you, who was at the same cultivation level, was no match for him. However, his opponent was merely a youth at the peak of the King's spirit realm. In a single exchange, the second manager had lost. His strength is so terrifying. His sword intent has reached the realm of perfection. Her beautiful eyes widened as well as a bitter smile appeared on her face. Was this still the burden of an escort team? This was a terrifying monstrous genius. You injured me. After I stepped into the Emperor's spirit realm, I was able to disregard any King's spirit realm and after I stepped into the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, no mid-stage Emperor's spirit realm expert was a match for me. But you actually injured me. Solitary Eagle's face was incomparably ferocious. His single eye emitted fury and madness. He was actually injured. He couldn't believe his eyes, so he had to kill Lin Ling no matter what. I forgot to tell you. How could I have become the second manager of Rhinoceros Castle just by relying on that move? My greatest reliance isn't my cultivation level, but my martial intent. Bang! A deep voice came from Solitary Eagle's mouth again. A pitch-black light appeared on Solitary Eagle's body, and it actually turned into the shadow of a huge black eagle. The shadow flowed like water and gradually appeared around his claws, causing them to become pitch-black as well. Under the night sky, there was still some light coming from the flames, but the terrifying thing was that even the light was absorbed by the pitch-black claws. These claws were filled with destructive power. This was Solitary Eagle's martial intent. The Eagle's martial intent had reached half a step to 60%. Coupled with the gloves on his hands, he was confident that he could fight against a 60% martial intent. The 10,000 Silkworm Black Eagle Gloves' power has reached its limit. Bang! The hearts of the surrounding people trembled. The second manager had been forced to use his trump card, a trump card that could kill any mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert. Pop pop pop. The black gloves released a black light that shot holes in the ground, causing you to frown. Lin Ling's strength was terrifying, but his cultivation level was still too low. He was already very impressive to be able to force Solitary Eagle to use his trump card. And now Lin Ling was in danger. Lin Ling was a genius. Was he going to die here? Qin Jingtian and the others also frowned, worried about Lin Ling. Only the heavenly concubine remained calm. She believed that Lin Ling never fought a battle he wasn't confident in winning. However, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling's face was still as calm as an ancient well. It's rare for an ordinary cultivator to have martial intent. But you were the one who attacked before, so now it's my turn. Attack! Attack! The pupils of the Rhinoceros Castle's people shrank. Lin Ling actually wanted to attack when facing the second manager's terrifying trump card? Could it be that the youth hadn't used his full strength in the previous confrontation? Then, everyone saw Lin Ling's clothes flutter. An aura that seemed to come from ancient times pervaded the air. He slowly raised his sword, and an extremely dazzling light bloomed. This was sword intent. Moreover, this sword intent was a bit different. It had a boundless battle intent and a crazy domineering aura that looked down on the world. The sword intent, battle intent, and tyrant intent seemed to condense on the sword at this moment, causing the sword's edge to want to cut through the sky. What a terrifying sword! Many people's hearts trembled. At first, they thought that the second manager would definitely kill the youth. But now, for some reason, they didn't dare to think this way. This was because the youth had already disappeared, leaving behind only a sword. A sword that they didn't dare to look directly at. And this sword was the minute realm of the tyrant sword art that Lin Ling had comprehended. It was a sword that was learned from the fusion of the fast and slow sword intense, in addition to Lin Ling's own comprehension of martial arts. It should be known that every swordsman had their own sword. At the beginning, they cultivated according to the sword Dao taught by their predecessors, but in the end, they would walk their own path. And Lin Ling also had one. He had comprehended a tyrant sword that was different from Di Wuji's. It was tyrant's song throughout the world. Rumble. The two great martial intents bloomed in the open space, causing the earth to tremble. Many people retreated far away. In this battle, one had the shadow eagle intent, and the other had the sword intent. One was the formidable second manager of the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range, and the other was a nameless and mysterious youth. Who would win and who would lose in this battle? Many people were excited. Even Xianxia and the others looked at each other with anticipation. Chapter 669. Arriving at Old Master Mountain, Lin Ling's voice was as low as thunder. You're only relying on that glove. That's not the true meaning of martial arts you comprehended. The true meaning of sword that I comprehended was also born with the help of a battle weapon, but after that, I comprehended it myself through endless battles. It even allowed the true meaning of sword to surpass the true meaning of battle weapons. You're very pitiful. You don't even know that relying on external objects is not the way of a martial artist. Boom. There was only Lin Ling in the open space. His ethereal voice caused Lone Eagle's heart to waver. He actually had a feeling that he couldn't beat Lin Ling. That sword was very terrifying. It was unyielding and unforgiving. It was as if it could cut through the sky. Dominating the world. Boom. Lin Ling took a step forward, holding the sword with both hands. A terrifying true meaning of sword slashed out. Lin Ling didn't hold back in this sword. It was even stronger than the sword he used against Xianxia and the Purple Lightning Young Master. Rumble. The sword was deafening. It was like a sword that supported the heavens. It fell from the sky, wanting to cut through everything. In Lone Eagle's eyes, the world disappeared. There was only a sword that wanted to cut him in half. His opponent was only at the peak of the King Spirit realm, but he seemed to have touched the profound meaning of the sword. That sword even borrowed the power of the world and was half a step into the 70% true meaning of sword. The most terrifying thing was that under that sword, his hands actually trembled. It was his invincible battle weapon gloves that were trembling. Battle weapons were also of different grades. They were divided into 3 grades: intermediate, low, and high. His was a high-grade battle weapon, only one step away from the legendary spirit weapon. Of course, he also knew that this small step was the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how strong a battle weapon was, it was still an inanimate object. Only a spirit weapon with a spirit could laugh at everything. But even so, the high-grade battle weapon still allowed him to roam the Xianhuang mountain range. He even used the battle weapon to kill countless geniuses who overestimated themselves. But at this moment he was afraid. Rhinoceros Eagle Fort, retreat. I admit defeat, shouted the Lone Eagle. He was incomparably anxious, which made the hearts of the people in the distance tremble violently. Their second leader was scared. The second king of the Xianhuang mountain range was scared. However, was it possible for Lone Eagle to escape because he couldn't win? When a swordsman unsheathed his sword, he would kill without hesitation. How could he escape from this battle? Rumble. The sword mercilessly slashed down. The Lone Eagle roared, but it couldn't change anything. After the sword slashed down, he was directly turned into powder, turned into nothingness. Rumble. In the open space, there was only a terrifying sword slashing down on the ground, splitting the earth into 2. The eyes of the Rhinoceros Fort's men widened. Their second-in-command had died just like that in front of their eyes. A mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert wielding a high-grade weapon had died just like that. It was very shocking, so shocking that it felt like a dream. Not long ago, the second-in-command had received an order from the first leader to bring people to the Xianhuang mountain range to search for the key. In the process of searching, because it was boring, he teased you and even wanted to capture the two girls alive and slowly play with them. But in the end, they didn't succeed. They thought that you and the others were very lucky. If it weren't for the urgent matter, you and the others would have been left here. But who would have thought that those people didn't feel lucky at all? After leaving, they came back to kill. And then they realized that they were the unlucky ones. What a terrifying and arrogant young man. Many people looked at the young man in shock and swallowed with difficulty. But then an older man roared, "You killed the second-in-command of our rhinoceros fort. You're dead for sure. When the first leader comes, you'll definitely die." They were panicking, as if they wanted to find the last thing they could rely on. "You should worry about yourselves. Brother Qin, it's your turn." Lin Ling shook his head and said slowly. Qin Jingtian, who was still in shock, finally came to his senses and nodded. It was finally his turn to make a move. As for the heavenly concubine and Qin Liming, they also made their moves. The rhinoceros fort's men had done many evil deeds, so they didn't need to show mercy. "You're so strong." Had already stood up from the ground and was still looking at the young man in shock. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that a junior at the peak of the King Spirit Realm could shake a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. But after seeing it with her own eyes, all of this seemed to be a matter of course. Half a step to 70% sword intent. In her knowledge, this only appeared in legends, in the bodies of ancient cultivators with white hair. Geniuses were indeed always able to create miracles. Let's end this quickly and leave this place immediately. The first master of the rhinoceros fort is even stronger. He knows that we killed the rhinoceros fort's men, so he definitely won't let us go. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Yu was indeed the head of the escort team. She quickly calmed down and said, "Lin Ling, you're too impulsive. You attacked the rhinoceros fort's men just because the other party flirted with you. This can be considered a big problem." Lin Ling smiled. He knew that Yu was worried about him. After all, if she was afraid of causing trouble, why would Yu come alone for revenge? He shook his head and said, "Because he flirted with my family. That's all." Yu's delicate body trembled when she heard this. In the distance, the heavenly concubine's heart was filled with joy, but she hid it. She liked this young man who dared to go against the world for his family. The remaining rhinoceros fort's men were clearly not powerful characters. After Qin Jingtian made his move, Yu realized that the few youths who hired her were all extremely powerful. After dealing with the rhinoceros fort's men, Yu quickly left with Lin Ling and the others. She didn't dare to rest in the camp and continued to move towards Master Mountain. Master Mountain. Someone had once seen one of the 3 keys to the ancient tomb appear there. This was the news that Yu had received. At dawn, everyone finally arrived at Master Mountain. This mountain wasn't tall and was like a lone peak. From afar, it looked like a master sitting quietly and looking at the world. This mountain is hidden in the Xianhuang mountain range. It's quite imposing. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he looked at the magnificent Master Mountain. "All right, we've brought you here. The mission is complete. The rest is up to you." An older cultivator in the escort team said. They were all overjoyed. The escort team's mission was finally completed. "All right." Lin Ling nodded. Then, Qin Jingtian paid the spirit crystals and let the escort team leave. However, Yu hesitated for a moment and finally stayed. "You've already offended the rhinoceros fort. The first master will kill you quickly. I'm also involved in this grudge, so I'll stay and fight side by side with you." "Leader Yu, you're crazy." The other escorts were all shocked. They naturally knew how terrifying the first master of the rhinoceros fort was. Although he was also at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, his martial arts could communicate with heaven and earth. It was said that he had 2 martial intents and was extremely powerful. If Leader Yu stayed, it would be equivalent to suicide. Running away when encountering trouble isn't my style. You guys can leave. I've made up my mind. Shook her head, causing the escorts to smile helplessly. Leader Yu was still as decisive as ever. Lin Ling smiled and wanted to persuade Yu to leave. However, when he thought of her personality, he didn't say anything in the end. Moreover, he admired Yu's personality. She dared to take responsibility for her actions and had a clear plan. She was much better than many cultivators who were afraid of death. Chapter 670. The key is born. The remaining Rhinoceros Fort members were obviously not powerful characters. After Qin Tian made his move, Yu realized that the youths who hired her were all extremely powerful. After dealing with the Rhinoceros Fort members, Yu quickly left with Lin Ling and the others. She didn't dare to rest in the camp and continued towards Master Mountain. Master Mountain. Someone had once seen one of the 3 keys of the ancient tomb appear there. This was the news that Yu had received. At dawn, everyone finally arrived at Master Mountain. This mountain wasn't high and was like a lone peak. From afar, it looked like a master sitting quietly and looking at the world. This mountain is hidden in the Xianhuang mountain range. It's quite imposing. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he looked at the majestic old Master Mountain. Qin Tian and the others also relaxed. They had finally arrived. All right, we've brought you here. The mission is complete. The rest is up to you. An older cultivator in the escort team said. They were all overjoyed. The escort team's mission was finally completed. All right. Lin Ling nodded. Then, Qin Tian paid the spirit crystals and let the escort team leave. However, Yu hesitated for a moment and finally stayed. You've already offended the Rhinoceros Fort. The first master will kill you quickly. I'm also involved in this grudge, so I'll stay and fight side by side with you. Leader Yu, you're crazy. The other escorts were all shocked. They naturally knew how terrifying the first master of the Rhinoceros Fort was. Although he was also at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, his martial arts could communicate with heaven and earth. It was said that he had 2 martial intents and was extremely powerful. If Yu stayed, it would be equivalent to suicide. Running away when encountering trouble isn't my style. You can leave. I've made up my mind. Yu shook her head, causing the other escorts to helplessly shake their heads. Leader Yu was still as decisive as ever. Lin Ling smiled and wanted to persuade Yu to leave. However, when he thought of her personality, he didn't say anything in the end. Moreover, he somewhat admired Yu's personality. She dared to take responsibility for her actions and had a beginning and an end. She was much better than many hypocritical cultivators. Don't worry, I'll make sure your Yu returns to Xianhuang City in one piece. Lin Ling said to the escorts, causing them to narrow their eyes. Previously, when Lin Ling had fought the second leader of the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort, they did not know the details of the battle. Therefore, they looked at him with disdain. This young man with the weakest cultivation actually dared to say that he was going to protect you? He was so thick-skinned. Thank you. I can't say that I'll protect you, but I won't drag you down. However, to the surprise of all the escorts, Yu said indifferently. Yu is at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. This young man is only at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. The hearts of the escorts trembled, but they did not say anything else. They thanked him and left one after another. The Sharp Eagle Castle's reputation was too great, and they did not dare to face it. After the escorts left, Lin Ling didn't stay any longer. With a leap, he arrived at a high peak and looked into the distance. The Eye of Time appeared. While he was looking, Yu and the others were puzzled. They didn't know what Lin Ling was doing, so they could only wait quietly. What is Elder Lin doing? Qin Liming asked curiously. I don't know, but he has always been mysterious. He naturally has his reasons for doing this. Qin Tian explained. Although he was the 18th young master, after interacting with Lin Ling, he realized that he could not see through Lin Ling's mysteriousness at all. No wonder his father supported Lin Ling so much. After a long time, Lin Ling finally landed. He looked at a huge rock on the highest peak of the old Master Mountain and said, the seal of a key once appeared there. If I'm not wrong, the key was sealed under the huge rock. As time passed, the seal gradually dimmed, which is why it emitted light. When did you know? And the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was so powerful. Lin Ling smiled and did not explain too much. Because he saw it with the eye of time, as long as the key had appeared before, he would be able to see it. Let's go up and take a look. Everyone's strength was not weak. Although the old master mountain was high, they reached it in half an incense's time. Then they saw a huge red rock. On the surface, this huge rock was relatively ordinary, so no one knew that the key was under the huge rock. Move aside, Lin Ling said softly. He pulled out the sword in his hand, and his eyes flickered as he slashed out. Boom! The huge rock was split into two, and gravel flew everywhere. However, under the huge rock, it was very ordinary, as if there was nothing special about it. Lin Ling, you seem to be fooling us all. Looking at the huge rock that did not change, Ru could not help but say. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a deafening sound rang out, and the entire old master mountain shook violently. Then, a ray of light soared into the sky and turned into a huge key seal. The key had appeared. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling had guessed correctly. Subconsciously, everyone was ecstatic. There were 3 keys to the ancient tomb, and those who obtained them would be able to enter the ancient tomb. Now, the last key had been obtained by them. Then, they looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's happy expression. However, Lin Ling frowned and shook his head helplessly. It seems that a great battle is inevitable. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then they reacted. After all, the key seal was too dazzling. It soared into the sky and attracted all the cultivators in the entire Xianhuang mountain range. Everyone was looking for the key, so how could they let Lin Ling obtain it alone? Therefore, a great battle was inevitable. Lin Ling, what do we do? Qin Jingtian hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had also recovered his usual calmness. He smiled faintly and said, since it is inevitable, then those who try to get their hands on the key will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the huge rock from before and saw a key slowly rise up. However, the speed at which it rose was extremely slow. It was surrounded by light, making it impossible for anyone to approach. This also meant that Lin Ling and the others had to protect Old Master Mountain before the key appeared. Wanu 3. Including me, there are 4 of us. We will protect Old Master Mountain. Qin Jingtian, you and you will wait by the key. The heavenly concubine and I will welcome the enemy. Lin Ling said again, causing you and the others' hearts to tremble. Lin Ling was so calm and had quickly thought of a plan to deal with the enemy. Before, they were actually a bit nervous. After all, they had to face all the cultivators in the entire Xianhuang mountain range. But for some reason, when they saw Lin Ling's calm expression, their hearts suddenly calmed down. In this small team of 4, you had always been the leader. Qin Jingtian was from a noble background, but at this moment, they were all led by Lin Ling. Fight! Lin Ling looked into the distance, a cold light swirling in the depths of his eyes. The key has appeared. We searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. The first ones to discover the key are actually the 4 little fellows. We got lucky. Chapter 671. Battle of Old Master Mountain. Moreover, those brats were so pitiful. They didn't know that an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin. Did they think they could obtain treasures without strength? Pa. Another large group of cultivators arrived with great momentum. Those ancient trees were all cut down. Soon after, a large number of figures appeared at the foot of Old Master Mountain. A cold voice was heard. The key belongs to me, Tiger of Coiling Mountain. Anyone else who dares to touch it will die. Many people were unwilling to accept this. They looked at the cultivator who spoke and their pupils constricted. It was actually Tiger of Coiling Mountain. At this time, a calm voice was heard from the top of Old Master Mountain. We found the 3rd key first. Aren't you afraid of provoking something by snatching the key so tyrannically? Idiots! Many people in the distance were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Those brats actually didn't want to give up? They were simply courting death. You talk too much nonsense. I'll only say one thing. We want the key. If you don't scram, then die. The cultivator who spoke narrowed his eyes. He was Tiger of Coiling Mountain. He was nearly 2 meters tall and held a 2-meter-long machete in his hand. His body emitted a murderous aura. To them, it didn't matter who got the key first. As long as they met, it belonged to them. After all, the key was related to the ancient tomb. It was too precious. How could they give it away? What surprised him was that he thought the cultivators around him were the ones fighting for the key. He didn't expect that the 4 at the top of the mountain wouldn't give up. It seemed like he had no choice but to kill them. Tiger of Coiling Mountain is so fast. The surrounding cultivators were all regretful. They also wanted to snatch the key, but Tiger of Coiling Mountain had spoken first. If they tried to snatch it, it would be the same as going against Tiger of Coiling Mountain. At present, they couldn't afford to provoke Tiger of Coiling Mountain. Tiger of Coiling Mountain was also a force that couldn't be underestimated in the mysterious Yellow Mountain Range. Although it wasn't as famous as Rhinoceros Eagle Fort, it was said that Tiger of Coiling Mountain had a strong backer. That backer was so strong that even Rhinoceros Eagle Fort didn't dare to provoke it. Those 4 youths are in trouble. Tiger of Coiling Mountain will not only snatch the key, but also kill them. A cultivator sighed. Everyone wanted the key, but not everyone had the qualifications to obtain it. If they didn't have enough strength but still wanted the key, then they would be killed. Looks like there's nothing left to talk about. Since that's the case, we can only do this. At this moment, a calm voice drifted over from the Master Mountain, causing the eyes of the crowd to flicker. Was this the only way? Could it be that the young man in the blue and white robe had decided to give up the key? Unfortunately, that young man was too naive. Not only did Tiger Panshan want the key, he also wanted to kill all 4 of them to prevent rumors from spreading. Is this the only way? From afar, the corner of Tiger's mouth curled up. He was waiting for them to beg for mercy, but it was true that he would not let them go. However, the calm voice on Master Mountain suddenly changed. In the next moment, it was filled with killing intent. Anyone who sets foot on Master's Mountain, kill. As if afraid that the crowd did not understand what he meant, the ice-cold voice sounded again, intimidating everyone. What? The 4 of them dared to kill Tiger Panshan? The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Were those 4 young men stupid? The Coiling Mountain Tiger was also taken aback, but soon after, he began to laugh arrogantly. 2 of the 4 were guarding the keys, so it seemed like they wouldn't be able to fight. The other 2 were the main force. One of them was at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, so he should be a genius. However, it wasn't like Coiling Mountain Tiger hadn't killed geniuses before, so he wasn't afraid at all. As for the other youth who spoke, he was even more unsightly, only at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. With just 2 people, they dared to say that they would kill them? Deal with them. Leave that arrogant young man to me. Kill. Tiger Panshan pointed his sword forward and spoke in an incomparably domineering manner. Rumble. The ground shook as a large number of cultivators rushed towards the mountain peak. There were early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, as well as peak King Spirit Realm cultivators. The crowd shook their heads mockingly. In terms of strength and numbers, the young man had the least amount of people. How could he fight? Twin Fish Reincarnation Palm. Kill. However, at this moment, a shout came from the mountain peak. The wind and clouds roiled as 2 huge black and white fish swam out. Accompanied by a palm strike, they covered the sky and covered the earth. The power of this palm strike was incomparably terrifying. It was like a black and white reincarnation circle, exterminating everything in its path. Bang bang bang. The cultivators who tried to reach the mountain peak trembled inexplicably, their faces filled with fear. However, under the twin fish's palm strike, a gust of wind blew past, and all of them fell down without a trace of life. It was a terrifying martial art. Those who were affected by it did not die from the surging power, but their lives seemed to have been sucked away. Bang bang bang. More and more people fell to the ground and died. Master Mountain suddenly became a forbidden mountain. That girl's strength is terrifying. Many people looked at the heavenly concubine, their hearts trembling violently. She was a genius, definitely a genius. With a single strike, any early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator would die. Retreat. At the foot of the mountain, the cultivators who wanted to rush up the mountain all retreated frantically. They were afraid. Trash, it's just a girl. Why should we be afraid of her? Even if we have to use human wave tactics, we'll drown her. Go. At the foot of the mountain, the coiling mountain tiger's face was ferocious. Their coiling mountain tiger faction was actually scared away by a girl. If this spread out, they would laugh their heads off. Therefore, he had to kill the girl. He did not believe that she could stop the coiling mountain tiger faction alone. Kill, kill, kill. The cultivators' hearts tightened, and their killing intent soared again. They rushed up the mountain crazily, and that terrifying aura blew away the clouds in the sky. Human wave tactics, looks like that girl can't stop them. Many people looked forward and muttered to themselves. No matter how much of a genius she would still be tired. How could she stop the human wave tactics? Reincarnation Ocean. At this moment, on the mountaintop, the heavenly concubine's shout rang out once more. A vast sea appeared behind her. Seawater flooded out and two black and white fish swam in the sea, as if they were bringing the seawater down the mountain. True martial intent, the heavenly concubine is really powerful. Lin Ling's eyes instantly focused, and then he laughed softly. It looked like after going to the ancient Dao martial palace, the heavenly concubine's king body could be used. She had actually comprehended the true martial intent. Rumble. The sea water that was condensed from spiritual energy brought with it an extremely ancient smell. After it surged down, the bodies of those martial artists were immediately corroded, and they let out painful cries. This was the true meaning of martial arts. They were simply unable to block it. What a fierce martial art! Many people's hearts trembled. It looked like it would not be easy to get the key. That girl was not a pushover at all. She's just a girl. There's no need to be afraid of her. Follow me. Chapter 672. Climbing the mountain, killing without mercy. With one step the earth shook. The coiling mountain tiger was like a ferocious tiger climbing the mountain. His machete slashed towards the heavenly concubine. Moreover, he didn't rush up from the front of the mountain. Obviously, he was afraid of the mysterious seawater, so he went around it. This was a sneak attack. Moreover, he used the lives of his subordinates to attract the girl's attention. This made it easier for him to launch a sneak attack. As expected of the coiling mountain tiger. In order to win, he will do anything. Many people were even more afraid of the coiling mountain tiger. They weren't afraid of ruthless people, but they were most afraid of those who didn't play by the rules. Those kinds of people were hard to guard against. That girl is in danger. The crowd said again. They had a feeling that as long as the girl died, the coiling mountain tiger would get the key. Die, coiling mountain triple blade. Rumble. With a single slash, the wind and clouds changed. 3 ferocious white tigers appeared and pounced forward. That was the true meaning of martial arts. Moreover, it was a rare true meaning of beasts. Obviously, the mountain tiger's king body was definitely a beast type. The most frightening thing was that his martial intent had already reached 50%. He's dead. The crowd didn't need to think too much. They already knew the answer in their hearts. Dominating the world. However, at this moment, countless people heard a deafening voice. On the mountaintop, the blue-white robed youth finally moved. All along, the crowd thought that the youth was the one behind the scenes and wasn't the main force of the battle. Now, they realized that they were wrong. The youth was also the main force of the battle. It was just that he hadn't used his sword yet. However, as soon as he used his sword, it was very dazzling. Rumble. A huge sword slashed down. It emitted a boundless battle intent. It was the profound meaning of tyranny, the true intent of the sword. It was as if no one in the world could block that sword. Rumble. This sword, the peak of 60% sword intent, surpassed the coiling mountain tiger's 50% martial intent. It directly turned the coiling mountain tiger into dust. The entire coiling mountain was silent. The crowd's hearts were violently trembling. A power that dared to compete with the rhinoceros eagle castle died just like that? Was this a dream? How frightening. He's even stronger than the girl. The warriors who were still climbing the mountain were all trembling. They were very close to that sword-coiling mountain tiger, and they naturally knew how frightening that sword was. It didn't come from the king's spirit realm, and there weren't many warriors in the emperor's spirit realm who could use that sword. After all, that sword was borrowing the heaven and earth. At this moment, they realized that they were wrong. They were ridiculously wrong. It was that young man who was truly terrifying. Run! The warriors were all the warriors were. Who was the arrogant? Coiling cloud mountain tiger, mountain tigers. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He had already given a warning, but the other party did not listen and insisted on coming up. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. After all, they were the ones who found the key, and the other party wanted to take it away for no reason. How could he let such a person live? Sword moves mountains and rivers. Lin Ling lightly waved the swords in his hands. Then, he heavily stabbed the sword into the ground. A terrifying sword domain erupted. In the sky, a large amount of sword intent rained down like a storm, attacking indiscriminately. Sword moves the mountains and rivers was a sword technique that focused on group attacks. Although it wasn't as powerful as dominating the world, it wasn't something that ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators could shake. Rumble. The entire Old Master Mountain shook violently as a rain of swords rained down from the sky, dazzling and dazzling. A large number of martial artists cried out in pain as they were pierced through by the swords. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, coiling mountain tiger's forces were completely annihilated. At the foot of Old Master Mountain, blood flowed like a river. A large number of corpses were lying there, shocking everyone. The martial artists watching from afar had already forgotten how to breathe. This was even more fantastical. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that the coiling mountain tiger's forces had been completely annihilated. Moreover, the person who had done all of this was only a youth at the peak of the king's spirit realm. In fact, many people had even thought that the youth was just a piece of trash. It's not easy to get the key. The crowd smiled bitterly. They didn't dare to climb this mountain anymore. The young girl was terrifying, but the young man was even more terrifying. A single sword strike could shake 10,000 enemies. Rumble. At this moment, a large number of hoofbeats could be heard. In the distance, the earth shook and dust flew. It was as if a large group of demonic beasts were pouncing over. Many people put away their previous shock and looked into the distance in horror. They were getting closer and closer. It was another large group of people from the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. Moreover, the leader seemed to be the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's leader, Rhinoceros Eagle. Rumble. When they got closer, many people were horrified to discover that all of them were riding Black Panthers. Those were cloud-stepping Black Panthers. There weren't many people who could subdue such ferocious demonic beasts. This was the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. All of them were incomparably powerful and murderous fellows. The key has appeared? A low voice sounded, causing many people to look at a black-clothed man. This person was a little hunchbacked and had no hair on his head. There was only a circle of hair at the back of his head. His nose was very sharp and filled with killing intent, just like an eagle's nose. This person was the Rhinoceros Eagle Fort's leader, Rhinoceros Eagle. I asked you a question. Why didn't you fight? His right hand gently pointed to the left. A green light attacked, causing the heads of several martial artists to explode. The remaining martial artists' pupils constricted. They thought that Rhinoceros Eagle was talking to himself, but who knew that he was talking to them? They were immediately killed before they could react. It has appeared. It's at Master Mountain. Suddenly, a large number of martial artists said anxiously. They didn't dare to go against Rhinoceros Eagle's will. Rhinoceros Eagle's cold gaze looked at Master Mountain. There were only 4 youths there, and only 2 of them were facing them. Only 2 people, but it seemed that no one dared to go up the mountain to seize the key. Moreover, the foot of the mountain was full of corpses. It seemed that a great battle had occurred not long ago. The strength of the four youths was not bad. It was very likely that they were geniuses of the 7 major martial arts palaces. "Give me the key and I'll let you leave." A gloomy and somewhat ear-piercing voice floated out from Rhinoceros Eagle's mouth, causing people to shudder. "I found the key. It belongs to me." However, on top of the mountain, Lin Ling's firm voice also came out. At this moment, he was holding his sword with one hand and staring coldly at Rhinoceros Eagle. Their gazes were like invisible sparks that bloomed in the air. He refused. Does he want to die? Many people gasped. That youth was so proud. Even if Rhinoceros Eagle came, he wasn't afraid. After all, Rhinoceros Eagle was the true king of the Xianhuang mountain range. "Do you think you can stop my Rhinoceros Eagle fort with just 4 people? Rhinoceros Eagle's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he spoke again. "You can try to climb the mountain." On top of the mountain, Lin Ling was unmoved. He pointed his sword down from afar, causing Rhinoceros Eagle to frown. He stared at Lin Ling, then looked at you behind Lin Ling. Suddenly, he guessed something. "My Rhinoceros Eagle fort's second in command, Lone Eagle, died in your hands?" What? Chapter 673. Wind and clouds gathered in all directions. "That scum really did die in my hands." While the crowd was still in shock, Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Everyone's pupils constricted. He really did kill him. His enmity with the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle was irreconcilable. This young man was truly a ferocious dragon crossing the river. "You want to die?" Rhinoceros Eagle's killing intent became more and more intense. Even the Rhinoceros Eagle Castle people behind him were scared witless. After all, they hadn't felt their leader's killing intent for a long time. Once a leader revealed his killing intent, it was very scary. "Enough nonsense. Let's try climbing the mountain." Lin Ling didn't say anything more. He only remembered his own goal, which was to protect the old master mountain. Bush. A formless wind blew. The young man on top of the mountain stood straight like a pine tree. Rhinoceros Eagle's pupils constricted. Finally, he coldly shouted, "Surround this place. I want to see how long this arrogant sneer can last." He was smarter than Tiger Mountain. He knew that the 4 young men on top of the mountain must have some ability to face the crowd. Moreover, there were many corpses at the foot of the mountain. Tiger Mountain was probably also dead. Although he wasn't afraid of the young man, he wouldn't waste any useless effort. Therefore, he wanted to exhaust the young man's spirit. He was cautious and wouldn't take a risk easily. As expected of Rhinoceros Eagle. What a cunning old fox. No wonder he could unify the mysterious yellow mountains. The crowd began to whisper. Rhinoceros Eagle chose to surround but not kill. This move was even more sinister. As expected, those who weren't afraid of brave warriors were most afraid of these brave warriors who knew their limits. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. For a moment, the entire old master mountain was silent. It was like the calm before the storm. "Heavenly concubine, rest. I'll keep watch." On top of the mountain, Lin Ling faintly smiled. The opponent wanted to exhaust his spirit. Let's see who could exhaust the other first. Rhinoceros Eagle might have thought that Lin Ling would be tense and ready to fight at any time. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling's soul power was extremely strong. It had already covered the entire old master mountain. Nothing could escape his soul power. Therefore, he might as well raise his spirit. Time passed by slowly. At this moment, thunder rumbled and a large amount of clouds were parted. A purple figure seemed to be stepping on thunder and lightning. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground. "The purple lightning young master is here too." Looking at the young man who was like a dragon among men, many people gasped. It was getting more and more lively. Obviously, the seal on the key had attracted even more experts, including the terrifying 18th young master. "It's very hot here." At the same time, in another direction of the forest, a blue figure also walked out. He waved an ice fan with an indifferent expression. Wherever he went, it was as if he came from the ancient profound ice kingdom. So cold. Many martial artists took a detour and looked at the young man in fear. One of the 18 young masters, young Master Xueling, had also come. Right now, All sides were on the move. After the two young nobles arrived, they glanced at each other with fear. Their gazes finally fell on the Master Mountain. Their faces revealed a hint of surprise. They didn't expect Lin Ling to have found the key. Had the key finally appeared? He had to get it. Greed flickered in their eyes. Young Master Xue Ling frowned and said, "Tiger Pan Shan is one of my men." "Lin Ling, did you kill him?" "Tiger Pan Shan is one of young Master Xue Ling's men?" The crowd was stunned. No wonder Rhinoceros Eagle Fort hadn't eradicated Tiger Pan Shan. He had a powerful background behind him. No wonder young Master Xue Ling would oppose Rhinoceros Eagle Fort. However, Lin Ling had killed Tiger Pan Shan. That was equal to offending young Master Xue Ling. Moreover, that youth was called Lin Ling. Was he the mysterious youth from the Dragon Gate Inn? Many people suddenly realized that this youth was so terrifying. Many of them had heard that Lin Ling was the first-place winner of the 7 Profound Martial House's Dragon Lake tournament. But now they knew that this first-place winner was truly terrifying. In just a short time, he had already dared to challenge the 18th young master. "Young Master Xue Ling, how about we put aside our hatred for now? Kill that youth." Rhinoceros Eagle's eyes were gloomy and cold. He hadn't thought that the two young nobles would come, but since they had already come, he couldn't change anything. But that youth at the summit must die. He had also heard of Lin Ling's name, but he had always disdained to care about it. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he knew that this Lin Ling's reputation was not undeserved. At the very least, he was able to move him. "Okay, first we kill Lin Ling, then the two of us can compete for the key." Young Master Xue Ling nodded, his eyes cold as he looked at the summit. After he finished speaking, the Purple Lightning young master's voice sounded out. "Lin Ling humiliated me in the past. Today I will wash away that shame. I will also kill him. After this, the three of us can compete for the key." The three powerhouses looked at the summit with malice in their eyes. They all wanted Lin Ling to die. Everyone's pupils constricted. This result was beyond their imagination. Lin Ling, when he first went to the 7 Profound Martial House, he had become famous during the disciple recruitment ceremony. When he rushed through the Star Sea Pagoda, he had created a massive number of records. In the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he had smiled proudly at the crowd of heroes. In the 100 territories, he had a small reputation. But today, this terrifying talent Lin Ling would perish at Old Master Mountain. The three powerhouses had not only taken action for revenge, but also to prevent future troubles. Perhaps, they were also afraid that Lin Ling would grow. "You all want to attack me?" On the summit, Lin Ling's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His calm voice floated out from his mouth. "How can a genius be insulted by ants? In the past, I wanted to fight you, but because Rhinoceros Fort's third master took a life for you, you did not cherish it. Instead, you were arrogant in front of me and even killed my people. Today, I will absolutely let you know how fierce I am, and you will regret being so frivolous in front of me." Young Master Snow Spirit coldly nodded as if saying, "You have blasphemed the name of the 18th young master. You can be proud in front of me once, but twice you must die. If I want to kill you, there is nothing in the world that can stop me. I am the same. Last time you insulted me, but that was only a sneak attack. Today, in front of everyone, I will have a fair fight with you, and you will die without shame." The Purple Lightning young master indifferently said. As one of the 18 young masters, how could he be humiliated by Lin Ling? As for the Rhinoceros Eagle, he sneered again and again. He didn't say anything, he only wanted Lin Ling to die. What a disgrace. This is the 18th young master? On the summit, Lin Ling's insolent laughter spread out, causing everyone's eyes to flash. Lin Ling was facing three powerhouses and he could still laugh? Young Master Snow Spirit, can you be any more hypocritical? In fact, you only want the key to the ancient tomb. Why do you have to find such an ugly excuse? If you want to fight, I will accompany you. After Lin Ling laughed, his voice instantly became cold. In the past, when he and the Purple Lightning young master sparred, young Master Snow Spirit came and looked at him with disdain, as if he wanted to prove his prestige as a young master. At that time, Lin Ling was fearless. But today, Young Master Snow Spirit was obviously greedy for the key, but he found an admirable excuse for himself, saying that the name of a young master could not be blasphemed. Hypocrite. Lin Ling, stop trying to mislead people. Chapter 674. Kill Lin Ling, Purple Lightning Young Master. You said that I ambushed you last time, so you want to have a fair fight in front of everyone? Is your so-called fair duel the three of you bullying me? As one of the 18 young masters, you actually borrowed someone else's hand to regain your face. You're the most shameful of the 18 young masters. Lin Ling's mocking voice rang out again, causing the crowd to be stunned for a moment before snickering inwardly. Although the Purple Lightning Young Master wanted to wash away his shame, it was clear that he didn't dare to face Lin Ling. Thus, he borrowed someone else's hand to fight. The 18 young master's name was completely lost. You! The Purple Lightning Young Master's face turned green and red. He was so angry that the lightning on his body trembled. Lin Ling's mouth was too hateful. Loser, a piece of trash. You! However, the Purple Lightning Young Master's angry voice rang out. Lin Ling was disdainful of him, disdainful of this young master whose name shook the entire upper three regions. Heavenly Concubine, the Purple Lightning Young Master is the weakest. I'll leave him to you. The other two to me. Lin Ling pointed his sword downwards. This battle was unavoidable. Thus, he would use his sword and fire to face his enemies. These greedy and overbearing bastards wanted to steal the key, but did they have the strength to do so? Well, you won't fight me? You! The Purple Lightning Young Master's face twisted. Lin Ling didn't even want to fight him. To make him fight the woman beside Lin Ling was a great humiliation to him. Lin Ling wants to fight young Master Xueling? The crowd's pupils constricted, their hearts filled with anticipation and excitement. They never thought that the Xianhuang mountain range would be so vast and mighty because of Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was as arrogant as ever. With his King Spirit Realm strength, he challenged two experts at the same time. One was the king of the Xianhuang mountain range, Shi Ying. He was said to be invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The other was the 18th young master. He controlled the terrifying power of ice. Although he was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, he was a genius. Even Shi Ying didn't dare to underestimate him. Could Lin Ling still be alive? He's merely a junior who hasn't even reached the Emperor Spirit Realm. Rhinoceros, make your move. Since he mocked me for teaming up with you, I won't make a move. Young Master Xueling said coldly. He had his own pride. As expected of young Master Xueling. From what I can see, he disdains joining hands to kill Lin Ling. The crowd secretly admired Xueling, but what they felt was true. Although Lin Ling was very dazzling, the time he had spent growing up was too short. How could he compare to Xueling? Therefore, the other party naturally disdained to join forces with him. Moreover, even with Shi Ying's help, many people didn't have high hopes for Lin Ling. Lin Ling could defeat an ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. That was already impressive, but that was clearly his limit. Shi Ying wasn't an ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator either. How long did you kill him? Young Master Xueling asked coldly. He seemed to be saying that if the rhinoceros eagle delayed for too long, the rhinoceros eagle would roll down and he would deal with it personally. In 5 moves, I want him dead. Kill! Shi Ying's eyes were as cold as knives. The corner of his mouth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Once he killed Lin Ling, he would get the key. At the same time, on the other side, the Heavenly Concubine was already fighting with the Purple Lightning Young Master. The battle was at the foot of the mountain. Waves of energy blew in all directions, causing many people's eyes to narrow. That girl's strength didn't seem to be much weaker than the Purple Lightning Young Master. The people who were with Lin Ling were all so strong? For a moment, the crowd was filled with anticipation. This battle at Old Master Mountain was going to be exciting. Die! At this time, Shi Ying attacked. However, he didn't pounce on Lin Ling. Instead, he pounced on the Heavenly Concubine. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Was Shi Ying going to sneak attack the Heavenly Concubine? However, with Shi Ying's personality, that was indeed what he would do. Despicable! On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling's expression instantly changed. Without any hesitation, he pounced down. The heavenly concubine was currently fighting the purple lightning young master. If Xi Ying's sneak attacked, the heavenly concubine would be in trouble. After Lin Ling pounced down, Xi Ying's body suddenly changed. His right hand formed a fist and punched out. 100 rhinoceros moves the heavens and earth. This fist was heaven-shaking and incomparably terrifying. It released the strength of a mid-stage royal spirit realm cultivator. It was like an ancient rhinoceros had crashed into Lin Ling. What? The crowd was stunned. They suddenly understood. Xi Ying seemed to be attacking the heavenly concubine, but in reality he was luring Lin Ling down so that he could receive his attack. One had to admit that this was a very deep scheme. Moreover, he had firmly grasped Lin Ling's weakness. However, Xi Ying was a mid-stage royal spirit realm cultivator. Facing a king spirit realm junior, he still used such a despicable method. This was a bit unsightly. You're plotting against me? Lin Ling's soul force had always been powerful. When Xi Ying's spiritual energy changed, he immediately sensed it. His body moved and he used the cloud-soaring steps, allowing him to float away like a cloud. First move. Following that, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. It was like he was mocking Xi Ying. Even though Xi Ying had plotted against Lin Ling, he still didn't succeed. You're courting death. This time, Xi Ying pounced towards Lin Ling. His fists punched out in the air like meteors. Every punch was vast and majestic. He was using strength to suppress Lin Ling. It was obvious that Lin Ling's martial arts foundation was deep, but his low cultivation realm was his weakness. In a head-on clash, Lin Ling couldn't gain the upper hand. Cloud-soaring steps. How could Lin Ling not know this? Therefore, he didn't meet force with force. The true meaning of clouds spread out beneath his feet, making him ethereal and formless. He once again dodged the attack. Moreover, just as he dodged, his indifferent voice rang out. Second move, first master. How ironic. It was just killing a king spirit realm junior. Xi Ying hadn't gained the upper hand in 2 moves. Instead, Lin Ling was toying with him like a cat clawing at a mouse. Enough. 1,000 rhinoceros crossing the boundary. An angry roar rang out. Xi Ying's fists wildly punched out. A terrifying power erupted. From afar, it looked like thousands of rhinoceroses were ramming into a mountain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Old Master Mountain also shook, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. What a terrifying power. Xi Ying isn't weak. Otherwise, I would have eliminated him long ago. He's invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Of course, he's invincible. Young Master Xueling said indifferently. Xi Ying also had a king physique in beast form. Moreover, he wasn't weak. Therefore, ordinary emperor-level martial arts were even more powerful in his hands. Even if he didn't have the true meaning of martial arts, he could still suppress Lin Ling. This was the benefit of having a high cultivation realm. Lin Ling, is he going to die? The crowd stared with wide eyes. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could survive 5 moves from the king of the Xianhuang mountain range. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling's body became ethereal. He actually floated among the countless terrifying rhinoceroses. He was like a cloud, but also like the wind. Those earth-shattering fists couldn't even touch Lin Ling's hair. It was a very sharp movement technique. Moreover, he was extremely experienced in battle. Lin Ling, do you only know how to run? Xi Ying roared again. It had been 3 moves, but he still couldn't shake the young man. This was a disgrace. Are you stupid? You're in the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. You're even at the peak of the middle stage. I'm only at the peak of the King's spirit realm. You want me to fight you head-on? Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out from Old Master Mountain. His voice was ethereal and carried endless mockery. How arrogant. He's able to survive 3 moves from Xi Ying at such a young age. He's really powerful. Moreover, Lin Ling wants to protect the key, not win. Therefore, Lin Ling isn't impulsive. The crowd was shocked.